you believe that trans men are men. Hey, what's up, Sydney? How's it going? What's up? It's so good to see everyone this early in the morning. I thought I'd switch it up just a little bit because of I feel like I've been doing the religion topic quite a bit, but very slightly to the right. Okay. Someone should take a screenshot and send it in the Discord so I can know and fix it for the future. But do you think or know this? That's a good question. I'm pretty sure. I think that this is like the most defensible position that trans men are men. I think that there's like a wide variety of like arguments for why. But with that, I'll probably go to sub only mode as soon as I can figure out. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean, your people are more than welcome to debate. Feel free to request to join. I'd love to discuss it with you. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hello, morning.
Hey, how old are you?
So, I'm 20.
Okay. And do you think trans men are not men?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I know.
Okay. So what's your reason for thinking that they aren't?
I don't I don't know. I don't understand their transition. I don't know what their. Can you explain it to me? What they changed to?
Yeah. So there are people. So trans men are just people who are assigned female at birth, but self-identify themselves to be men. What they're transitioning to is men, and the way that I define that is just as an adult human whose gender identity aligns with the gender societally associated with males.
So it's just like no, like don't give me respect, but is it just in the head or there's like biological stuff that changes?
I mean, it depends what you mean by biological stuff. Like some people get like surgical transition, like surgical means of transitioning, i.e. like they'll get top surgery or bottom surgery, or like hormones. So in that way, they do often like change the biology. But what they're transitioning to, regardless of whether or not they get surgeries, is that they're transitioning to a man.
No, that's what I'm saying though. Like some people say it's regardless of surgery, and then
Yeah.
and then what's the point of the surgery then?
So,
That's what I'm
so the
saying.
surgery is just because in our society we associate these traits like the medical traits of what your chest looks like or what your genitals are, things of that nature, like how your voice sounds, et cetera, et cetera. We associate these traits with the fact of being a man or not being a man. So the reason most people transition is because it helps them get gendered correctly. We see in like other societies that have just like different gender identities and like a wide variety of gender identities that typically if society is more accepting of trans identities, people will surgically transition less. So it seems like people surgically transition because that's how they get gendered correctly more often. Hey, Panda, thanks so much for the subscription. And Emma, thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate it. Thanks, both of you.
Okay, I understand. I understand. So what makes different the what makes a man a man? That's what.
So, to me, a man is an adult human whose gender identity aligns with the gender societally associated with males. That to be a man is, so we have these categories of like man and woman and like non-binary in our society. We have all these like gender categories. And what it means to be a man is to just have the gender identity that aligns with the gender category. So a man is just someone whose gender identity aligns with the gender category of man.
Okay, what are like the qualities of that
So it's
category?
just having a desire to be gendered as a man, essentially.
So what do you say is the difference between a man and a female?
So,
Is there a
well,
difference?
okay, wait. I mean, the difference between a man and a female is that one's a gender and one's a sex. But if you mean like what's the difference between a man and a woman?
Yeah,
So a
exactly.
woman desires to be gendered like in association with the gender category associated with women, whereas a man desires to be gendered in the social category societally associated with men.
So it's just purely like it's like stereotypes. Like you want to be a
No,
man.
no, not at all.
I
So
mean,
we
you
have
just
these.
said
So we
you
have these like
you're
gender
not.
categories, and they're like societal norms and expectations for people. And people will desire to be gendered, i.e., they'll desire to be seen through the lens of these various gender categories. It's not just saying like, look at me, I'm all these stereotypes. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to account for people who identify as men but like don't do very much to transition at all. these people are still men in my eyes, despite the fact that they don't fit any stereotypes. It's not the fitting of stereotypes that makes someone a man, but rather the identification with the category, having a gender identity that leads one to identify with the category.
No, but what I'm saying is to be in the same, like for me and you to be in the same category, there has to be something common for us. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, yeah.
Can't just be, no, look, it can't just be like we identify in this category.
Wait, but so it's not just merely that we identify; it's that we desire to be gendered as men. That if you were if you
Then
were
it's just
not
in the head,
gendered
that's
as a
what I'm
man,
saying.
if you were like frequently misgendered or people frequently assumed that you were a woman, you would probably feel some level of distress about that, or you would want to do things that made people view you as a man.
No, but you just said, I understand that, I understand 100%. Yeah, I would believe to, I would like to be like considered as a man. But
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. You said that they desire to be a man. That's what you're saying. So it's just in the head. That's what I'm saying. They desire.
Yeah.
I
So I do
mean,
think that it's like fundamentally subjective. This entire conversation, like all of this is fundamentally subjective. Yeah, I agree with that. That's
not
just
from my
going to be
perspective. I
fundamentally
think, no,
true.
yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. From my perspective, for us, me and you to be considered, I don't know if you identify as a man, but I would assume. But
Oh, I mean, I'm non-binary, but that's
oh,
like a
okay,
completely different conversation.
okay, yeah, exactly. So for me and another man to be in the same category, there has to be something that has to be the same about us to be
Yeah. So the thing
identified. It
that's the
can't
same
just be.
about you and like a different man is that both of you don't want to be misgendered or gendered as anything other than a
What?
man. That what you want to be gendered as is a man. That's what's common between you and all other men. If someone doesn't want to be gendered as a man, then I think that they're not a man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What am I desiring to be though? Is it the
Yeah,
stereotypes
so
or is
so
it
you're just like desiring to be gendered as a man. You're desired to be
but
you
what is that?
desire to
That's what
be
I'm saying.
viewed through the lens of manhood.
But what is that? What are they desiring to be? A man. What describe that to me? That's what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah,
confused.
yeah, right. So a man, as I've already said, is like an adult human whose gender identity maps onto the gender societally associated with males. That we have these categories, we have these gender categories, and that a man is just like a person whose gender identity creates a desire to be gendered in a specific way. The specific way is in alignment with these categories, even if they don't fit like the traits associated with these categories. They still want to be viewed through the lens of these categories. I guess a question I would ask you is, what do you think a man is?
Having a reproductive system of a man.
Yeah. So, and what are the characteristics of that? Like, how do you know if you have the reproductive system of a male?
But basically, I'm saying like it doesn't mean they have to work like somewhere testicles or something like that.
Wait, so they have to have like testicles and
No,
genitals,
that's
or
all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But like,
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying
So
like,
then what's like the
like
necessary? So how
women.
do you
What I'm
know if
saying
you
is
have the
what?
reproductive systems associated with males?
No, from one of like it's obviously biologically we have two genders that can reproduce the other
Yeah,
people.
yeah. But what trait would I look at to determine whether or not someone is within these categories?
If they have the on like their I'm not really a scientist, but their reproductive systems do they like are they in the category of men or female?
Yeah,
But
yeah, but I'm
they
just
could be like
asking you. So
yeah.
you've just given a circular definition because I'm asking you what's the defining characteristic of these two reproductive systems? Like, how do you know if you have the male reproductive
Oh,
system or
ovaries,
the
and then
female
the
reproductive
female have
system?
ovaries.
And your answer has just been, well, if you have the male reproductive system or the female reproductive system, then that means that you have these reproductive systems. I'm asking you, what's the defining characteristic of these?
Of these reproductive systems.
Yeah.
No,
What's like the trait that you have that will determine whether or not you have one reproductive system or the other?
yeah. The men have testicles usually, and then the female have ovaries.
Yeah, yeah, but so do you think that this is going to be always true?
No, they could be like 1% that are like maybe that have biological defects and stuff.
Oh, cool. So if this isn't going to be true of every single person with the female reproductive system or the male reproductive system, then it seems like you don't actually have a definition at all. You just have like a generality. Like if you want to say that
Yeah, obviously.
typically a man has testicles and a woman has ovaries, that's going to be true, and I would agree with that. But the problem is typically doesn't exclude trans people.
Yeah, but the minority don't make the rule. You know what I'm saying?
No, no,
There's
but it
obviously.
actually does. So this is just like a misunderstanding of
Oh, okay.
logic.
What
So
you said, but this is what I'm saying. Though. In your worldview, there's no like if you say a man is a person that wants to be that desires to be a man, or wouldn't be like, viewed as a man. But what is that? That's what I'm saying. Is it a stereotype or is it biological? It's not biological.
it's not
It's in the
biological,
head.
but it's also not a stereotype. Neither of these
No,
things
it's
are
not
well
biological, right?
defined.
It's not totally biological, right? It has nothing to do with biology. Meaning man.
Yeah, it's also it
Yeah,
depends it depends like what scale, what you include in the definition of biology. If you include things like desires in biology, then I would say it actually does have a lot to do with biology. But if you don't include things like desires, then I would say no, it doesn't have anything to do with biology. So it's just going to
yeah,
come
that's what
down
I'm
to
saying. Okay,
definitions.
then yeah, yeah, okay, okay, okay. Then if when a person wanna become a man, it's just if like what I'm saying, then nothing in the biology. It's just that they desire to be a man.
Yep, that's
That's
correct.
just yeah. Then that's just totally stereotypes. That's from my perspective.
Wait, no,
That's
but
totally
it's not, and I've already explained this to you. It seems like
no.
there's
They
just like a
want to look.
tracking issue.
They want to.
So they're not identifying with stereotypes. They're not saying like I am these stereotypes because of course then you couldn't account for the existence of trans men who don't present stereotypically. Most trans men actually don't present very stereotypically. They present in like a very niche and like nuanced way that reflects their gender identity. It's not just stereotypes. And the fact of the matter is that they identify with the category. They want to be viewed through the lens of it. So it's the difference between like if you see like a banana taped to the sidewalk, you would probably assume it's trash. But if you saw it at an art museum, the context would make you view it through a completely different lens. We view things through radically different lenses depending on the context. And what someone says when they identify themselves to be a man is that they just want to be viewed through the lens of manhood. That's fundamentally what they're saying. I mean, when a trans man claims to be a man, what do you think they're saying? Like, what information do you think they're imparting on you?
I'm confused. That's what I'm asking. I'm not really sure. Some
Yeah,
people.
yeah. So yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Like some people have like some biological like surgeries and stuff, and I'm saying, what is the difference? You know what I'm saying? Some people say, uh, you don't have to be biologically the same or something like that. Some people have like completely like biological like female organs or something, and then they still consider
yeah.
themselves males.
Yeah,
Let
exactly.
me
That's
ask you a
because
question. One second.
stereotypes
Yeah.
don't define whether someone is a man or a woman. Parts
Yeah.
don't define whether someone is a man or a woman. All that like determines what gender someone is just going to be the way that they identify, the desire that they have to be gendered in a specific way.
Okay. Okay. So how do I make sure if I'm a man or
So, do you desire to be gendered as a man? Do you like? Would you prefer it if people viewed you as a man?
I really don't care?
So if you were frequently, because that's different from what you said earlier, to be clear, because earlier when I asked you, would it make you uncomfortable if people
Yeah, yeah,
viewed
yeah.
you
No,
as a
because
woman?
yeah,
You
yeah,
agreed. You said, yeah, that would probably make
100%.
me uncomfortable if people viewed me as a woman.
No, yeah, that's because biologically, I see myself as a male.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But so you desire to be identified in that way. And it's
But that
okay
had nothing to
if you
do.
think
That's
that that
not. Yeah,
arises
yeah,
from biology, but ultimately, still you think that you have a fundamental desire to be viewed through that lens. That's what makes
yeah,
you a
yeah.
man, is your
So,
desire to be viewed and gendered in this specific way.
yeah, but I'm talking like when you asked me that question, I was taking in the stereotype side. But
Yeah,
if
but
there's no
it's not in terms
stereotype,
of stereotypes. There's lots of trans men who don't fit stereotypes at all and would still and have no intention on fitting stereotypes. And
yeah. So when you
regardless of
ask,
all of that, they still identify themselves to be a man.
so when you ask me, oh, how do I want to be identified as a man? So what am I taking into consideration? The
Yeah,
stereotype.
so do you want to be
What am I
identified as non-binary? Like, would you rather be identified by other people as a man, as non-binary, or as a woman? Like, when other people look at you, what do you want them to assume about you or think about you?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. If it's not biological or stereotype, what am I taking into consideration when
It's
I'm
not
thinking really fun?
stereotypes. It's just
Yeah,
like
exactly,
whether
exactly. Yeah, yeah, I
it's the
understand.
specific way, it's the desire you have to be gendered in a specific way. That's not just stereotypes, and it seems like you're not tracking that.
No, no, no. This is what I'm saying. If I'm trying to be like if I'm my options are man, non-binary, or female. There could be others, right? Let's take these three. What am I taking into consideration before picking?
Yeah, so it's just going to be intuitive. Like, do you intuitively, if I started using like she, her pronouns for you, or like they, them pronouns for you, would that feel like weird or odd?
So it's just intuition.
Yeah, I mean, it's ultimately going to come down to like a subjective desire to be gendered in a specific way, correct?
Then I don't think gender really matters. Why don't we have one category?
Based, oh my, Giga Chad. super base gender abolitionism. Yeah, we should get rid of gender. I agree.
Yeah, in your
But
worldview, I don't
unfortunately,
think. I
we
don't.
don't live
Yeah,
in a
that's what I'm saying.
society that is free of gender. But we should get rid of gender. It's like a harmful category. But the fact of the
Okay, okay,
matter
yeah,
is
hundred
that
percent, 100%.
identifying trans people to be the gender that they identify as actually helps us separate our long-seated intuitions that gender is the same thing as sex, that the way we treat people socially should be determined by their biological organs or the way, like what they were assigned at birth. When in fact, I believe in gender abolitionism. I believe that we should be treating people based on just the way that they would prefer to be treated, assuming that those preferences are not harmful to other people.
Yeah, then I don't think in your worldview, like the LGBTQ or something, I don't think you guys should have like different genders because
Wait, yeah. So then you're just a
you guys
gender
should just go
abolitionist.
serious.
But the way to achieve gender abolitionism isn't by just like merely refusing to gender trans people correctly. If you recognize gender as like a harmful category, then like you also need to recognize that trans people bear like the brunt of this harmful category. That trans people are consistently misgendered and unalived simply for being trans.
No, but
That they experience some of the worst horrors that gender has to offer. So if you want to get rid of gender, I'm right there with you. We should get rid of gender. But the fact of the matter is that misgendering trans people doesn't get us there.
yeah, no, no, I'm not saying I want to get rid of gender. I'm just saying in your worldview it doesn't make sense. Like intuition, it's just intuition. I'm saying if there's just different intuitions and then there's
Wait, so you don't want to get rid of gender?
because I believe there's biological difference between some people.
Yeah,
Like
so you can maintain sex and then just get rid of
okay, okay,
gender.
so there's a difference between sex and gender. Okay,
Yes, there is. Yeah, so gender specifically refers to the social traits, whereas gender or sex refers to the biological traits.
okay, then you believe in sex? There's only two. Like there's a female and male.
Yeah, I mean with like intersex people in between, yeah.
Okay, then I think that's what the gender really is, the sex.
Hey,
I don't think,
comedy, thanks or comedy live, thanks so much for the subscription. I really appreciate it.
I think that's what gender really is, sex. Biological, that's it.
Oh, well, but that's
I
just
don't
not
think it
true
has
though,
really
because
to do.
I've literally tried to get you to
Yeah.
explain what you mean by this, but what the
No, but
defining
we agreed
characteristic,
though.
the characteristic that's universally shared across every single man, and you've been fundamentally unable to do it. So it seems
No, this is
like
what
it
I'm
seems like
yeah,
trans
sorry.
people have a perfectly coherent definition that you haven't been able to find any flaws with, whereas you don't have a definition at all.
No, no, no. You agreed though. There's sex. There's sex between men and female. You agree?
Yeah, 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 but
Yeah,
there's
that's
not
what
going
I'm
to be
saying. That's what
one
I'm referring
unifying.
to.
So you said earlier that you want one unifying trait that exists across every single man. Like what do all men share? And I just asked you the same question. What
No,
do
in
all men
gender.
share? I have an answer to the question, but it seems
No,
like
no,
you
no.
don't.
This is what I'm saying. When I'm saying gender, I'm referring to sex. Like you agreed to. There's a difference between a man and a female. That's what I'm saying when I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
sex.
So if you're referring to
And
sex, then why not just say sex? Hey, Nicole,
yeah,
thanks so much
I
for the
didn't actually.
subscription. Rebecca, thanks so much for the subscription.
Yeah, yeah, I don't actually understand the difference between gender and sex in your worldview. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. That's
so
what I'm saying.
gender just refers to like the social traits, like the normative social expectations that we have for people based on their sex. It's like the
That's
typical categories that we have constructed around sex. That females are expected to do X, Y, Z, and males are
that's
expected
stereotype.
to do
That's
like A,
stereotype.
B, C. That's what gender fundamentally is. That these
That's
categories
stereotyping.
exist, and that people prefer to be gendered in a specific way.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. Sorry to cut you off. But that's a stereotype that you said what we expect from women. That's
No,
stereotype.
but it's not. Wait, so the existence of gender largely is formed around stereotypes. That's true.
Yeah.
But someone being trans is not them identifying with
No,
stereotypes.
no, no. This is what I'm saying though. When people usually transit like transition from like male to female or something like that, they usually wear dresses or something that act as women. That's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah,
you,
yeah. So
like act,
the
like logically, it's not really intuition. I don't think you're like being really honest because
I see 1693. Thanks so much for the
yeah,
subscription. So the reason they do that is because a lot of trans people have gender dysphoria. I mean, it's just like the way that they want to express their gender identity for the ones who don't have gender dysphoria. But for the ones who do, they want to be gendered correctly, that it's like physically uncomfortable for them every single time that they're misgendered. So they think that presenting in more like feminine ways is going to get them gendered correctly more often.
yeah, feminine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the gender in your world is just stereotypes. Intuition, I don't know.
Wait, I don't know. It seems like you're just not
Yeah, yeah,
listening.
yeah.
Like you keep
I
on
don't think.
saying that you think that my gender and my worldview is just stereotypes. I've explained
Yeah,
to you probably like
because
5 or 6 times why it's not. At
you
this point, I
said, look,
probably
if
just
it's
need
not,
to like move on to someone who has like better
yeah,
listening skills.
yeah, 100%. Thank you.
Yep,
Appreciate
I
it.
appreciate you coming on up here.
Thank you, man.
Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Drop a follow as well if you're enjoying the debates. It's great to see all you here. Of course, it is going to be on sub-only mode, but I do appreciate everyone coming on out here. Let's go to the next guest. Hey,
Hello?
what's up? How's it going?
Yo, yo, you need Jesus, bro. You need help.
Wait,
You
how?
need
Wait,
help
can I ask? Oh,
so
do you have
bad.
like anything other than
No, you need
AdHoms, or
help
do you have?
so
Wait,
bad
wait,
because you
bro.
need help. You're so wrong
Do
about
you want to make
everything,
an
bro.
argument, or
There's a
wait? Talk
man
over
and
me if
there's
you
a
molest
girl. There's a
children.
man and there's a girl, and those are the only two
Okay,
genders. You need to
that's like
pick
very
it,
telling
bro.
about you,
Pick it. You're insecure. You're insecure.
bro.
That your
Dude's like
entire
yapping.
personality is you're
Bro's getting
insecure.
like
It's fine. Thank you
psychoanalytical.
for the subscription. Thank you for the subscription, bro. You should fix your gender.
Bro's like the yapper of the century. That's okay. We'll move on to the next one.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? How you doing?
I'm doing fine. I just have like one major question about this
Yeah,
whole
wait. Can I ask
topic.
how old you are first, and then you can ask your question.
I'm 19.
Yeah,
Is that
okay. What's your
okay?
question? Go for it.
Okay, so let's say I identify.
You're off the app, by the way. I can't hear you.
Oh yeah, sorry. So I'm white. So let's say I identify as black. Is that now correct or what?
So that would be incorrect, but the difference between gender and sex is going to be the way specifically that we ground these things. We ground race. Oh, I think I said gender and sex. I meant gender and race. So for me, in my worldview, I'm just going to ground gender specifically in internal factors and a desire to be gendered in a specific way. Whereas I'm going to ground race in like geographic ancestry. So we determine race via external factors, i.e., the geographical ancestry of your ancestors, whereas we determine gender based on your internal factors, i.e., your gender identity. There is a gender identity, like a way that people internally desire to be gendered. There is not like a racial identity that corresponds specifically to how people identify to be like, or how people desire to be like racialized. That just doesn't exist.
Okay, then one quick question. Let's say, let's say just aesthetic wise, I look like a man. I have beard, big muscles, tall, everything fitting the stereotype of a classic man, masculine man. And I identify as a female. Does that now count or what? As a
So
woman.
a trans person, a trans woman isn't identifying as a female, they're identifying as a woman. Fundamentally, and I would grant that that counts if they desire to be gendered as a woman, regardless of how they present their gender. It's just going to be a reflection of a very nuanced internal experience, and it might not make sense to you, but it does make sense to them. And I think that the bare minimum thing that we can do is respect that. And I also think that self-ID is the only coherent definition of these things in the first place. So yeah, I do think that if someone with like a beard or like big muscles or whatever identifies themselves to be a woman, then I think that that person is a woman.
Okay. So basically, gender is just your personal preference then.
Yeah, it's just how you desire to be gendered. Yeah.
Then what's kind of the point?
So the point is that people have a nuanced subjective experience, and they want the way other people treat them to be reflective of that fact, that they experience themselves to be this specific way, and they experience being gendered in certain ways to be preferable than being gendered in other ways. For example, you probably wouldn't like being emasculated, and I assume that you're a man, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if you are a man, then you probably wouldn't enjoy the experience of being emasculated, and that's because you specifically identify yourself to be a man. You identify with manhood, and for that reason, you can you want to be viewed that way, and you don't want to be viewed as something that's not that way. And it's going to be the same thing for trans people. Thanks so
All
much for the
right.
gifts, everyone. I'm not saying thank you to everyone, but I do appreciate all the gifts. I see all of you.
All right. So basically, it's just your preference in how you are viewed, right?
Yep,
So
essentially.
let's say back to the analogy, the big muscular bearded guy, right? He fully knows and is how do you call it in English? He is aware of that he is being viewed as a masculine guy, but he still prefers to be called a woman. So how does that make sense if he knows he's being seen as being a masculine guy?
So while I mean, if in this instance when they identify as a woman, while she like is viewed this way by other people who don't know her gender identity, internally, if she identifies as a woman, then she's still going to desire to be gendered as a woman in the first place.
Oh, can you explain, like, I listened to the other dude when you were debating him or whatever. You said you were non-binary. Can you explain, like, why or what, if that's comfortable for you?
Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah. So the reason why I personally identify as non-binary is because I just feel like radically disconnected from manhood. I think that I just don't really desire to be viewed that way. I also don't think it's like an accurate way to view me. The experience of manhood is just not one that I have. And it's not really one that I want. I think that something that is neither man or woman is just a much better like description and fit for who I am as an individual.
Okay, then one last question. So, do you agree that, like, for example, that beards or just having muscles is being, kind of categorized to men, and having a slimmer profile is categorized to women? So, do you agree with those stereotypes, or do you think like a woman could have a beard and still be a woman?
I think a woman could have a beard and still be a woman. I'm not basing this based off of stereotypes. I base it off of gender identity.
All right. So what's your opinion on stereotypes?
I think stereotypes are bad and harmful.
All right. That's pretty much all I'm asking. So yeah, thanks
Yep.
for
Well,
letting me come up. Have a
yeah, I
nice day.
super appreciate you. You were very respectful. All right, make sure you double tap it on that screen. Let's get to 30K likes. I appreciate everyone coming on in here. Thanks so much for the gift. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. And with that, we'll go to the next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
How old do I have to be on this live or something like that?
Bro, way older than you are. Let me tell you. 18 or older. God, you sound like 6, respectfully, lovingly. You need to go back to studying. I don't even know what you'd be studying.
Hi.
Like, hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, and what's your year of birth?
My year of birth?
Yeah, what year were you born in?
Why are you wondering?
Because I don't think you're 19. You don't sound 19.
Well, I have a really light voice.
Okay, well, I mean, if you can't tell me the year, then I'm just going to assume that you're probably not. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen while we wait for the next guest.
Yo, how's it going?
Hey, how is it going? How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I was born in the 80s, so I'm pretty old as
No,
shit.
no, I know how old you are. Or, I mean, I know that you're an adult.
Right. So, I've been kind of catching a little bit what's been said already. I get that if people want to express themselves a certain way, and that's one thing I've said, the best that you can say is that it's an expression. I get that people want to express themselves a certain way. I think the main problem that a lot of people have is when people try to take that expression and assert it as fact, and then also try to use that supposed fact, that they're claiming, and try to impose some kind of rules or laws on society that just cannot be substantiated from a factual sense. Right.
Yeah, so in terms of just like narrowing the conversation, I think that it's going to be beyond the scope of the conversation, like the pragmatic stuff of like, should we legislate people gendering other people correctly? What is the correct space for trans people to be in? I think that's probably just going to be beyond the scope of this conversation specifically. I'm just focused on like the metaphysical aspect of, is this the category that trans men are a part of? And I would argue that they are. So to go back to like the first part, I think that this like shows a misunderstanding of metaphysics, and I think that when someone asserts a sentence, when I say a trans man is a man, when a trans man claims themselves to be a man, I think that they're saying something, and the truth value of the proposition that they're putting forward is going to be determined specifically by whether or not their meaning is in line with reality. So I'll give you like an analogous example. So let's say I like make up a language by making up some words. And let's say that I define circle to be me, or like I'm square to be at, and then like triangle to be Wendy's. And let's say that I am at Wendy's, and I say circle, square, triangle. Now, despite the fact that these are just like meanings that I've given, if you understand my meaning, if you understand like the definitions that I've given to these words, then you can understand that my statement is true, despite the fact that circle, square, triangle makes no sense otherwise. If I specify my meaning, then it's just a true statement, despite the fact that it uses like non-standard or like unintuitive
Right.
definitions. So I
So
would
a
probably,
rose.
I would just ask you,
Sorry.
like when a trans man claims to be a man, what do you think they mean by that?
Well, if they're going from what you said, where they're just inventing their own language and just giving closure on that, the referent they would still have to use would have to be grounded in something that I could also somewhat substantiate so that we can have a basis for communication. Because if I just said to you, like, you wouldn't know what the hell I just said. I would have to maybe point at something, give you some sort of referent, a basis for reality. If I pointed at a tree and said, blink and blop, blink and blop, right? Although you probably call it a tree in whatever programming you have for communication called language, right? You would be able to understand that I am referencing the same thing that you come to understand as a tree, right? And so basically we just have a difference in language, although we're making the same references to the same factual, objectively verifiable things. And we'd need some kind of objective basis in order to communicate or cross the divide of communication. If we do not have something that we can both reference, then we won't be able to communicate. So I agree that you can just come up with any kind of concept that you want and make whatever mouth noise out of your mouth that you want and call it whatever you want, but there's talking about unless you reference it to something that both or all parties can verify that is outside of themselves.
Yeah, yeah, I think I agree with a lot of that. Yeah, you can like point at a tree and go like blah, 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 blah. But as long as I like understand that when you make that series of words, that what you're referring to is a tree. If you point at a tree and say that's a blah, 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 I would agree with you. I'd be like, yeah, it sure is. Like I understand your meaning, and that's true. That is that thing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And specifically, like you said, that you need to ground it in an objective basis. I also agree with this. But I think the objective basis is just going to be the meaning that the intentional states convey. That we say words with like an intentionality, a meaning behind them. And the objective basis, or I don't know, maybe it's like a subjective basis, depending on how you define it. I'd say it's both objective and subjective, but that's like a different conversation entirely. The
Right.
objective basis is going to be just the meaning that you give these words, and additionally, it's going to be or so I think that's the objective basis. But in order to be pragmatic about it, you probably should make your meaning known. That if you are using words in a non-standard way, you should like define them. You should say, like I think the trans man should say, "I'm a man," which means that my gender identity aligns with the gender societally associated with males. That's what I mean when I say man. And I think that's a true statement. Like, would you disagree that trans men have a gender that, or like a gender identity that aligns with that gender category?
Well, I mean, when we talk about societally, right, you're just talking about maybe the common associative characteristics that are associated with men, and then the question would be then, are we talking about just behavior? Or are we talking about anatomical or physical characteristics? Because we could make the argument that the physical characteristics or the anatomical characteristics would essentially branch off to influence maybe non-physical associative characteristics like behavior. So if I said to you, like, men, and I define men as adult human males, and I would say this doesn't necessarily reference anything like social characteristics, but I would say that I can draw social implications, right? I would say social implications can be drawn from that. Meaning, if I said boy, meaning minor or adolescent human male, right, I would know that there's a difference in maturity, and this difference in maturity would mean that certain organs, anatomical characteristics would be more developed. This would also make a difference in not only mental and mind states for some sense of self-control, but also hormonal production, which would also go on to influence moods and temperaments, which would also be processed in the mind. So the mind would also be more matured and respond differently, and the influx of hormones probably being under more control under a matured adult, we could say that their social aspects would be different. So we draw social implications from that, and I would say that we can therefore draw certain associative characteristics from a societal perspective on what men are. So I guess it just depends on what you mean these societal characteristics are.
I think I agree with a lot of that, although I'm not sure what entirely the relevance is. That depending on what your meaning is, that if you say man or you say boy and you are just referring to like a biological category, there are like certain social implications that you can draw. Although I don't think that these social implications are going to be anywhere near universal. Like the social implications you can draw, I think that those probably are just going to be like heuristical. And you'd probably agree with that, there's boys who are a lot more mature than some men. There are
Right.
even boys who are like a lot more developed than some men. Jesus Christ, have you seen like Mike Tyson at 13? God
Oh,
damn.
everybody thought when I was a junior or when I was a junior in high school, or just even when I was in middle school, because I was already growing facial hair, everybody thought that I was like a 25-year-old man already when I was still just in middle school. So I totally get that. Well, the relevance of this is what I'm saying is that although we have these hormones and flushes of things that definitely influence mood and temperament, I would say that depending on the experiences and the maturation of the mind, we'd probably process these experiences with a greater or varying degree of control. And you'd probably say somebody who can control hearing something very displeasing or something that enrages them yet doesn't act on that would probably be under a great degree of self-control. Therefore, they'd probably be very mature in their responses to certain things. So, differences in maturity is just something you can argue about to the individual level, but I'd say in a general level, you can say that because men overall have certain hormonal productions and as well as certain developmental structures usually developed by the brain, because the brain itself doesn't have its sex, but it does develop based on the hormones in the body. Just by age 6, we see that young boys have larger head circumferences than that of their female counterparts. So by the time they've gone through puberty, we see differences in mastoid process, head circumference, things of that sort. And because of that, we can have social implications on how men or young boys going into adulthood are going to react or have certain moods and temperaments. And then of course, you could always say that some men or some boys are more mature than others depending on how much self-control they have over flushes of hormones or things that make them angry or flush, so to speak. So I would say that it is pretty much biological, and I would say you can form the stereotypes, meaning this is typically how men respond off of that, or this is how typically men dress because they like to do rough housing things because they have these hormones that influence mood temperament. They like to rough around and get their knees scraped, climb trees, push their limits, take risks. And so, yeah, you could develop stereotypes off that, but you'd always be able to tie it back to some sort of, I think, anatomical or physical characteristic.
Yeah, so I agree and disagree. So if all you're going for is that at like a general level, like men are going to be more mature than boys, then like sure, I would agree with this. That typically men are more mature than boys, but I think when we're dealing with like universals specifically, I don't think that this is ever going to work as like a universal definition because of like the maturity objection I've already stated, but additionally because I don't think that there's one unifying characteristic shared by literally every single man and shared by literally every single woman. I think that it's just going to be like broad generalization or like general characteristics. Whereas I would say I think my definition probably does like I would apply my definition to every single man and every single woman and every single non-binary person, and I think it correctly categorizes them.
Well,
But I
of
would
course you could
I would
use yours.
specifically wait. I just have like a question to get at the heart of
Yeah.
it, and I think I might have asked this already, but I think I want like a more precise answer. So when a trans man claims to be a man, what do they mean when they say man? Like what do you think that they mean when they say that word?
I think they want to emulate what a man is, and I think this will include some sense of the anatomical or physical characteristics, and I think some sense of them may have a desire to take on also the associative characteristics like behavior.
So you think that it's like just purely okay, wait. So if that's what they mean, and is that in fact true? Like, do they actually want to do that thing that they mean they think they mean?
Do they want to do?
Yeah,
I mean, I
so
don't know. Like,
you said that they want to emulate what a man is, which I don't fully agree with, but that's like kind of besides the point. But let's like assume that that's true, that what they want to do when they claim to be a man is that they're just saying that they want to emulate the social characteristics associated with manhood. Is that what they want to do? Do you think that that's like a true desire that actually does map onto reality? If you understand their meaning, like that is actually what they want to do.
well, sure. Like, well, I mean, there can be other things that may be influencing them again. Like, but I would say that all I can do is take them on their communication. If somebody says, "I am a man," they're clearly not, right? I would assume that where they're coming from is a very subjective and maybe just some sort of solipsistic kind of worldview where they're just trying to make the world or trying to, I guess, impose or project their perception or self-perception onto everything else.
So I guess like what do you mean when you say that they're clearly not actually men? Because I guess like from my view, when someone claims to be a man, they're just saying that they have the gender identity that maps onto the like the man gender category or like the gender
What is
category
identity?
societally associated with males. And this is in fact true that if someone identifies in this way, then they in fact actually do have that gender identity. In the same way that we discussed
In their own
earlier,
mind.
when we say
Sure.
like we point at a tree and we say like that's a blarg right there, but you and I both understand that a blarg is a tree. If I point at a tree and say that's a blarg, that's a true statement. And if a trans man has a gender identity which identifies with the gender category, and that's like what they mean when they say man, then that's also a true statement. So it seems like in both of these instances, we would affirm that the trans man claiming to be a man, that's a true statement, as is like pointing at a tree and saying that's a blarg.
So you're saying that because this person has identified certain characteristics or behavioral aspects in what is known as a man, and they've identified themselves to have these certain characteristics, they therefore are this thing, is what you're saying.
I'm saying that the meaning that they convey is specifically that a man is someone who has like a gender identity which maps onto the gender category, and that's true. They do have that thing. That is who they are. They are a person who has the gender identity that maps onto the gender category. That's all I'm saying is that
what is the
they're
gender
making a
category?
claim and they're meaning the thing that they mean is a true statement. The meaning behind the word man is just that they believe that they have a gender identity that aligns with that category. And that is the case. They do, in fact, have a gender identity which does, in fact, map on to that gender category. That's a true statement.
Well, we'd have to clarify certain terms. When we talk about what is identity, I would define identity as necessary and sufficient conditions to be. So if I said a rock, I define a rock as a dense composition of minerals and or earth that can be picked up. Then anything that can be picked up, right? There could be shiny rocks, there can be more jagged rocks, there can be sea rocks, like all kinds of different rocks under that category of rock that I just defined. And the common characteristic that they would all have is that they're dense compositions of minerals and or earth that can be picked up. Right, so that'd be the common characteristic. So if you're trying to make some sort of categorical assignment to saying that they fall under a category, well, I would say factually that's not true. It'll only be subjective, and it'd be an expression. In the same way that some adult human females, meaning women, when they hang out with their girlfriends, they say, "Girl, please." Now, is she calling her other adult human female friends adolescent human female friends? No, she's not. She's being expressive. She's expressing jubilation. Now, if I said to you, Ian, man, that's cap. I don't believe you, bro. That's cap, right? Now, I'm not talking about a bottle cap. I'm not talking about a cap on your head. I'm talking about the slang terminology or the colloquialism that expresses disbelief. So we have to identify the difference between expressions and things that are factually true. So if somebody said they identify as something, well, if the necessary and sufficient conditions to be a man or to be an adult human male, I'd say factually that's not true. But if they're coming from a subjective point of view, whereas they say I identify as a man, and I can't verify this to be true factually from a factual perspective, I would assume by their communication that they're just being subjective and expressive, meaning kind of in the same way that if a dude at karaoke sang Shania Twain's song, "Man, I feel like a woman," right? Like they're not literally a woman, right? I would assume that it's either an expression or it's some sort of subjective interpretation that I cannot verify. So I cannot disprove, but it cannot be proven either.
So there's like two things. First of all, I don't think that's what they're saying. I don't think that this is like just merely an expression of terms, because if you ask them, if you like ask them to elaborate, like if someone says "girl, please," and you ask them, "Wait, girl, are you saying that you view me as like metaphysically to be an adolescent human female?" They would say no. That's not what I mean by that word at all, and then they would clarify their meaning. However, if you asked like a trans man, like, are you using man in a metaphorical sense, they would say no. They're using it in like a literal sense, that they literally are men. That's just not the sense that they're using it in. But you're talking about necessary and sufficient conditions, and it sounds like your necessary and sufficient condition for men is that a man is an adult human male. So I guess I would just ask you, what's the necessary and sufficient conditions for being a male?
Right. So when we talk about gender, how it came across, I know a lot of people like to I always say gender has social implications, but it was developed for classification. And we use this not only for humans, but for, livestock and animals and stuff. We need to know the difference between a calf and a bull or a sow, right? We need to know the difference between a stud and a mare, which is, adult horse, female and male. Right. So we do this with livestock. We need to know, like when you have veal or steak, right? That was a calf, because veal is a very specific kind of cow, meaning a young or baby calf cow. So we say calf. Veal is made out of a calf. Right. So we did it for livestock purposes. And the reason we developed it around the 13th, 14th century was to eliminate confusion and to increase classification, to include maturation anatomically, and then also to delegate the species. Now, sex is the overall category, right? Because there are female tigers, there are female bears, there are female all kinds of species. So when we talk about what female is, we're talking about the reproductive pathway that bears the large ovum, meaning, and when it comes to mammals, the one that bears the offspring, right? Everything on that creature is going to develop around that reproductive capacity, and it would be vice versa for males.
Okay, so you would say, but there's some people who develop both reproductive pathways, specifically people who have complete androgen insensitivity. So would you classify these people as male or female?
Well, they always go in one direction or the other, and
No.
yes, yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Not for complete androgen insensitivity, and you can just look this up. They have both the Wolfarian structure and the Mullerian structure.
Yes, I'm aware of that. You're talking about the associative characteristics, and that usually happens, right, because some sort of abnormality during like a very crucial stage of development. But when we talk about at the genetic level, so I agree, right? These are associative characteristics, right? In a otherwise normally developing male, let's just say, SRY gene activates, and usually a lot of the chromosomes will line up with that, right? And that so it would be the Wolfian structures. And can something throw off that alignment? Yes, and that's where we start to have a lot of the abnormalities that we do, meaning something developmentally went wrong, but at a very basic level, they'd probably be one or the other, right? Because if they're not one or the other,
Holly, thanks so much for the subscription. I appreciate it.
If they're not one or the other, you'd have to identify to me what the third gamete is. Because when we look at all species are centered around reproduction, because the very essence or the very telos of life itself is to keep going. And if you cannot keep going via reproduction some way, some force, then you are not in alignment with the base nature of life itself.
Okay, wait. So there's like a lot of directions I can go from this. I have like a lot of clarifying questions, but I would like to make a point.
Sure.
I think that teleological language in biology fundamentally misunderstands biology. That in order to have a telos, this presupposes some level of like idealism, that there needs to be these like ideal teloses that exist in like this immaterial sense. Biology doesn't function via the immaterial. It functions via the material. It's a scientific discipline, and science is rooted in material observations. I don't think that science is compatible with these like teleological statements. It's just a mismatch of like underwriting philosophies.
Well, when I say telos, I mean purpose, function, or nature.
Yeah, I know what telos means. Yeah,
Okay.
but telos comes from Aristotle, and Aristotle's account of telos is specifically one that involves, or I think it actually comes before Aristotle. But that's like
Well, I
regardless of the
mean,
point.
the word is
He was
Latin.
the one who like focused on it, but
Right.
he specifically thought that like teloses were these things that are immaterial. Like where do I observe a purpose? Like how do I verify what one's like what the purpose of any given thing is?
Okay, so well, like I'll tell you, right? When it depends on what exactly you're referencing, right? If I said to you, "Hey, Ian, be sure to unplug the toasting toaster before you leave," right? You'd probably look at me and be like, "Why the hell did you have to tell me it's a toasting toaster?" Right? Because the very telos, meaning the function, design, or nature of a toaster, is to toast. So I'm basically just being redundant. It's unnecessary for me to say the toasting toaster. In the same way, it's unnecessary to say cis woman, right? Because if it's cis is on the same side of, right, you're just saying, yeah, you're a woman, right? It's redundant. It's unnecessary, right? And when we look at telos, and I say toaster, right, function, to purpose, or design, or nature, right? And when we look at the telos, the very base nature, the telos of life, all life, the purpose of life, there is nothing and then there is something. And the whole purpose of something is to keep being something. And if something cannot continue to be something, then something is nothing. So basically, without life having that base nature, that base telos, that base purpose to continue in some form and fashion, then life is not life. The whole purpose of life is to keep going. It's like a game of scrimmage. The game keeps going as long as you keep passing the ball.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
pa-
and that's fine, but like to be clear, the important point to take away from this, you can hold this view, that's perfectly fine. But at this point, you're no longer appealing to like biology or science. You're now also just appealing to philosophy, which is like fine, like it's what I'm appealing to as well. But just to be clear, there's like no teleological language in science, or at least there shouldn't be. It's a mismatch of philosophies.
Well, we can just
But
draw this conclusion from observation of any life form itself. Even the most basic life forms that we know of, which is bacteria, the only thing it does is reproduce and keep going and going and going and going and going. That's all it does.
yeah, so that's you can make the observation, but to say that it has like a transcendental telos is just ill-informed. It's inaccurate. It's not how language or philosophy is used. But the question I was trying to ask you earlier
Well, I mean,
specifically
you
is
can
like
overlay the
what's the
concepts.
necessary? Can I get like the necessary and sufficient condition? So you gave one for female, and it was like the development of the pathway. What's the necessary and sufficient condition for like having a pathway? Like what trait would we go out and look at to determine whether or not someone has like the pathway? Because I think if you have no problem like categorizing complete androgen insensitive people, then I guess I'm just confused as to what specifically you're appealing to know what sex these people fall under.
Right. So at the base, it depends on how deep you want to go to with it, right? If I say, the purpose of the toaster is to toast, right? And then I, go down to all its fundamental parts, and then at its most fundamental level, I find out that it needs electricity to even fulfill any semblance of its purpose, right? So it just depends on how far you want to go. If you want to go from, I guess just a anatomical, phenotypical standpoint, right? You can identify associative characteristics that develop as a result of the chromosomal makeup, right? But then we can go further into it, and we can go down to the genetic level, and we can start going into like SRY activation versus non, right? And this is going to show basically that they're going to take one pathway either to develop Müllerian or Wolffian structures, and in a healthy development or normal development that's unimpeded or untampered with, they're going to develop these other associative characteristics unless something throws off the alignment.
Okay, so is your necessary and sufficient condition specifically going to be the SRY gene?
If you want to go that far, I would say that's a strong indicator.
Okay, but I'm not looking for a strong indicator. I'm looking for a necessary and sufficient condition.
Well, I mean, I would say that that's sufficient for the genetic level, unless you want to go further. I guess we could always go further if you want to.
Okay, so even
I
like
can't
just
think of
even just
anything
like based on
else.
that alone, that's going to miscategorize certain people. Specifically, I believe that there's people who are SRY positive. There's people who like are scientifically classified as female, but they're like, I think they have like Swyer syndrome. They have like SRY positive Swyer syndrome, but they're
I'm aware of that.
categorized
I
as females.
yeah.
That means that the SRY gene could not be the sufficient condition, because that means that you'd classify these people broadly classified as female to be males.
Right. So I'm not the like I've heard of Swyer syndrome, but there's a buddy of mine. I'd say he knows the most on it. I don't know if you ever heard of Nate on here. Nate is perhaps an expert, so I can't speak with too much intelligibility on Swyer syndrome, but it's my interpretation of what Nate has said through repeated dialogues that I've heard him say, that it's always going to be one or the other, always. And even with Swyer syndrome, people always bring up Swyer syndrome. Although, so if you ever run into my buddy Nate, you should definitely talk to him about that. But it's always
And
one or
that's
the other.
Yeah, that's true. It is always like they either have the SRY gene or they don't. It's just that not everyone who has the SRY gene is a male, and not everyone who lacks the SRY gene is a female.
Well, no. So I think you're just talking about like appearance-wise. Yeah, you can have different
No,
people.
this is how they're classified scientifically.
Okay, and then what makes a differentiation in classification?
So I'm not sure what the scientists specifically rely on, but all I'm saying is that I'm agnostic to the question of what makes someone male or female. It's just that if you're relying on a definition which requires the identification of certain people as male and female, you need to have a solid, necessary, and sufficient condition in order to like articulate the specific exact reason for why someone would be considered a male or a female. And if you ground it in the SRY gene, you're just going to be disagreeing with the large scientific consensus that people who are SRY positive with Swyer syndrome, that these people are largely considered to be female, despite the fact that they have the SRY gene activated. Whereas people with SRY negative XX male syndrome are people broadly considered to be males, but lack the SRY gene.
Right. So I guess it just depends on what you're talking about, right? Because if they have the SRY gene activation, but they develop phenotypically presenting as female, well, then the question is when they have Swyer syndrome, do they still have the reproductive pathway open to them, or do they have multiple structures developed? Right.
I think that they strictly just have the one pathway developed. Like they still do have like the female pathway developed. But the problem is that that means that you'd have to shift around what your necessary and sufficient is. That it can no longer be the presence of the presence or absence of the SRY gene.
It's like I said, I've heard this challenge before, and my understanding is that it is sufficient, and that everybody always likes to bring up Swyer syndrome, and that they try to say that, and it deals with some sort of phenotypical presentation, even though they have the genetic SRY gene. Right?
But to be like quite clear, I just want to like be clear about your argument. Your argument is that that my argument is incorrect because it's the broad consensus that my argument is incorrect. It sounds like you don't actually have a counter argument, and that's fine. Like you don't have to be like an expert.
Well,
in
your
biology.
argument
Like,
relies on completely subjectivity. I cannot argue against subjectivity. If you
well,
said
but
I
we're
feel
specifically
blue,
talking about your
I
argument.
can.
It's an internal critique.
Wait, sorry, are we talking about my argument or your
Yeah,
argument?
well, yeah, we're talking about
Just
your argument
references
that your
yours.
necessary and sufficient are not accurate.
I disagree, and that's something we can have further contention on. But I disagree. I think it is sufficient, and I think here's the thing: if you're going to perform an internal critique of my position, right, you're not supposed to referend your own position to use as a deterministic factor on the internal critique of my position.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you
I'm
gotta
not.
keep-
I'm just pointing out that your position is inconsistent with the broad scientific consensus that there are in fact females who have who have the SRY gene.
I disagree. I think you're just going along with probably what you've heard on a general basis. But if you'd like, I'll let my friend Nate, or I'll hit up my friend Nate one of these days and tell him like, hey, you need to come talk to this guy. He's pretty respectful. Nate is very good faith as long as you're good faith with him, and he'd gladly explain it in detail. But I know a couple of people that know this. It's been brought up multiple times.
Yep. So I would just ask you, do you think people with Swyer syndrome, are they classified as male or female?
Well, like I said, I would have to see what exactly you're using as a deterministic factor.
So, but I'm just asking, like, by the broad scientific community, unless you want to reject the broad scientific consensus, are people with Swyer syndrome classified as male?
Well,
or
like I said,
female?
I doubt that it is the broad scientific consensus.
Okay, well,
right?
you
Because
can
there
still
is
look
no
this up,
consensus.
you can just Google Swyer syndrome, and then we
Hmm.
can go to, I don't know, like the National Cancer Institute, um,
The
a rare
Cancer
genetic
Institute,
condition in which
Nichols?
people who have an X chromosome and Y chromosome look female. They have normal female reproductive organs, including uterus, fallopian tubes, and a vagina. However, the ovaries do not develop, et cetera, et cetera. So it seems like these people are like largely classified as female.
Well, largely. Yep. So,
Well,
and by largely,
could you give me something that classifies
well,
them
and large.
specifically as males
Well, hold on a second. You're saying largely based off what? Phenotypical presentation?
based on
Like,
the scientific consensus? Like the scientific
okay,
consensus
and
is
what
that
are they
people with
using it to
Swyer
make that
syndrome.
consensus?
So it's just that they look at it and they say, "Wow, these people sure did undergo like the full developmental pathway."
And what pathway was that? They developed what?
They developed like all of the reproductive parts,
So
or
there was a
and
there was a misalignment in chromosomes then, and that caused phenotypical expression of feminine, is what you're saying?
yeah, that they developed like the typical female reproductive pathway.
Okay, and they're fertile, is what you're saying?
No, they're not fertile.
I was going to say because, to my knowledge, anyone with Shire syndrome is typically not fertile.
Yeah,
So
but
that
they
would
still develop. They develop the parts. They're just not fertile.
right. Okay, so you're basing this off of essentially the chromosomal misalignment, which would be a result of external factors during embryonic development. So usually
But
something.
are these people male or female? Is the
Well, I
question.
mean, like I said, genetically they'd be male, and I would just say that
Why would they
something.
genetically be male?
Well, because if you're talking about the SRY gene, but you're saying they developed with like a feminine presentation, that right there, and then they're infertile, that right there tells me that something developmentally didn't correctly happen. The most common cause, the most common cause is usually an excess of estrogen or some kind of hormone that floods during utero development, and that can mess with the alignment of the chromosomes.
Wait, so are you saying that you classify them as not female because they're infertile?
No, well, I'm saying that you're harping on the reproductive pathway, and I'm telling you that the fact that they're infertile means that this is not their true pathway. Something didn't go correctly at a fundamental and base level. That's what I'm trying to say.
So if someone is infertile, is your conclusion that something went wrong with their pathway and that they're actually the opposite sex?
Something went wrong. That's what I keep telling you. So
But
first you have the
does that make them the opposite sex?
well, they're the sex of whatever genetic activation they have. And then generally the chromosomes line up to usually create some sort of phenotypical presentation, right? And so that's going to influence the development of organs and such. A lot of things can throw this off during embryonic development. And my hypothesis is a lot of the times, well, I think we're just generally exposed to a very toxic world. Teflon coatings, PCBs, parabens, phytoestrogenic foods, and plastics, things of that sort, I think, are a large deterministic, or excuse me, a large factor in this. Although, like, to what degree and what influence, I cannot say.
Okay. Oh wait, what? Oh, hold on.
Right.
Oh, it gave me like a random pop up to make sure that I was like still here and still present.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. It's just like what
But
you get for.
I mean, I get it. Like, so when people talk to people like me and they say that, like, oh, are trans people valid? Well, I'm like, I get people are trying to express themselves, and here's the way I look at them. The people have this, very difficult way of being that they're trying to make sense of. I look at it this way. I think they're damaged in some way, shape, or form. I think something happened, and it's a result of the toxicity in our environment and the world, the unnatural living that we have. And I think rather than try to constantly build up the I guess popularity of this, we should be trying to find out what the fundamental root causes of this are. Are we being exposed to phytoestrogenic chemicals in our food, which that we are, or sprayed on our crops as pesticides, right? Are we being exposed to parabens and PCBs in our plastics? We are. It's everywhere. Teflon coatings on cookware, things like that, nonstick pans, everything, right? So I think that's more so where we should be focusing our efforts so that we can be preventative about people becoming damaged in this way, meaning they have a reproductive pathway that goes this direction and their genetics go another direction, and then they're somehow have this confusion of having the structures, but now being infertile, right? So I think that's where we should focus our efforts rather than trying to say, hey, everybody, let's just make everything popular, this and that. I think we can maybe do something about teaching people about expression and language, right? But if somebody says that's cap, I'm not thinking about a bottle cap. I'm thinking about they're expressing disbelief. I don't think they're talking about a cap on their head, bottle cap, right? So I think people just need to understand the difference between expression and when people are speaking factually. So if somebody says,
Yeah, there's like a whole lot to unpack there. I don't think trans people are damaged. I don't think intersex people are damaged. I think trans people have existed throughout all of human history. I think intersex people have existed throughout all of human history.
you're talking about eunuchs, right? You're talking about eunuchs.
No, I'm not talking about eunuchs. I'm talking about like people who had like genetic conditions that we would now classify in a specific way that existed, that we have like reports of back way before we had like Teflon coating or whatever else you would appeal to. Like long before industrialization, there were reports of people who are intersex.
Well, I would say also another cause is radiation, and I think definitely you would probably make the argument that certain points in history, right? Because I think we only started geological measuring of like of like when they talk about like global warming and everything like that, about a certain exposure of the sun and the temperature and how the globe is warming up after the last ice age. We only started measuring that like 150 years ago maybe, and once we started measuring that, like, yeah, we started to see that the Earth is rising in temperature, but using core samples, we can say that the Earth was always
What's up,
warmer
Ian?
prior to that.
Hey, what's up,
in
Tashika?
a different cycle, right? And so that's, I guess you can, like I said, I would say that, like, I don't know what happened in ancient times, but I think radiation can also be a factor.
I don't know where this is coming from. This is nonsensical. This is like
How
straight
so?
gibberish.
Well, because he brought up something in the past, and what's nonsensical is to bring up something in the past can't necessarily be verified. So,
Well, no, because so we do know that trans people have existed throughout all of human history. I can give
How?
you the example of like the Mushe people, because we have like written records of pre-colonial times, like the Mushe people in Zapotec culture. This is a group of people who were assigned male at birth, but are not men. They identified as Mushe, a category different from man or woman. These people existed before colonial times and before Teflon coatings and before whatever else. Trans people have existed for a really long time. And quite frankly, I think there's just no evidence that radiation causes people to be intersex. I'm also not sure why that matters.
Yeah, I think the thing that people tend to get, I don't know why you're still on mute, but like the thing that people tend to get confused is when we're talking about the
I'm
validity
going through
of
a
these
bad
people.
signal there.
Okay, yeah. So when we're speaking about the validity of these people, it doesn't matter how they came to be. What matters is that they exist currently, and I don't know why people keep forgetting that. Like I could grant you all of these
Well,
things
he
that
brought it
people
up,
are
so I was
intersex
just
because
addressing
of. I'm not done speaking. I don't know why your sentence is beginning in between mine. Right. So yeah, like we can go ahead and grant you all of these things, that like intersex people became that way because of radiation. Now what? Now what?
Wait, were you there when Tony the Tiger was calling intersex people
Right.
damaged?
I caught the tail end of it. I recognized him from Christie's server. Do you know who Christie is?
I don't think so.
Yeah, she's like one of the most violent transphobes on this app.
Jeez.
But she,
Violent? How is she violent?
I'm gonna I'm gonna
I
I'm gonna
don't
explain
get
how.
grasp how you make.
I'm gonna explain how. You're one of her mods.
Sure,
I
let's
know.
hear it.
Anyway,
No,
yeah,
I'm not.
you
No, I'm
actually are.
not. I'm
So
not.
anyway, whatever. Yeah. So like she's
No,
extremely
I'm not.
violent. Okay, whatever, dude. She's an extremely violent transphobe on this app. She does a lot of big lives. I've actually gone ahead and I have a doc that I'm actually still working on right now of all of her sources in her Discord server, and I promise you that woman does not fucking read. And neither does anyone else in her circle. But I literally went through every last one of her sources on her server and debunked all of them. She basically tries to insinuate that like people within the community are like P3DOs, that they're more likely to commit crimes, things like that. But she just speaks really well. And people, for some reason, believe that if you speak well, that means you're right. And that's just simply not the case. She also happens to argue with people who also don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And so she ends up, quote unquote, cooking them. Oh, you got banished. Oh, oh.
Wait, what happened?
Tony got kicked out of her server. Anyway, but yeah, but that's who Christy is. I don't know why he was lying. He's 100% one of, like,
No, I left. No,
Oh.
no, I said it left. I'm telling you that it left.
Bro's like, wait, Tony, I'm sorry to cut you off, but you're like you're roboting out like intensely. Okay. Incomprehensible. Thanks for your time. I don't know. Like, I can't wait for him to get like better signal, you know?
I truly don't understand that particular group. I don't get it. Because I just wish people were able to look past how eloquently they speak
This is
actually
like
listen to exactly what they're saying.
this is gonna be like a super common thread among like this happens all the time with Christians. This happens like especially all the time with transphobes. I genuinely think that you could be like a top 10 transphobic debater by just like saying random words with a lot of confidence, by just like
100%.
repeating talking points with a lot of confidence, by just like a woman is never a man, and that's just what you don't understand, like with a lot of confidence, just like on fucking loop. I think you could be like a top tier transphobe debater.
Oh, 100%. Like for example, I noticed this with like Brooks as well, and people, you know who Brooks is?
Yeah,
Brooks?
of course I know Brooks.
Yeah. So like, he speaks very confidently, very eloquently. And I see people in the comments saying like W Brooks. And I always say like, I defy you to come up and tell me exactly what that man just said.
Yeah.
And I promise you they're never able to do that. They're never able to do that. And I find that to be like really scary.
Yeah, it's like complete gibberish that they
Yeah.
either back up with like talking points which they can't substantiate, or like more gibberish. Like it's all word salad, genuinely. It's like word salad said with confidence by transphobes who are like fundamentally not capable of tracking the conversation even a little bit. And because it was said with a lot of confidence, they're like, winning, they're winning, they're winning.
W.
Yeah,
Like, what?
that's why I had this live on like sub only, or like for the chat, because like honestly, as like a non-binary person, reading like waves of
bad.
transphobic comments is like just exhausting.
It's bad. It's really
Like
bad.
I'll have people getting like completely fucking broiled. They'll be getting like publicly executed, and then the comments are like W guessed, W
Yeah.
guessed.
I've had people come up when I've done topics like this, and they'll just straight up call me slurs, and people are like, W.
Oh my god.
Yeah, W. Like, it's bad. And I don't like, and then I'll get like mass reported. Like, I remember one time I did this, and I got bananaed like 3 times. It was crazy. It was
Yeah,
absolutely
no,
insane.
it's like so crazy.
The
That
transphobic
happened
was
to
crazy.
that like happened to me once at like the kind of the beginning of my like debating of like I was debating like the spanking topic for like the first time ever, and someone just like came up and started yelling at me about how like they wish my dad beat me more,
Oh, yeah,
and
those
then
are the
the
classics.
comments were filled with like W guessed. It was crazy. Like the like the hoops people will jump through to be transphobic are like unbelievable to me. But wait, do you wanna stay on and like co-host, or what are you
Oh,
doing?
sure. You know, I can't host my own live today because my room's getting remodeled. So I don't have anywhere to go.
Wait, I have like a lot of friends in the guest request. Sorry, I can't. I feel like 3 people is enough. So I'm really sorry to Matt and Ava. I love both of you like profoundly and deeply.
I can hop down for Ava.
Oh, do you want to?
Just I don't want to take the spot of a trans person in a trans debate. So,
No, that's fine. Yeah, go for it. I mean, it's whatever
right.
you feel comfortable with.
all right, I'll hop down for Ava. Thanks.
Yep.
When am I debating Christy? I'm not. The fuck?
Oh, hey, I actually, I probably won't be on
too long, but y'all are talking about Christy, and I thought that I would like to hear about my one and only interaction with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I remember her telling me that she could tell I was trans because of my manly features. And I said I could tell she was ugly because of her ugly features.
W. No, that's like really funny. I don't know who this is. Maybe I do know who this is.
You might.
There's like certain transphobes that I won't talk to.
She wears glasses. She's got blonde hair. She's got a crumbling uterus.
That's insane.
That's a crazy thing to say. No, there was who was it? Do you know Manimal?
Oh my god! You mean the guy who doesn't shower?
Oh my, yeah, he looks like he doesn't shower, and he's like yelling and has to like quiet down for his wife. His wife will like come in and scold him occasionally like yelling like too late in the night. I don't know. Dude is like so disingenuous. It's like kind of crazy to me. He's also just evil. Like there's so many transphobes who are like just evil. Do you know what Manimal did to like Cease?
What?
I think Manimal like hosted a live. This is like the word around the street, but like Manimal hosted a live with like pictures of Cease behind him, just to like make fun of how like Cease's transition was going. Like this dude is like crazy evil.
Yeah, you know Danny Philtalk, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, you want to hear a funny story? I was like watching this live that Danny was in, right? And then Manimal joined the live, and then Danny said to the host, Manimal's full of shit. I will pay you $50 to kick him out.
Huge W.
He's so unserious. Like
it's like the classic case of like, well, if you're a transphobe who can speak with a little bit of confidence, all the other transphobes who aren't paying attention to like the actual details, like the argument interaction, they'll just like cream themselves.
Yeah,
like
they want to feel right. They want to feel like they have an intelligent person on their side, and they never do.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they never do. Like I was listening to this one live, and I heard was one argument. This person was saying that if trans women present as female, they're like giving like a false presentation because they're not actually female. And if they're giving a false presentation, then therefore they're not actually women. So, you know, hypothetical syllogism, if trans women present as female, then trans women aren't women. Trans women present as female, therefore trans women aren't women.
Like what?
I'm like, what? Why the fuck would I accept
Zidium,
that?
thank you for the $66.66. Damn.
That's
Thank you.
crazy.
Show Ian some love, y'all. I don't need any money. Show Ian and Ava some love. I don't.
No.
I need money. But it feels like. I mean, like it seemed like the argument was basically, if trans women even present as female, then they're not women.
Wait, so would this person say that the ones who don't are women?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. But they don't do that, Ian. They don't. My thing is like they don't. What I notice with a lot of people is that like when you have a particular stance, there's a due diligence, right? Mm-hmm. So like when you have a particular stance, there is a first line of logic, a second line of logic, and so on, right?
Yeah.
And what I noticed is that people never take that first step, and it drives me up the wall. Like, for example, I was on if y'all can hear my bird, he's
vaguely, slightly. It's not like distracting. It's like typical background noise.
Yeah, he's calling for me. He's not getting out that damn cage. Anyway, I was like, it's too dangerous for him right now. But yeah, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was on a panel with them. I think it was a couple months ago because I don't go on panels with them anymore. And they were speaking about like what makes a trans person, and I said, okay, well, and then don't even get me started on the bathrooms, but that's a whole other thing. I was like, okay, so like what specific features are true of women that are not true of men? I was like, what particular features are true of females that are not true of males? And then they were talking about chromosomes, things like that. And I was like, okay, intersex people.
Bro, this is like
I was like,
this is like the trans topic 101. This is like introduction to the trans topic. Like
Yeah.
you have to have something better than like fucking chromosomes.
it's just
Yeah,
like
for real.
it's we don't. But then it's just I don't get it. I don't get it. But then like even like even that conversation I feel like can get a little bit deeper, right? And I'm okay with that. The conversation that really grinds my gears is the bathrooms topic. That one, I remember I did. Cause one thing I noticed about me is like I can do topics that affect me, like body count, male superiority, abortion, things like that, and I can do those topics, and I'm fine afterwards. But there is something about the visceral hatred of these individuals that like I did the bathroom topic one time, Ian, one time
Thank you.
months ago, and I cried when I ended the live. I couldn't do it, and it was to the point where I was like, I don't even like because I had a bunch of other like transgender friends message me and be like, oh, like if you want, like I even have one that's like a mental health professional, and I was and they were like, oh, like if you want me to come up with you for some extra support, I can do that with it. I'm like, no, no, I don't see the point in subjecting you to that level of harm. If it hurt me like this,
Yeah.
and I'm not even a part of the community, it's like I had people come up in my live and say and believe that they're good people and say that they should piss on the floor or in a bush. And it's just like I can't. And these people believe they're good people. They believe that they're sound and rational.
Yeah, I'm sure the Yahtzees thought they were good people too.
Of course.
I'm sure the slave owners thought they were good people
Yeah.
too.
But I haven't been able to do that topic again. I've been thinking about doing it, but it hurts me so much because of just how nonsensical the hatred is. They
for sure.
just hate them, and I can't. That makes me so. I can't. I cry every time. I can't do it.
Yeah,
No, I feel
it's just
you, like,
hatred. They never have
wholeheartedly.
any good arguments. They never have any. I mean, they never have any good arguments.
Yeah, so this is I'll share this experience as well, and this is like largely why I have sub only mode, and it's because I just can't read the comments like that are like I can't read the transphobic spam that always happens every single time I do this topic. I just can't do it. It drains me. I end live feeling like a husk every single time I do this topic and have to read through like waves and waves of transphobic
Oh wait,
topics.
Ian. Matt was just coming up to ask, "What are your pronouns?"
Oh, they them. Although like okay, wait, it's it's nuanced. I don't know. Technically, like any, you could do whatever you want, but I just do they them because I think I align most with those. Although I don't have gender dysphoria, so people
Okay,
can do like
so
whatever they
any
want.
pronouns though.
Yeah.
Okay, so Bingus Bongus.
Okay.
I think I'd be. I guess like neopronouns are fine. I'd just be confused.
Goose wants to actually come up. I can drop down. Like Goose is a trans man.
Okay.
So,
I love Goose.
Yeah, I can
Goose
drop
is such a
down.
fucking
I was just
vibe.
gonna tell that little story right quick and then leave.
Do you vouch for Goose's debating abilities?
I think
No, Goose is pretty
Goose
good.
is a pretty good debater.
Okay. Yeah. Bet.
All right,
All right.
bye.
Hey, what's up, Goose? How's it going? And thanks
Hey,
so much,
how's it
Ava, for
going?
coming on. Everyone should follow Ava. How
You brought
doing?
me up. You brought me up before I was vouched for.
Before what?
I was vouched for.
Oh no. There's a delay in the stream.
Oh, gotcha. No, I don't. I don't really debate as much as I just like to be representation in a way, right? And
Yeah.
I always go into those spaces because it's amusing to me, right? Because I loved hearing one of those gender critical women say, I would feel more comfortable if Buck Angel was in the women's bathroom rather than Blair White. I was like, really?
That's cap. It's cap. It's just not true. Nobody
yeah.
actually believes that. That's cap.
No. It's their way of staying consistent in their argument. But to be so for real, no woman wants me in the women's bathroom with them. And if they say that they do, then I have some serious questions.
Yeah, this is the behind every trans woman that they want to exclude from the women's restroom is a trans man that they would be forcing into the women's restroom. It's just a nonsense position. Like, it really is just like fundamentally stupid.
Yeah, I don't get it. There's genuinely no basis.
Yeah.
Well, they say that everybody should just use the men's bathroom, and that trans men should just use the men's bathroom at their own risk. That's what they say.
Yeah, it's because they don't care about what happens to trans people. In fact, they actively they won't say it publicly, but they do want much worse things to happen to trans people.
The sheer amount of dehumanization is oh my god.
I went to a conversation with someone about this topic, and they said that what makes someone a male is like having like a dick, basically. And I'm like, okay, so what about like a Vietnam veteran who got it blown off in Vietnam, or like someone who just wasn't born with one? Like what then? And they say, and I was like, what gender is this person? And they told me,
Ian, those are exceptions.
No, they didn't even say that. They didn't even have the heart to the heart to say that. They said that these people were jokes. Those are their exact words.
That's a whole different type of person where they bite the bullet. Those are even scarier.
I don't even know what to say at that point. It's like you're evil. You're evil.
No, that's what I'm saying. Because like as a debater, I am expected to always have a rebuttal. But I don't have a rebuttal to people who just don't have humanity.
Yeah, like I don't know. Like, what's the rebuttal? Like, you should post your home address. Like, you should dox yourself.
Literally, like we gotta handle you. We have to handle you.
Yeah, like I can't tell you what I want to tell you on TikTok Live, but if you hop into my Discord server, I sure will. Like, I don't know what to say to them. Like,
you have to go. You must be dealt with.
Yeah, exactly.
Have to be dealt with at that point.
You know, it's almost like a child, right? Pushing the boundaries of a parent of like, how far can I go, right? And so, you know, they were on this Tim for a while. They still are. You know, you've heard of Tim, right? The trans-identified males. That's how they address trans women, right? And they don't see that as an insult in any way, shape, or form because you're just being logical, right? That's how they see it as. And so Tim kind of like went away a little bit, right? And so now they're basically accusing any trans woman who transitions later in life as an AGP, right? And everybody's an expert at diagnosing this, right?
Yeah, they can always tell is what they say.
And but that's why I love having Goose up in my lives. It's about the screaming is about to get a lot louder real quick. That's why I love having Goose up in my lives, because if you don't go onto Goose account, and I hate using this word, he's not clockable, you know? And unless you go onto his account and you really look at his content, you'd have no idea. And so I love having Goose up in my lives when I do these types of topics, because he'll come up.
Your lives get wild.
Yeah. It gets crazy. I haven't done it in a long time, but it gets crazy.
Yeah.
No, it's I always get the pass for some reason. Oh, but you know, Goose is the exception.
Well, it's because you don't tell them immediately. I feel like if you were to tell them immediately, I'm sorry if it's echo, I'm in my room. I feel like
it's not. Wait, Tashika, your audio sounds perfect. Like, I can't even hear the bird at all. Like, you're good.
Oh, he's actually pretty quiet right now because I'm right next to him. Because he loved me. You love me? Yeah. Boop, boop. Anyway, but yeah, it's because like if Goose doesn't tell them his identity immediately when he first comes in, and they just like go along with him believing that he's a cis man, they end up conceding to a lot of things really fast. And then when he does reveal it, they're like, oh, well, he's just an exception. Like it's weird. Like, it's so weird.
Bro, that's just an exception. It's like the thin tape. It's like the scotch tape that holds their entire worldview together.
Oh yeah,
that's just an exception.
Either that or it's just my opinion. Hello.
Yeah. Oh God. Wow. What?
You know,
great argument.
I went up on I forget whose panel it was, but Manimal came up, and apparently Manimal had been holding on to something that I had said for over a year, just never had the opportunity to speak with me, right? And I got into this conversation with a person on the panel, and I asked them, what can you do that I can't do? Tell me an experience that you can have that I cannot have as a man. And he was like, make a baby. And I was like, well, that's actually incorrect because I have 2 children and I got my wife pregnant. And he held on to that for so long, right? And he was like, oh, well, you're not being, you're giving misinformation, you're doing all this stuff, you're being disingenuous. I'm like, how? How am I being disingenuous? Because I claimed that I got my wife pregnant? I did. Twice. Right? There's more than one way than the traditional way of making children. The thing of it is, people don't know how to think outside the box.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with this. But do y'all want to get like a guest up here?
Yeah, let's do it. I haven't done this in a while.
All right. Who are we looking at? Do we want like a rowdy one or like a calm, rational one?
It depends. Tashika, have you eaten yet today?
My apologies, you guys.
Have you eaten yet today, Tashika? Do you want a rowdy one?
Do I want to? What did you just say to me?
Do you want?
Wait. So
have you
do you
eaten yet?
I actually need to go make my dad some breakfast. But
No, I'm not mean. I don't mean literally.
Oh. No, actually, I didn't. I haven't hosted any live since like Friday.
All right, yeah, we'll run it. That is if they're still there. I've been getting this glitch recently where people will be like in the guest request box and then they'll just like I just don't think they're here in the live anymore.
Yeah, it happens when they're outside of the app. It doesn't even tell them.
Yeah, it's terrible. Like it should just like stop doing that. But hey, what's up, Andreas? How's it going?
Good, you? How are you?
Doing good, doing good. Do you disagree? Do you think that trans men are not men?
So do you believe that are you hearing me clearly?
Yeah.
So you believe that if a man doing this surgery, it can identify as something else, right?
So not exactly. So my specific view is that just having the gender identity, having like a man gender identity is what makes someone a man. You don't necessarily have to have a surgery, although I totally support people who want to.
Yes, but if someone it's a trans, that means he's undergo a surgery, right?
No, not necessarily. There's trans people who don't undergo surgery at all. That there's like men or there's like trans men who just identify as men but have undergone no surgery, and I would still consider these people to be men.
Okay, but if someone is a man and doing a surgery, do you believe he has the ability to say, I am a woman, right?
Well, I think that they have the ability, that she'd have the ability to do that even before she's had the surgery.
Okay, so if I do a surgery and I put on myself a parrot beak, that means I can identify as a parrot?
No, it doesn't, because so gender is going to be determined by internal factors.
So I don't have the free will to be a parrot, but I have the free will.
Do you want the explanation or?
Yes,
yeah,
tell me.
Yeah, so we determine who is a parrot and who isn't a parrot based on external factors that's specifically going to come down to one's DNA, whereas it's perfectly coherent to determine who's a man and who's a woman based on internal factors, specifically gender identity. So the difference is going to be that gender is internal, whereas being a parrot is going to be determined by things that are external.
Yes, but why if I make a successful surgery and I put a parrot beak, that don't make me a parrot?
I just explained it, but I can explain it again.
Yes, tell me.
Yeah, it's because being a parrot is determined by external things like your genetics, for example, whereas gender is going to be determined by internal factors, i.e. your gender identity.
So a man, so you straight on your before point, you make that a person who doesn't go under a surgery, he cannot say it's a man or it's not a man
Okay.
because
How about this, right?
yes, yes.
Are you saying that like if you got a surgery to be a parrot, could you identify as a parrot, like a bird?
Because with your logic, who said that if
No,
I go
I'm gonna
under
tell
a
you the logic.
surgery,
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you the logic. And Ian, like whenever people make these fuck ass arguments, you can literally just grant them it. Grant them it. Right, watch this. What is needed to be a parrot? What is true of a parrot that is not true of a human that makes a parrot and a human a human?
a lot of things. That's what I say. So a man
Then
who
name them,
is not
please.
going under surgery,
Then
he
name
cannot
them,
say
please.
it's
You're
a
not.
woman.
You're doing too much.
Exactly.
I'm hearing.
Wait, we're not talking about we're talking about gender. We're talking about parrots.
I also
Yeah.
think that Andreas doesn't understand the difference between trans man
Alex,
and
thanks so
trans
much for the
woman.
subscription.
Yeah,
I'm
look.
also. I think Andreas is just not really tracking the conversation because I actually answered no. You don't need to undergo surgery to be trans. Like undergoing surgery doesn't make you trans. Identifying or like desiring to be gendered in a way other than.
So
the way
you are
assigned
saying
at
that
birth.
without doing any surgery, you can identify as what you want.
In terms of gender, that's correct. Yeah.
So I say that I can identify as a parrot with the same logic.
And I'm asking you this. We're gonna grant you this
Without
right?
doing a surgery to be a parrot.
Andreas, I'm gonna help
Yes.
you. I'm gonna help you do so. What is true of a parrot that makes a parrot and not a person, right? What is true of a human that is not true of a parrot, and what is true of a parrot that is not true of a human that makes them two distinct beings?
Okay, I will answer you to that. With the same logic that a man is born to be a man, he is going to be a man.
Why you brought up parrots? Now, like, what is going? Why do you
Wait,
keep pivoting?
can you tell us what Tashika's question even was?
What is?
What was Tashika's question?
The question that she made to me, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Who am I talking to? The fly on the wall?
She asked me that what is the difference between a parrot and a man? What is the difference, etc. Not just the
Stop
parrot
talking
beak.
about humans. Stop talking about gender. I'm asking you, what are the defining factors that makes a parrot and a human a human?
Probably he can fly, he can do a lot of things that a man or a woman, a person, whatever, he cannot do. She cannot do.
Okay, so when you meet those criteria,
Yes.
boom, right? Can you fly?
So, because
fly?
with the same logic,
Can you fly,
a
though?
man who's going
But can
under
you fly,
surgery,
though?
he cannot,
But can you
he
fly,
cannot
though?
make children like a real
can
woman.
you
So
fly,
it's the
though?
same thing.
Bros pivoting to gender.
Here's my thing, because here's the argument, right? We understand all parrots can fly, all parrots have feathers, all parrots have beaks. When you meet this criteria,
Yes.
you may be a parrot, right? Trans men.
With your logic,
I'm still speaking.
only
I
with
don't,
your
I don't
logic.
know.
No.
I don't know why your sentence is. Let's set the precedent of not interrupting each other. How about that?
W.
Thank you. Right. So, so when you meet this criteria of a parrot, or you have a commitment to meet the criteria of a parrot, then what will you be?
I obviously cannot be a parrot, just like a man who cut his penis cannot be a woman because he cannot make children as a real woman.
But wait,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
So are you saying that my mom's not a real woman?
What?
Are you saying that my mom's not a real woman?
Your mom is a woman because she can make children because she was born a woman.
Though, but she literally can't though.
She can't. How are you alive?
She's infertile.
If she can't. What?
My mother went through menopause. She's infertile. So wait, even then, fuck that. Women who are born infertile, are they not women?
A woman who born what?
Women who are born infertile, are they no longer women? Can they no longer hold the title of women?
They can go to a doctor which can help her to make children.
Not all of them.
No. You're misunderstanding. There's a difference.
Yeah, she has other criteria like
Let's set the precedent of
woman
not
boobs.
interrupting each other. let's set that precedent, please. Right. So there are women. There are women. There's a difference between being infertile, as in you cannot reproduce, and being
Yes.
infertile, as in you cannot carry a child. Right? And I mean like something wrong with your eggs, something wrong with your uterus. Sometimes there's a difference between that. Right? There are women.
I never said.
Let's set the precedent. Thank you. Right. Like I was saying before, there are different types of infertility. We're talking about someone who is never going to be able to reproduce. Right?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes, Daddy. Okay. I'm talking about someone who is I don't. We're talking about someone who is never going to be able to reproduce, right? Are they not a woman?
A woman who cannot make children, even with doctor, medical help, whatever.
Infertile women
She has other things to prove that she's a woman, and you know that.
So so what you're saying here is that being able to reproduce is not actually the criteria that makes a person a woman.
It's one of a lot of criteria.
No.
Wait.
No, you just said that it's not required because even if they don't have this, then they're still women. So it can't be
They
required.
are still women because they have a lot of things that a woman has
so what's the necessary...
transgender man doesn't have. Like
exactly.
What's the necessary and sufficient?
Like what?
What's the necessary and
boobs, for
sufficient condition
example.
for being a woman?
Did you just say boobs?
Yes, for example.
Wait, so trans men who get top surgery aren't women?
How old are we?
Wait, women with breast cancer aren't women?
Men get breast cancer too.
You do realize that males, cis men, have breasts.
Guys, this is against biology. This is degeneracy. I cannot
This is biology. This literally
This is against biology.
pivoting to
It's just
virtue
degeneracy. Goodbye.
Pivoting to virtue signals. Wait, did you just say goodbye? Are you running?
He's running.
Bro's running.
Couldn't win and he's running.
Andreas, don't go. You're
just
still here.
stay here and accept the fact that you have no answer to the question. What's the necessary and sufficient condition for being considered a woman or a man?
Andreas, can I be a woman if I wanted to?
Andreas, are you there?
Unfortunate. This is so unfortunate. That's what I'm saying. Grant them everything.
Bro ran.
That's what I'm saying. Whenever you're debating someone, grant them everything. Especially when they bring up something that we have standards for. Like a bird, like a car, like a plane. Grant them all of them. Ask them for the necessary components that make these things. And say, if you meet this criteria, then you will be that thing. Boom.
Yeah, I think it's like a better way back because typically I just ask people for like their necessary and sufficient, and most people don't know what that means, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. Find something that is, when they say something that is standard, that we have standards for what they are, ask them what they are. And boom.
Yeah. But hey, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 70K likes. Make sure you're following all the guests on the panel as well. Drop a follow to me if you never want to miss a single live. Consider joining the Discord as well. Link in bio. I'd love to see you there. And with that, we'll go to the next guest.
Hi.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
24.
And do you disagree? Do you think trans men are not men?
Yeah, I disagree. And I just wanted to say one thing, that when Ava was up, that I found quite hypocritical. Like, I don't know if you'll call me transphobic just because I don't believe trans men are men, but
that's what transphobia is.
You was talking about like, well, I don't disagree that trans men don't exist, but anyway,
that's not what transphobia means.
Yeah, I mean, so if that didn't make you transphobic, using the pronouns you used to refer to Ava, that definitely makes you transphobic.
Okay, then, well, is what it is. But you was talking about how transphobia is so hateful, but like, Ava wants to be.
Oh wait, is this Jess?
Ava wants to be seen as a woman, but yet will refer to a woman who has infertility problems, say that they have a crumbling uterus. Yet I'm supposed to respect this as a woman.
Christy has 2 kids.
I know. So to say she has a crumbling uterus because you've heard that she has supposed infertility problems is quite mean. Don't you think? But I'm supposed to respect this person as a woman, but they don't even respect women. Like,
I'm sorry, I don't think trans
say that to another woman. Like,
yes, but she did though.
Yeah, well, no. So a trans woman who wants to be seen as a woman said
Yeah,
that.
so would it be better if I said it? Christy has a crumbling uterus.
It wouldn't be better
A
if you said it.
crumbling,
But how am I supposed to
crackling,
respect this
dusty
person as a woman? They
uterus.
don't even
Wait,
respect women.
I just want to be like very clear. So the violence of, or
Hateful.
like the
am.
violence done to trans people is not the same thing as the resistance that trans people do in return. That saying like, well, like this act by Ava, which is like very clearly done out of the experiences that Ava has had with transphobes and with this person specifically.
That makes it okay.
This is not at all analogous.
You think that makes it okay? So because
she's punching up. Christy is perpetually punching down.
By saying that, so the conversation.
Okay, how about this? Forget that Ava said it. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. She has a crumbly, wrinkle. Yes, now it's just mean. I don't
It
see.
is mean.
If Ava is, I'm still speaking, Jess. If Ava is a woman, I don't know why you guys have this hierarchy of womanhood. Okay, you do though. You're saying she needs to respect women. She is a fucking woman.
She's not respecting.
She is a woman though.
To say to anyone,
do I need to respect women?
To say to anyone, whether
Jess,
or not in your
do
eyes,
I need to respect women?
Why?
Do I need to respect women?
Well, you are one, so I don't see why you wouldn't.
Well, I don't though.
And why are we to respect cis people when they don't respect trans people?
Well, it depends what level of respect you want me to give you, because
why does there have to be a level? Like, is there a level of respect that I need to give you?
No,
right,
just like,
house. Oh my god.
No, you will say that I am not a respectful person, which I think is wrong for me. But I can accept your identity as a trans man, but I draw the line in saying that you are just a man. Like,
I know. Well, thank you. I am just a man. I appreciate the affirmation.
So wait a minute, but don't you realize that this is the same argument? I'm sorry. Don't you realize that this is the exact same argument that was made against black women? White women would literally say this exact same sentence. I will accept that you're a woman, but you're a black woman. And I'm a white tee. What's the distinction?
I'll accept you're a woman, but you're a black woman. Like,
exactly. You were drawing a distinction. You were drawing a distinction between the two.
There is a very big distinction between trans men and men. And that would be their sex.
Right.
No, wait, there's
oh my god.
But there's not a distinction because trans men are men. Like, that's the point.
No.
What's the distinction between a tall man and a short man?
One's
an Indian man and a British man.
Okay, but like the big distinction that like is the sex. So
sex?
Yeah, that trans men are female, and then
so an intersex man and a cis man.
An intersex man and a cis man.
Are they not both men?
If it's an intersex, yeah, they're both male.
No, they're not.
They're not. You just said intersex man, so
they're an intersex man.
Yeah, intersex male.
I said man.
Men are males.
No.
My argument. Men are males.
And it's false.
Just no.
It's inherently false. Demonstrably so.
You disagree that males.
Jess, there's no way this is the first time you've ever had this conversation. I've seen you get cooked too many times for this.
I don't understand.
I don't understand why Jess continuously comes onto trans.
Why do you? Why do you?
Because I'm trans.
Okay, and
no way you thought you say it.
But why can't I come in here and speak? You literally lives like this thrive on positions. I don't see your problem.
Because Jess, you come on here and you make the same arguments over and over and over again, and you get cooked every single time.
Tell me how I've been cooked, but I've literally stated
I'm just wondering. It's just a question because you come on with the same talking points. Like, what is the end goal, right? Like, are you trying to convince somebody that they're not trans? Are you trying to make a point? Like, I don't understand.
I'm not convincing anyone that they're not trans. I come on here to have conversations. I'm not spreading hate. I'm just people want opposition. I disagree. How am I spreading hate?
I think you misgendered Ava like frequently and consistently.
Well, Ava,
you can disagree, but the amount of dehumanization that you portrayed here is disgusting.
Very hurtful and like very personal.
So wait, if I said the same thing to you, is it okay to come at like my race? Is it okay to misgender me?
What did you say? Again?
Right. If I said replace Ava for me, I'm a cisgender woman.
Yeah.
Right. And I said that Christy has a crumbly, crooked, cracked, dusty, busted uterus.
Yeah, that's me.
Right?
That's not
Would
nice,
it
like a
be
harmful thing
no
to
shit?
do.
That's why I said it. So
Exactly.
would it be okay?
Oh, okay.
That's not what
So
we're
you,
arguing.
so you are being
Jess,
mean.
that's not what we're
That's
arguing.
your intention.
We're not arguing whether or not it was mean.
Okay.
Like, keep up. Anyway, keep up.
Why would I respect?
Keep up,
why would I
Jess.
respect trans?
Jess,
as a
keep
woman?
up.
She doesn't even respect women. Like that. Like that's.
I don't respect women. What are you talking
That's
about?
on you. That's you don't respect yourself. That's.
But
weird.
wait a minute. I do respect myself. I don't respect women like you. So my thing is again,
like
you're
me? What
trying
does that
to.
mean?
Jess, I literally don't even get to finish a sentence.
Sorry.
All right, good girl, right? Anyway, like I was saying before, if I say that she has the most decrepit, crusty uterus I've ever seen in my life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is it okay for you to then misgender me, call me a man, talk about my race? Is that okay for you to do?
It's not possible for me.
Is it okay for you to do? I'm not asking if it's not possible. It is possible.
I'm
You're a
not
terrible person.
misgendering them,
A lot
though.
of things are possible,
I
right?
don't believe I'm
Is it
misgendering
okay
anyone.
for you? Is it okay for you to do so? Do I then lose my humanity?
You see misgendering as like a hateful thing. I don't.
It is an inherently
It is a hateful thing. Yeah.
It is a hateful
What?
thing.
Yes.
What?
When is it not a
See
hateful
that's
thing?
how it's a hateful thing.
When is purposely misgendering someone not a hateful thing? Because you know Ava's pronouns.
Okay, but I don't believe that she is a she.
It is a
or a
hateful
her.
thing. It doesn't matter. And I don't believe that you're a full human being. I should be able to unalive and eat you. So
What's the
distinction?
You're taking like you.
What is the distinction?
Extreme.
That's the point of a reductio ad absurdism, dude. The point is it to be an extreme. Okay? I believe these things of you. I should be able to treat you as such.
Go ahead.
So it should be okay for me to unalive, cattle you, and eat you.
You want to unalive me?
Did I?
What did you say?
It's actually really impressive, Ian. It's actually very impressive. Very impressive. You know what I mean?
I don't know what you mean.
It's actually very impressive.
But
that's like kind of crazy, and I don't know. I think this is why like intersectionality is important because it's like weird that you're projecting this like, oh, so you want to kill me onto a black woman. Like, to be honest, like it's wild because it came out of like literally nowhere, like genuinely nowhere.
Wait, what? Say that again.
I don't know why you assume that I immediately wanted to harm you. As if because here's the reductio here. Either you think that I want to unalive you, or you have no critical thinking skills. So either you think that I'm a violent animal, or you're a certified.
You're trying to like make really far-reaching comparisons, like preferring to unalive someone to misgendering. I don't think that's
Jess, do you think it's harmful to call somebody transphobic?
Sending thanks so much for the subscription.
I feel like
calling you I won't even use you. Calling somebody who is gender critical transphobic. Do you think that's harmful?
I feel like you're gonna do it anyway. If the person, I don't think it's harmful. No, it's not harmful.
Goose, you're off the app, by the way.
Nonsensical.
So then it's okay to call people transphobic then, right? Because it's not an insult.
Well, I feel like you guys use it as an insult, but I don't necessarily like.
What conditions do we
some
typically
people can
see?
be very hateful, and
you
can call anyone transphobic just for not believing you. I don't know.
Do you support calling trans women trans-identified males?
I think you can use that to describe them. Yeah, if you really like, you don't want to call males women. Like it you know, I understand why women do that.
And can you possibly just like think outside the box, okay, and put yourself in the shoes of a transgender person, and can you understand how that could be harmful?
No,
but
because
you don't. You cannot
because I'm
do
not.
That.
So is it because I'm not giving in to your claimed identity, and I just want to use different words to distinguish women from trans women? Like
so Jess, if we were out, right, would you be instinctively and purposefully misgendering me and calling me a she
I wouldn't. I
Why?
wouldn't.
Why? Why? Why is it?
Because
Why
it's not in
wouldn't
my
you do
nature
that?
to want to just like really
Why
hurt
wouldn't
someone.
you
The
do
differences
that
with
to me?
Ava, the differences with Ava is Ava. I just found it very ironic that she, whatever, wants to be
You
seen as
oh
a
my,
woman.
you can't even misgender her correctly
Wants to
because
be
it's like
seen as
so
a woman.
self-evident her
Wants to
gender
be seen as a
identity.
woman, yet like coming for someone's infertility problems. Like it, I just think
Have
She has two
insane.
goddamn kids.
listen. I don't
Yeah, so
support any.
why
I
would
don't
you like do that?
listen.
It's still harmful. Like
I
it's not a
don't
nice thing to say to
support
any female.
anybody
Anyway.
saying anything disrespectful to anybody. I don't. I think saying harmful things to people in general, coming for, I don't know, Christie's infertility. I don't think that's right. Going towards, misgendering purposefully
Right.
misgendering people is just as harmful, right? It's harmful. Like, why do we
I
go?
see it. Yeah.
Why do we purposely go out of our way to invalidate somebody knowing that they're already struggling in life, right?
Okay,
To
yeah.
just make them feel worse. Do you know that I go into some of these lives, right? And they see me as soon as I come in, they call me out, right? They're like, "Oh, look, she is here. She is here."
Yeah.
Do you really think? I mean, it doesn't bother me, right? Because like they're the ones that look delusional. Like if you were to call me a she in the real world, like you would look like the delusional person, right? But I'm just making a point that the majority of trans people already suffer from some level of dysphoria, right? The reason why people typically socially transition is so that they can be seen and accepted as the gender that they are, right? So by purposely saying that you are a she or a he or a trans-identified male, I mean, have some compassion for people just in general. Just sure, you can purposely misgender them, right? And you could purposely be just a really bad person if that's who you want to be in life.
I don't think I feel like if you're misgendering to really just make someone visible,
You
I
just
do think
fucking
that
called Ava a he, she. What the fuck
But
are you
they,
talking
but
about?
they also
you
called out a
guys,
woman who has infertility issues, so I don't really have respect for Ava for that.
Yeah,
you
wait,
guys,
okay,
but you
but
guys
And I
do
think
that
that's a
all
fair
the time.
enough.
You
Fair
guys do
enough.
that
I
all
don't.
the time. You guys do that all
You
the
spread
time.
immense amounts of hate, and then when
Which
people
is
respond to
why
And
you use
Ava
that as
just
justification.
and I.
Tim was created by you guys, right?
You guys, what like you're
Well,
putting me in this
the
weird
gender
box.
critical side of TikTok, right?
Okay.
That
Well, I don't think that the term isn't really that harmful.
Tiana, thanks so much for the subscription.
Trans women,
Well,
trans
it's like
men.
misgendering. It's like a cheeky way to misgender someone. I think misgendering is harmful by any account. It does like immense psychological
people-
damage to people who get misgendered.
I see. I don't want to like hurt someone purposely,
though.
but I
You
do
did.
think it's important to have. I think people on the gender critical side, they just find it harmful when trans women try to. They make it so you can't distinguish between them and women, and I think women find
Exactly.
So you can distinguish
women.
between
That's
trans
hurtful to
women
women.
and cis women. There's no problem with distinguishing between trans women and cis women. It's just that both of them are women. Like there are differences between trans women and cis women, differences in experience, differences in like characteristics, but the fact of the matter is that they're both women.
Yeah, so that's where I disagree because, like you said, trans women and women, like they're two different things, and I
Yeah, and black women
that
and white
distinguish.
women are two different things, and we need that distinguisher because
They're still women. They're both women.
Oh, really?
Yeah, as are trans women and cis women. Both of them are women.
And I disagree. So that's why I kind of
So
accept.
on what grounds? Why would you say that trans women are?
Now.
Why would you say that trans women are not women? What's a woman?
To me, sex is a binary, either female or male, and an adult human female is a woman, and an adult human male.
Why do you hold to this?
How do you know if someone is like a female?
Well, because they are.
Oh my fucking god, bro! Like this is what I mean.
The gambites or whatever.
Embarrassing! Embarrassing!
I mean, because according to your logic, I'm a woman. Because I'm an adult human female.
Yes, then you would be correct. However, I can respect you as a trans man. Not a
But how
man,
would
a
you?
trans
But how
man.
would you? How would you know that I was a trans man unless I disclosed that to you? And this is the reason why I don't disclose to people when I first meet them, because
Okay, but that's on you.
people have biases, right?
Okay, but just so you're not disclosing doesn't take from the away from the fact that by my logic you are a woman. However, I will respect you as a trans man. I don't think that's transphobic to say that, to accept reality that there is female and male, female equal, female adult, la 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 la. Like I don't think like to accept that reality makes you transphobic. Like so.
Wait,
Yeah,
but
I
you
do
can't.
think
It
trans
sounds like
women
you
are
can't
men.
even give like the defining characteristic of what a woman is. Like,
You are female. Women are
yeah,
female.
yeah. And what's the defining? How do you know if someone's a female?
Because they have the chromosomes, they have
So what
the
about
body
people who
parts
don't
of
have
it,
the
or the
chromosomes and
gametes.
don't have the gametes? So what about people with Swyer syndrome who have XY chromosomes and don't have ovaries?
So that's like an abnormality, right?
Tashika, thanks so much for the
But they're-
subscription. I appreciate it. Okay,
So
so
that's an
this is just well,
abnormality
but
in sex.
at that point, this is just special pleading. So how do you know that these
For
people
what?
are still females if they don't meet your criteria for what a female is?
But like
Girl, like this is the
abnormality of
first
sex.
line of logic. I can't do it.
This
I'm
is
gonna
like
crash out.
transphobia 101.
I'm gonna crash out, Ian. I'm gonna crash out. This is the. You remember I just said this, Ian. This is the first line of logic. This is the next step, and you have not done the work. This is why you get cooked
need to do
every
work.
time.
I don't need to do work.
Time.
You don't need to do work if you want to get cooked in every single debate. That's true.
see
You
how
can
I've
keep
been
doing what you're
cooked.
doing, but you have no answer.
I don't see how big, what if I said that's wrong?
Oh my god! They hit you with one question, and you're like, like you beatboxing, fucking Busta Rhymes over here. Like, what's going on? What's going on? It's the first step of logic.
No, well, yeah, on TikTok live debates, like
It's just
I don't
logic.
need-
It's
never
just
really
logic.
familiar with intersex people before I came on this.
Logic on TikTok and logic in the real world are the exact same thing. You're held to the exact same
Really?
standard. You should your overall intelligence and IQ and level of reasoning should not lessen when you enter a social media space.
No, I wasn't.
That's not how this works.
I wasn't exposed to this transgender before.
This doesn't matter. It doesn't
it does matter because I've
if you
mostly
have
got
the
most of my
information
reasoning from
and
being
you
on
have
TikTok.
the logic, it never leaves, regardless of the situation
I
that
know,
you are
and I
in.
haven't obtained this logic that you speak of. I don't.
You
I
come into lives all the time.
No, I don't.
Oh my God, Jess!
Just
Everyone
because
knows who
it's
you
in
are.
certain lives doesn't mean I'm in them all the time. In fact, I've
mercy.
watched all of
Anyway.
your. I've mostly I'm just a
Ian,
watcher.
put her in the fucking.
I've seen
put her
your
in the
lives.
fucking kennel.
Jess.
Oh wait,
Jess.
you're all wait. Both of I made both of you mods, so if you want to, you're more than welcome to.
Oh, per.
Yeah.
Jess, why don't you listen to trans people?
I do.
instead?
I've listened to you.
I appreciate that, but you listen to us, but then you don't believe us when we speak to you.
What do you mean? I don't believe you. I don't believe that you're a man.
You don't believe I'm a man, correct?
No, I do. I do believe that you are a trans man, and that's as far as
So
I'll go.
when
I don't
Goose
think that's wrong.
when Goose claims to be a man, what do you think he means by that? Lydia, thanks so much for the subscription. Huge W.
I don't know.
That's a good question. I'd like to, yeah, that's a good question. Because Jess, I may be a little different than some of the other creators on this on TikTok, but
Phoenix,
I
thanks so
don't-
much for the subscription. Huge W.
I don't deny my biology. I'm very well aware, right, that I think at least biologically I'm female. I know that. And you know what? For the longest time, I used to think, man, my life would have been so much easier if I was just born male, right? And the older I get and the more confident I become, the more I enjoy the fact that I wasn't, because I see the men on this app and how uneducated they are with the basics of anatomy, right? And
Jess,
biology
thanks so much for the subscription.
and
I
life
appreciate it, Jess.
experiences. And I like to think, right, that because I was born female, I have more knowledge base than the typical man. I feel like I do. I do. Right. You could laugh all you want. I can
I
guarantee
don't
you
know
I
what you
do.
mean by this.
You know?
But
But
yeah.
I am a man. I am a female at the same time. You
Right.
know?
Okay.
When I walk outside my door every single day, I am treated and seen as a man in society
Mm-hmm.
100% of the time. And the fact that
Okay.
I come onto this app and disclose and share my story is a privilege that I give people. It's not a
Mm-hmm.
right. I'm not required to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I take a lot of heat and hate for it, right? But so be it. As long
Okay.
as
Yeah. That's. I'm glad you have a lot of confidence in who you are. That's
Linz, thanks so much for the subscription. I appreciate it.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have anything else more to say.
All right. You should reconsider your worldview, and I appreciate you coming on up here.
You must have like a kink or something, because I don't know how you can get up and do this shit.
all right, I'm gonna hop down too. Ian, thanks for having me up.
Yeah,
It
thanks
was
so much. Yeah, you were an extreme help. I appreciate it.
it was nice meeting you, Tashika. I always look forward to seeing your lives.
Mm-hmm.
All right, see ya.
I need to maybe I should start doing the topics more. Because one of the main reasons, the main reason I used to start doing these types of topics was because of Adora. And I
Kitty, thanks so
noticed
much for the
that
subscription.
Adora's life experience as a
Kelp,
woman
thanks so much for the subscription. I appreciate it.
is very, very similar to the cis black female experience. Like, it's like every time I heard Adora speak, I was hearing myself. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, me personally, I don't know what you mean, but I'll take your word for it.
No, it's like the masculinization of women that look like me, the fact that I have a deeper than average voice, right? The fact that I have broader shoulders, things like that, or even just me, and the essence of me being a black woman, I am immediately masculinized. And whenever I would hear her speak, I'm like, it sounds just like me. Like her life experiences sound just like me, and that's why it was through her that I realized that like I experienced a lot of gender dysphoria growing up. Like it would drive me insane to the point where it was like genuinely affecting my day to day. Like I didn't know that there was a name for the things that I was experiencing, and I think that's very interesting.
Yeah, I think this is especially why I hate TERFs to like kind of an extreme degree, and it's because they don't recognize like the shared struggle between like feminism and specifically like intersectional feminism and like trans people. The struggles that groups who want liberation are struggling for are very much in line, and these people, quite frankly, just hate trans people.
Oh, definitely.
Thanks so much for the gifts and thanks so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thanks, Nat.
I mean, I've never seen Jess before, but I don't know if she's in like Christie's kind of squad, but I don't know. It seems like there's maybe some hope that for her to like change her. I mean, she seemed at least a little bit receptive when Goose was talking. And if she does change her worldview and realize that her rhetoric and her beliefs are very harmful and incorrect, she's gonna feel really awful about the stuff she said, because like I imagine if someone goes from like extreme TERF gender critical transphobe to like trans ally, or like just seeing things for how they really are, like God, that would make me feel so guilty. Like,
oh yeah, I was like that for a while. What I experienced, and this is what a lot of people experience when they deconstruct their worldviews and then end up having like a drastic change, is they become angry. They become really angry and recluse and depressed, because not only has their entire worldview crumbled, but now they have to acknowledge that they were at least once a terrible person, even though they within themselves did not feel that way.
Yeah, although I do think that it's complicated, because I do think that I think that feeling like you used to be a terrible person, or at least like you've done things that you regret, like I feel like that's super normal. I do think that she needs to, if she changed her mind, she should like make amends with certain people. She should like flip the sides that she's advocating for. And she should, after she's done all that stuff, she should forgive herself. I don't know. I think that that's like the healthiest thing
For
that
sure.
she could do.
Yeah.
It
And,
takes a
like,
lot of strength to do so, though. It takes a lot of introspection.
yeah, like my first introduction to trans people was when I was probably like, I don't know, 14, 15 or something. And it was like Calvin Guerra, Blair White, like that kind of rhetoric. And so I would watch their videos and I would, they would like talk about quote unquote trans trenders. And basically they would just like laugh at non-binary people.
Oh,
They would do.
yeah. Classic.
And so that's like the stuff, like I thought being trans had very specific criteria, and anyone who said they were trans and didn't fall within that criteria, that they were just, like faking it or something. And believe it or not, the person that made me realize that you don't have to have dysphoria to be trans, you don't have to look a certain way to be trans or any of that was Vosh. As many problems as I have with him now.
No,
I mean,
that's
he's
too
pretty good at-
relatable.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I have problems with him, but
Yeah,
he
of
is the
course.
person that made me realize that, my worldview was wrong and harmful.
Nah. For me, it was Hunter Avalon. Oh my God.
For me, so there was just like one time, it was like my freshman year of college, and I was in the dorm arguing with this person where I like knew that, I guess at first I was like confused about it, but I just accepted it because like, why not? And I was just like arguing with someone, and they were giving like basic, like level 1 transphobic takes, and I just had like genuinely nothing to say. And I just felt like so stupid in that moment. Like I got rolled in the debate in the dorm room, and I was like, fuck. So I went on like a big journey of just like researching it a whole lot to understand it better. But I don't know, there's like a lot of nuance and confusion, I think, about it.
My journey really started.
Spoofniks, thanks so much for
My
you're going
journey
crazy.
started like with religion because I grew up very, very religious. My mom's an evangelist. My dad's a minister. Excuse me. And like, so I grew up really, 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 really religious. And I remember one day, because my whole life I had been struggling with my orientation.
Yeah.
But also like religion has harmed me in a lot of ways, particularly like my OCD, which is a pretty common thing with like religious trauma. But like I remember I had always had this issue where I would go to school because I would do really good in school, and I was taught some like really
Hannah, thanks so
impressive
much for the
things in
subscription.
school. And I remember always thinking to myself, I trust the way that I've been taught, in terms of education, because the thing that I'm very proud of in terms of my schooling that is uncommon for other kids in my area was that my teachers gave a fuck about me. And instead of just teaching me the subjects, they taught me how to know when things were true. And that was the main thing. They were like, anything that I teach you here, you can correct me. You can find extra evidence and then correct me. And that is something that was taught to me at a very young age. And so obviously that conflicted with my religious views because critical thought is not required for religion. And I remember one day I think I was about 18 years old. I had this friend group that I would play League of Legends with. Don't talk to me.
Cringe.
Hey, not too much. Anyway, so like, I had this friend group, and there was this guy. His name was Soren, and he was in a polyamorous relationship. And we were discussing that type of lifestyle. And I was like, well, don't you think that that's like hedonistic? And he was like, hedonistic? he was like, Julie, that is a inherently like religious term. That's like not a real thing within this context. And then like when he explained that to me, I kind of just sat and I was like, how much, because by this time I was already deconstructing my religious views. I was like, how much of my life and how much of the things that I believe in start from my religion.
Yeah.
And when I tell you I experienced ego death, I was like, I literally had to drop everything that I thought I knew. Like, dropped everything. And that day I prayed for the last time, and I haven't. Like, it's crazy. But then it just kind of like snowballed into these other things. Like,
Kai, thanks so much for the subscription.
what
I
do I believe I know, and what is actually the truth? But when I was going through that, I was very angry. I was very depressed at myself because I had realized that I was treating people like shit. Because in my head, right? Because he explained to me how me calling him being in a polyamorous relationship hedonistic is actually really hurtful. And then in my head, I'm like, I didn't feel like that was hurtful. I wasn't trying to be hurtful. But then I had to go back and be like, holy shit, how many people have I hurt using logic that I can't even fucking substantiate? My head exploded.
It's like scary to like deconstructing is like scary because you're like, you don't know what's real. Because you don't have, you were never taught any method of like truth finding, you know, or like determining what's real and what's not. So like you just have to basically start from scratch a lot of the time, and it's really scary.
That does sound really scary. I'm sure like the switch from like dogma to like thinking critically about issues. Because I feel like me leaving my religion was like super basic because I stopped going to church in like third grade. And largely, I think I probably just didn't get it. I knew that Jesus existed. He was like a good guy or whatever. But like church was boring. And then eventually my family stopped taking me. And then in eighth grade, I had a friend who was an atheist and we talked about religion. And then my worldview came like collapsing down. Like all of the religion stuff just completely collapsed. But I guess it wasn't that big of a part of my life. So, but deconstruction does sound like very scary.
Yeah, I mean, mine wasn't as scary as I think some other people's were. Like, if you're like, especially like, I can't imagine deconstructing from like Mormonism. That would be terrifying. Or like the way more like dogmatic religions. But I mean, like I went to youth group every Wednesday, church every Sunday. I got confirmed. I went on all the mission trips, all the winter retreats. I did a Bible study. Like I was in it until I was like 17, and then it was like COVID, and so I don't know, I watched Jimmy Snow on YouTube when his channel was Dear Mr. Atheist.
Yeah,
and I think that's kind of what got me to start questioning things, and then it was just like then afterwards I feel like this is pretty common, like I went from Christian to just like quote unquote spiritual, and now I'm like a skeptic. So I feel like I needed that middle part in order to get to where I am. But.
Yeah, huge W progression. No, it's a really good progression. Blitz, are you here to add something, or are you here for like debates? What do you?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Just imagine being beta cupped, brainwashed as a child. L Tashika, L Lydia.
Built different.
Imagine nibbling on the same Pringle from 3 months ago.
Bro, how else are you going to get that juicy flavor?
Oh, not juicy. If your Pringles are juicy, you got to return them.
That's a fact.
Juicy Pringles? Oh my God, you need to be locked up.
That's crazy. No, but those stories are like very insightful. I think like the backgrounds that various people have are very interesting. But
also just to shill, people, and you know, I haven't watched Vosh's content for 2 years now, but people like dunk on him and are like, oh, Vosh is shit, blah. Like he does, like as evidenced by this panel, he does a lot of good. He brings a lot of people over.
You can't give this take anymore. Wait, trust me, you can't. This isn't a take that you can put out into the ether anymore. No, it's over. Vosh is like so cooked.
What did he do?
It's like every month. He
was
like in some other shit.
A corn folder that he opened on stream by accident had.
Yeah, I heard about that. What does that have to do with about how much good he does for bringing people to the left?
Were there kids on there?
There's like animated kids on there.
Yeah, I mean, but I do like. I mean, I mean, since it's Vosh, if you want to look at his work from utilitarian perspective, like, I mean, he has changed a lot of minds, specifically on the trans issue as well, which is great. But yeah, he's very questionable.
No, that's I like my deep dark secret is that I watched him all the way up until that, and at that I was like, you know what?
Yeah, same. I was
I'm good. I'm so good. I'm good. I'm all
I've
right.
never actually watched any of them. The only person that I watched was Hunter Avalon.
Well,
and that
you know
was
who
after
changed-
he became a social democrat.
You know who did that though, Tashika? Vosh. You should watch the debate between him and Vosh. That's literally when Hunter started questioning his worldview, like, really intensely.
No, but I agree. I do think like a lot of people I know did come from Bosch, and I think that I can recognize the good that he's done, while also recognizing that he's like just like a really bad person to be
He's not a
representing
god.
anything.
Yeah, but
I mean, you should be embarrassed for watching him, but like to say that you used to watch him is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Emma, he didn't.
No,
You
yeah,
will.
that's yeah.
Just
Yeah.
know that like if you did watch Vosh, you will get your 10 lashings when the time comes.
Yeah,
What's fine?
when we achieve perfect communism.
It's a net positive.
Yeah.
He did not call for CP legalization. He was making a point that I think is like pretty easily understood personally. It was kind of like just almost like a reductio.
I'd
but
like to
a
know
lot
what
of
that
people
point
didn't
is.
get it.
Message
Yeah,
me
wait, so
that.
it's like the same way. So some vegans will ask the question like, why is it okay to like eat an animal, but it's not okay to fuck an animal? And the point there is not that they want to fuck animals.
Flipped and
It's that they
shipped.
think,
Ian wants to fuck animals.
Oh,
oh no, don't tell your friends. No, but it's
clip
like
it, clip it.
The point of the vegans is not that they want to fuck animals, but rather that they want you to acknowledge that the other thing is bad. So
Right.
when Vosh was like, well, why isn't child porn legal or whatever the argument was, what he was essentially saying is that there's like a lot of industries that function off of like child labor that are normalized and okay, but probably shouldn't be.
Oh, he ate with that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was basically a reductio. So, but like people like lost their fucking minds about it. I mean, now knowing what was in the folder, it's like pretty. It makes it look worse. But I really think that point wasn't something to like.
I'm gonna be delusional and say that he was using that for evidence. I'm just gonna say that.
No, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, he was just debate lording. Exactly, Emma.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think that there's like lots to criticize Vosh for. I also think the ironic misogyny. I think that like there's no justification for that either. I think that there's like a lot of things to genuinely and legitimately criticize Vosh for. I just think that you need to go after like the real things, not the fake ones.
Yeah.
But we
But
can.
yeah, people can't read though, so.
No,
I'm
that's
not-
true. Yeah, people love like
Or watch
compilations.
anything longer than 5 seconds.
Or have any comprehension skills. Oh my god!
Yeah.
AJ and I crash out all the time because of people's lack of comprehension. And every day we do it.
What was the thing yesterday? Tashika was just running a live just to talk to chat, and
Oh my
her
what,
dad
Papa?
and like yeah,
Wait,
like
was that this morning when
Yeah, it was
I said
maybe-
something
maybe
really
it was
weird that I don't
this morning
remember?
for you.
Yeah.
What did I say? I just fucking rolled in and
Oh yeah,
rolled out.
you're in Narnia or some shit, Blitz. Anyway, so yeah, in Patois, the word to describe an Asian person is, or words to describe an Asian person is a slur in America. And I had to stop everything. I had to stop everything and be like, chat, don't be dumb. Don't be stupid. This is a part of the language. And this.
Oh, what's the word?
You want me to say it, Blitz? What's wrong with you? But like,
Damn, Blitz is an op.
Hashtag
he really
recording.
is though, low key. Like, Blitz is my biggest op, but he's like a ninja op. Anyway, so he just like appears. You summon him. Genie op head ass. But here's the thing. But yeah, like the words used to describe Asian people in Jamaica and Patois is a slur in America. But it's not a slur in Jamaica. They refer to themselves that way as well. But I feel like I acknowledge immediately, a lot of the people who watch my content, and this is like This is something that I crashed out on with AJ not too long ago. Patios? No. This is something that I crashed out with AJ a lot because people. Okay, how do I say this in the nicest way possible, Ian? You know that's hard for me. Me, Parker, Dean, you, Lydia, Harry, we go out and we do the work.
Mm-hmm.
We do the work, we create the thoughts, we demonstrate the arguments, we break down the logic. We do all of this not just for entertainment, but for the education of the people watching us. And
hey,
whatever, Blitz. So
yeah, Blitz is an op.
Yeah,
no, you're spreading
bro.
misinformation.
You're cooked anyway.
Physics isn't real, by the way.
I'm gonna die.
Bro has a PhD in fake shit. That's crazy.
Yeah. Could you show me? Could you go into a forest and show me a force, like one force? Could you bring one back for me?
Does your career even exist without the human mind, dude? Like, anyway, bro has a career in concepts. Anyway.
Is your field even unified right now? By the way.
Dude, we're such haters. Look at him. Oh my god. Oh, I will never not take time to shit on Blitz. But yeah, what I was saying is, I get so disappointed with a lot of the people who view my content and watch my content because some things that I notice is that intellectually, and it hurts to say, they're on the same level as the people that we speak to every day.
Oh yeah, yep. Yep. That's
and it's
true.
like, and here, my philosophy is this: I don't care if you came to the correct conclusion. If you came to the correct conclusion, but the way in which you got there was incorrect, no.
That's why you fucking show your work when you're doing a math problem.
Be quiet, man.
No, that's a really good
But that
analogy.
is true.
Yeah.
That is 100% true. Because I don't want to scare y'all, but I see when some of y'all go up on other lives and try to debate. Some of you do good, some of you questionable. But it's just like
Grimlock with the W.
What are we doing?
Massive W Grimlock.
What are we doing?
Oh,
you know
Callie,
what I mean?
thanks so much for the subscription. I'm sorry if I didn't say that, but Callie, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
But like, they're on the same level intellectually as the people who we debate all the time. And so when I say something and they get mad at me, or I have to explain my native language to people, and they are speaking to me as if I'm some kind of monster, using no critical thought, it makes me really upset. Because it's like, why do you even watch my content? Why do you... And I realize, just as we were talking about before, in the case of Christy, is her audience watches her because she sounds good. And what is coming out of her mouth are things that they already agree with.
Yeah.
And I notice that a lot of my audience is doing the exact same thing. And that pisses me off.
You can't make
really
people
mad.
smart by talking to them. Unfortunately, they have to want to think.
I know.
Unfortunately, some people have the right ideas. I mean, like, I have the exact same thing happening to me, but it's like, you know, scientific concepts and flat earth and stuff. A bunch of people come on and cheer me on or whatever, and then they go and they do it themselves and they embarrass the position, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my God. This is like a PSA. Everyone needs to hear this. Tune in. It's extremely important. If you're not good at debate, if you don't have like a good understanding of what you're talking about, just don't debate. Just don't do it. There's no reason to. You make the side, especially if it's like people's lives. Like the number of people who tried to debate like the trans topic but have literally no fucking clue what they're talking about. Like, just don't do it. Just like leave it to people who actually understand it. You're not gonna help. You're literally just embarrassing the position.
No, literally. And that's a great way to say that. But the thing is though, because they have this confirmation bias when they hear us speak, I believe that they genuinely know what they're talking about. And they don't. Because there's a level of like in order to be able to debate certain topics, you're going to be able to know, you should be able to know and be able to respond to every rebuttal that your opponent could have. That's the
Yeah.
point. That's what they teach you when you're learning about arguments. That's what they teach you when you're writing a research paper, right? You have not even a research paper, an argumentative paper, right? And this is where I learned a lot of my debate skills as well, is my teachers were always like, look, when you're writing an argumentative paper, you need to know every conceivable rebuttal that people will have. And you will need to address that within your paper. That's how you get into the habit of, when you have a particular stance, you always need to go look at who disagrees and why. And not only do you need to know who disagrees and why, you need to know the intricacies of why they disagree. Once you know that, you will always have a rebuttal, or you won't, and that's fine. It's fine to not have a rebuttal, but you need to know the opponent's arguments. Like, I feel like in the context of debates, it is more important to know about the opponent's arguments than for yours. Because that is literally what is going to win you the argument.
Yep. Anyway, I have like a diagram, and if I could. God damn
it never works.
Yeah. Wait. So we have like
strong.
this circle. So this circle is like the worldview that you have for the topic, or like the worldview that people who are good at debate have for the topic. It's very big, and sometimes people will raise like certain objections to the worldview, as represented by like the first dot or whatever. And because you have like the full worldview, you have answers to it. You have the second dot, and like the third dot, you have reasons why their objection doesn't make sense, because you have a holistic understanding of the concept itself. Now, people will see just this line and they'll take just this line. Just knowing the line doesn't work.
That's their worldview.
You're not going to win you're not going to win any debates if all you can do is just the line. It's going to work for some, probably not very many. What you need to answer more nuanced objections is the entire circle. And the unfortunate part, a lot of people want to debate. Very few people want to put in the work to actually be good at debate. Like, a lot of people want to have the circle, but don't want to put in the work that it takes to actually get the circle.
There's people like, so, I mean, because I'm one of like the not pro-professional, but like in favor of science, a lot of people will be like, hey, can you debate this thing? Like, people will ask me, can you do vaccines? Can you debate vaccines? And like, I probably could, but that would mean I'd have to invest 6 to 8 hours just compiling resources and reading papers and educating myself on the topic, because even though I have like a decent understanding of what's going on, I don't know the entire story, right? And so like it would be irresponsible for me to actually introduce that as a new debate topic.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to do it.
Yes. Yeah. I think it's especially true. I think it's like less true with topics that don't have like real world impacts. I don't know, like if the atheist gets like waxed on like the God topic, that's embarrassing. Like it's harmful to the position, but that's like very different than like someone getting waxed on like the trans topic. Like, you make the entire position, like real human lives look like a joke because of you. If you just get blown the fuck out.
They create TERFs. They create bigots. And it's just, I just don't get it. I don't get it. But like Blitz said, it is irresponsible. I feel like people don't realize that it is not just problematic, it is irresponsible to do that.
Yeah.
Like, I just, and it's fun to watch us debate. It's fun to do that. But like, I feel like people forget, we don't get up and just do this for no reason. We didn't just get up and be like, we're going to debate. Like, no.
Yeah, fuck, let's run it. I don't know fucking goddamn anything about, like, I don't know, like, pick a real world struggle. Like, I don't know anything about like women or like what they go through, but let's debate feminism. I'm gonna get embarrassed by every single guest.
Yeah, like I just no. It makes me so sad.
I think, well, so I already told Jashika this the other night, but I was just watching Divine's live. He's like a Christian pro-life person, and I was watching him debate abortion. And I mean, like, the pro-choicers who were coming up to debate him just sounded like pro-lifers who come and debate us. I mean, just the worst arguments you've ever heard, and it's like the good arguments were right there, and they just didn't use them. Like
I've heard people say that a zygote isn't even human, and I was like, "What the or that it's not alive?" And I was like, "You don't have to concede."
Oh God, no.
Yeah, it's like they have these Twitter arguments. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lydia. I'm sorry. It's just
no, it's okay. I was just gonna say there was this one guy and he was saying like, well, I'm like pro-life and pro-choice. I'm pro-life for the woman.
I'm an idiot.
I know. He's like, I'm pro-life for the woman's life and pro-choice for her choice. I'm like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? Or like, even when like I'm watching someone debate, like if I'm watching any of you guys debate, I'll be reading the chat, and like the chat tries to also give arguments against the opposition, and it's just like doesn't follow at all. Like
Yeah,
they're just doesn't follow at all.
Oh yeah, sorry to interrupt, but they're like literally just not tracking the conversation at all. But I do feel this, like especially with like the pro-choice argument. There's some pro-choice arguments that are like genuine dog shit. These people have not thought about this issue. I'll be waiting in the queue, or I used to do this. I haven't debated abortion in a while, but I'd be like waiting in the queue to get onto like the pro-lifers live, and the person ahead of me is like, well, but would you really want them to grow up in poverty? Is that really what you want for them? And I'm like,
oh my God, Ian.
Kill me!
What if they're gonna be a baby Austrian painter?
What if they end up being like Hitler? No, it's just like.
To be fair, totally fine argument if somebody says, "What if they're gonna grow up to cure cancer?" Totally valid criticism.
Like if that's like your front line, like oh my God, oh God, like I can't, I just can't, I can't do it.
Yeah, it's very painful, and it's like I don't know. I just wish it makes me wonder if people are actually listening.
Hear you.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Why the fuck did Christy just?
Oh no.
Does she want to come up?
Asking why I'm calling her a violent transphobe. Just so you guys know, Christy is my TikTok manager. You know, she helped me get into an agency. W, she ate with that one. 8. But still, no, she is a violent. She asked me why I'm calling her a violent transphobe. Girl, because you are. Because you are. You are a violent transphobe. You platform the worst of the worst. You are, and that's fine. But like, it's not fine. But like, you just are. It's a demonstrable fact.
Yo, she's requesting to join. Do we want to?
Oh my God. Oh
I've never talked to her before. I mean,
I can't do it.
We totally don't have to if you don't want to.
No, I can do it. It's just gonna be annoying. I don't see the point in her arguments, and like I don't know why she's even denying this fact. You cause harm. You hurt people.
She's not a violent transphobe. She just is upset and doesn't like trans people.
I mean, you can bring her up if you want to.
No, wait. It's like it's totally your call.
No, we could. Lydia, do you feel up to it?
I don't care. I've never talked to her before, but I don't care what you do.
Yeah, you can.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello. I'm just been listening, and I'm a little bit confused. Why am I a violent transphobe? And I've never once said ever that I've disliked trans people. My stance is really clear. I don't think that men should be in any women's spaces. Period. That's my stance. I don't know why that's a violent transphobe. I don't.
That's cool, but that's not mutually exclusive with the belief that trans women are women. So you can say that like, well, the only people in women's spaces should be women, and I would just say that's cool. Well, trans women are women.
Yeah, and I would fundamentally disagree with that. They're males, so males can't be that.
So what's going to be the necessary and sufficient condition that makes someone male or female?
Wait, hold on a second. Are we debating right now?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, we could. Like, it's
I
it's
thought
up to you.
I thought that's what we wanted to do. You were asking why we were calling you a violent.
Well, no,
transphobe,
I was just curious because me and Baby Bop actually had conversations months back.
We have.
About my stance and her stance, and I've never said anything negative about her. I let her. She does her thing. I do my thing, and that's generally, what we do.
Yes, Christy, we have spoken a lot, and I did say for that while we did actually get along, right? Because I did want to try to understand you as a person, and I could kind of see why you believe the things that you believe in. Does that make you not a violent transphobe? No, my stance has always been the same. Have I taken the time to try to understand you? Absolutely. We've spent hours on the phone speaking to each other about our stances. But I don't think a single one of your arguments is valid here. So like we can demonstrate how this can be the case if you can just follow Ian's argument.
Yeah, sure. Like where do you want to start? You want to start with what men and women are?
Yeah, just like what's the necessary? Well, so you said like males and females, but what's the necessary and sufficient condition for those things?
So males typically denote individuals that produce
I saw
small
that.
gametes. I'm sorry.
So typically it's going to be like a kind of a weak start when I'm asking for a necessary and sufficient condition. If it's
Well,
typically,
I'm
then it's
giving
not
it to you.
necessary and sufficient.
Okay. I'm giving it to you. What men and women are. I think every biologist on Earth knows what men and women are. I mean, it's pretty simple. So men will denote, males will denote the people that are born producing small gametes and that have the ability to impregnate people, and women have and girls, females have large gametes, and they are of the nature to be impregnated.
Okay, so the obvious objection is just going to be like, well, what about people who are infertile, people who don't produce small gametes, people who can't be impregnated, etc. Like, how
Yeah,
do you account
sure.
for all these people? Like, it sounds like if there are exceptions, then it's not actually a necessary and sufficient condition.
Well, no, that's the basic condition, and typically their bodies organize around those things. So
Hmm.
even though they have like an infertile issue, or if they're born without a uterus with MRKH syndrome, or they've let's say they've maybe had a hysterectomy, we wouldn't make them any less women. They're all still females. That's it.
Oh, that's cool. But typically it doesn't get us universals. Like, just affirming that they're females doesn't explain why. Like, why would these people be considered females if your condition for being a female does not include them?
Well,
Right.
because we
Like,
know that
do you know
there's
what necessary and
abnormalities.
sufficient means?
Yeah, so
We
this is
know
just
that
gonna be
there's
like a fundamental misunderstanding of logic, and I can explain it to you. So let's say that we have 80,000 grapes that are red, and there's like 3 grapes that are green. Now, if we have 80,000 red grapes and 3 green grapes, would we say that all these grapes are red?
Yeah, I don't think we would use that in biology, because we know that in humans and in plants and in animals, the only thing that really determines it is gametes.
But that's not
pretty cut and dry.
true though, because there's lots
It
of
is.
people who don't produce gametes.
Well, it's a really rare, it's a real rare abnormality, right?
So it
It's
sounds like you actually
abnormal.
don't have a universal definition then.
Well, no, that is my universal definition. That's
So
what the
so
word
it's
female
universal
woman
except
is.
in all the it's universal except in all the cases where it's not universal. Got
Well,
it.
no, it is. But if a woman is born without a uterus and her body's still organized around that, that's what we condition women to be, females to be, girls
Oh,
too.
so
And the problem, my argument is really simple. We would have to have a word that would describe what adult human females are in order to put protections in place globally, because we know that globally women and girls are oppressed. Would you agree with that?
Well, so this is just like a pivot to pragmatics. We're talking about like metaphysics of just like, are trans women women, are trans men men. You can
But
try
we
to
have to go
pivot,
back to
like
what
this
men
is
and women are, right?
but again, this is just like a pivot to pragmatics. We're specifically talking about metaphysics. Pragmatics are irrelevant, but I'd specifically ask you because you said that these people are still females or still males because their body's
Sure.
organized in this specific way. I guess I would just ask you what's the necessary and sufficient condition for telling if someone's body is organized in this way? It's just going to come back to the same question. You can kick the can down the road as much as you want, but it is going to come back to if you have this trait, then you're a man. If you don't have this trait, then you're not a man.
Well, I think I just answered your question. Just because there's like abnormalities or anomalies, we wouldn't recategorize something, right? Like if we were born without an
So
arm, we
why?
wouldn't say that we were less human because we were missing a part.
So people with Swyer syndrome don't produce like gametes, for example. So why
No,
would
that's
you
not,
say that?
that's not necessarily true.
Sure. So let's just talk about the people who don't like the people with Swyer syndrome who don't produce these like the large gametes. So for these people specifically, why would you categorize these people as females if your criteria is the production of these gametes?
Because they have an inactive SRY gene, which would make them female.
Oh, so you're saying that if you have an activated SRY gene, then you're male, and if you don't, then you're female. Is that going to be true in every case?
Pretty much, yeah. If the SRY gene is active, they're male.
Okay, and you would affirm that as being a universal.
I would say so for humans.
Yes.
At least.
Okay, that's not true because there's females, people who have SR or who have Swyer syndrome that is SRY positive. These people are considered females by the vast majority, like the entire scientific consensus that these people are females, but they have an SRY gene that is currently activated, whereas people who have XX male
Can you show me?
syndrome,
Can you show me
SRY
that?
negative. Yes, I can. I'd be happy to. Yeah. So if
Yes,
you
please.
type in Swyer syndrome, or SRY positive, or XX male syndrome, SRY negative, then you'll realize that around 20% of people with Swyer syndrome and 20% of people with XX male syndrome actually do and don't have the SRY gene respectively, which means that your criteria cannot beat the SRY gene.
Okay, I'd have to read what you just said, because from my understanding, if you have an SRY gene, an active SRY gene, then you are male.
Okay, I can just like show it on my screen if you want.
Sure. How many cases did you say there were?
I don't really think it matters.
And
Because
and you're also going by genetic abnormalities.
yes,
This
yeah.
is
So
the reason
so
why we
again,
would-
so this is just like the second time that you've just like failed to track the logic. So
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
trying
no,
to
I
make
didn't- I
you're
didn't
trying to
fail
make
to
a
track the
universal
logic.
statement. and
I've watched you debate, and I've watched you just
can't make a
continuously
well,
interrupt people over
You're
and over.
doing
But
meta
go ahead.
commentary. You're doing
Yeah,
meta
I'm-
commentary right now, and I really don't care. So the fact of
Yeah,
the matter is
okay.
that you can't make a universal statement without actually having a universal criteria. So if this doesn't hold in all cases, then you can't make the statement as a universal.
I would disagree with that, and I would say if a person is born without a leg, would we recategorize what a human being is? I mean, I'm just asking you a
Being a
question.
human being is not determined by whether or not you have 2 arms or 2 legs. Being a
Yeah,
human being
exactly.
is typically categorized in a genetic way.
Yeah, I would never say it's a universal statement that all humans have 2 legs, because that's not true. Lots of
But my
people
question
don't
would
have
be
2
if-
legs.
Right, but that's my point. If they didn't have the second leg, would they still be a human being? It's
Yeah,
plain
they
and
would,
simple.
because we wouldn't classify humanity based on whether or not you have 2 legs. That's the difference.
Oh, okay. So we wouldn't base. So what's your link?
Yeah.
there
So in the
to
same way,
to Swyer syndrome?
we wouldn't base being a human off of having 2 legs, because there's people who don't have 2 legs. We wouldn't classify female or male as not having the SRY gene or having the SRY gene, because there's people who fit into these categories who do not have that characteristic.
And the point
that
is-
just means that it's not a universal foundationally.
Right, but we wouldn't reclassify what human beings are, because we could still identify the fact that they are humans, even though they're missing something. And it's the same thing. It's the
But
same
you
thing
would
with,
appeal to a different criteria. That's the thing.
it's the same thing with women that have MRKH syndrome that are missing a uterus. It's the same exact thing. They still categorize as female.
Yes,
period.
correct. Yeah, but this is just like going
And
to
you
be like
have to categorize.
This
and
is
you'd
going to
be
be
able-
this is going to be the 3rd tracking failure. So we would not categorize
it's not.
humans based on just like whether or not you have 2 legs. That's an absurd criteria. That would include like chimpanzees and shit. Like so many things have 2 legs that are not just humans.
That's not what I said, though, respectfully. I also, really quickly, I also did message Baby Bop to have a debate with me and Envy and Baby Bop and Lydia on my or somebody else's panel to have this conversation. You guys declined, because I would also like to clear my stance up again, because I keep hearing you guys saying that I'm a violent transphobe, which I think is pretty strange.
I don't
but,
know why you just pivoted, but go
yeah.
off.
I'm not, though. I mean, listen, I'm up here in good faith. There's 4 against 1. It's not a problem. I don't.
Wait. This is come on. Be real. This is a 1v1.
No, I'm
Come
not.
on.
I'm saying
Neither
off here
of
by
us
myself
said
in good
anything to you.
faith. Anyway,
didn't say anything
I
to
also. It's really simple. I invited you to come and do a debate. I also said that I'd like to donate the proceeds to charity. You said Lydia declined while you're up here saying that I'm a violent transphobe. So I'm just asking you again, would you like to have a conversation so I can clarify?
Because Christy, you still hold views despite the preponderance of evidence of the contrary.
What's
That
the
is why
preponderance of
because you
evidence?
platform people, right? And you allow people to come onto your platform and harm marginalized groups. That is why I call
How do
you
I
a
allow
violent
people to
transphobe.
harm?
I'm gonna.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Wait, I just want to get back to the debate just a little bit. So, as we can read here, so the name of this article is SRY negative XX male with normal genitals, complete masculinization and infertility. And then if we scroll down to the highlighted section, we see the existence of SRY negative males ruled out the prevailing notion that the mere presence of the SRY gene determines maleness.
Okay. Well, I'll be
Yep.
more than happy to read that study.
Yep. Well,
I
mean,
still
it's,
wouldn't.
yeah,
I
sure.
still wouldn't. Again, I still wouldn't say that we wouldn't be able to classify what men and women and males and females are.
Yeah, that's cool.
So Christy,
but then it seems like you just don't have a criteria then.
So I think what's happening here, and hopefully I can just provide some clarification, because I think there's some talking past each other. What Ian is asking for specifically is a criterion that always holds and has no exceptions. For example, we would say that a number is always even if it's divisible by 2 in a way that results in a whole number. That has no exceptions. So we can look at any number and we can see whether it's even or not by checking. Is it divisible by 2 with a whole number as the result? Yes or no? If yes, it's even. If no, then not even. The point is okay. Is there an equivalent thing? Is there an equivalent definition that you can give for maleness or whatever the topic of conversation is that has that same level of universality? Because
I would say
that's what we're trying to do. Okay,
cool.
I would say no. That's why I used the word typically when I first made the statement. So
that's explicitly not what they asked you.
Yeah, and the problem is that typically doesn't exclude trans people from their gender.
I wouldn't. It's simple. So let me ask you a question. Anybody actually, who can you tell me what you think a woman is? Is it?
Yeah, so a woman is going to be an adult human whose gender identity aligns with the gender societally associated with females.
Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean? Which part of that? There's a lot of words there.
Yeah, you're saying like typically associated with females. Like what is that?
Yeah. So that we have these gender categories in society. We have these norms about like constructed around how people should act based on their sex. We have these categories, man and woman, and people have gender identities. They have a desire to be gendered in a very specific way, and some like the desire is going to be gendered in accordance or not in accordance with a specific category. But additionally, I would like to point out to the audience that this is a pivot, that she basically fully conceded the fact that she could not defend her definition.
All right, so I'll concede to the fact that I couldn't defend my definition. Okay, so can we move on to the question I asked you? You're saying that societal norms. Can you tell me what those are?
The societal norms for... Yeah, so it's just going to be like societally dependent. But again, so I just want to be clear, my definition is not saying that you need to do XYZ societal norm in order to be this. You just need to desire to be gendered through the lens of this category.
Oh, okay. So you just have to basically be self-declared, and then
I'm a self-ID connoisseur.
Are you being sarcastic? Are you being serious?
No, I'm being dead serious. I think self-ID is the only coherent criteria.
Okay, so being a woman or a girl is just basically somebody that just self-declares that they are?
Yeah, so it's self-ID that results from a desire to be gendered in a specific way. That like a trans man wants to be viewed through the lens of manhood, whereas a trans woman wants to be viewed through the lens of womanhood. It's that desire that makes someone a man or a woman.
Can you elaborate further? What is that? What is womanhood? Can you explain what a man like, just clarify what you mean by that.
Yeah, so it's just going to be dependent, like, from society to society, but it's like we view things through different lenses depending on the context. And a great example of that is going to be like if you saw a banana taped to the ground, just like walking down the street, you'd probably think, wow, that's trash. But if you saw a banana taped to the wall in an art museum, you'd think, wow, that's art. You would view it through a different lens because it's a different situation. It's a different context. In order to, when someone desires to be a man or a woman, what they're desiring is to be viewed through the lens of manhood or the lens of womanhood.
Right, and I'm saying that's pretty vague. When you say manhood and womanhood, can you be more specific what that means? Like, say let's use the United States. Well, let's use the United States as a society. So, like, what would make somebody a man in the United States? Because I would just say somebody that is a man in the United States would be somebody that is an adult human male.
No, but you wouldn't say that.
What was your definition?
So you wouldn't say that because you already conceded your definition is incoherent. But
I would say that it's adult human male. That's the definition that I would use to describe what a man is. Can you just tell me what you would say?
So you wouldn't say that because you verbally, for everyone in front of like 1,500 people, you verbally for everyone conceded that your definition was incoherent. So you actually wouldn't say that.
No, I mean, you're using genetic anomalies again. So again, I would still hold tight on my condition that it would be an adult human male. So
no, you already conceded, my dude. You're just like it sounds like you're just trying to be like a top tier gaslighter.
Did you just misgender her?
I'm sorry about that. My dude is gender neutral.
I don't care about pronouns. You could call me he. I really don't give a shit. It doesn't matter to me. But my question is, I just want you to can you clarify to me like what an adult human male is in like American society, for example? Like what would it be? Would it just be like solely falling on masculinity?
Whether someone's an adult human male, I mean, I'm agnostic to what determines a male and what determines a female.
No,
I have no idea.
Well, I'm just saying you made a statement that said an adult human male. I'm sorry, you made a statement that it's a self-declaration would make somebody be an adult human male just because they said so.
Wait. Well, no, but that's not what. Okay, because that's not how I'm defining the word. So when a trans man claims to be a man, what do you think they're claiming to be? Like, what do you think they mean by when they say man?
Well, I asked you the question. Can you
So
answer mine?
yeah. So that is not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that a trans man is not claiming to be an adult human male. That's just like a fundamental misunderstanding, and I actually don't think that you even believe that. I think it's ridiculous to say that a trans man would ever think that they're like an adult human male.
I don't think
if you ask like Goose, for example, who was on earlier, he said pretty directly that he's an adult human female.
I understand that, but I'm asking you what your opinion is on what you think American society deems to be a man.
Oh, so what American society deems to be a man versus what my coherent definition is are going to be completely different things. But this is just going to be like an appeal to majority. If the majority of American society believed that the sun orbited the Earth, that wouldn't make it so.
I understand, but I'm asking you. You're saying it's what society deems. So I'm just asking you to follow up with that. What does American society deem to be a man?
So okay, wait, but that's not actually what I'm saying. So I'm not saying that the person who's a man is like whoever American society deems to be a man. It's just that society constructs like these social categories, that we have the man category and the woman category, and these are just like the normative characteristics that are associated with each sex.
What are those characteristics? That's
yeah,
what I'm
so it's going to be
asking.
different from society. It's just going to be like the social expectations that are placed onto men or women, the expectation to be masculine or be feminine. But of course, that is not to say that somebody, in order to actually be this, they need to be masculine or be feminine, but rather just that they need to have a desire to be viewed through the lens of these categories, the category of man or woman in the first place. That's what makes them a man or a woman. It's not being masculine or being feminine. It's a desire to be viewed through that specific lens.
Okay, so it's basically you're using pretty much like sexist stereotypes. Is that what you're using to?
No, and it's like kind of crazy.
She did the meme.
And it's like kind of crazy because that's like not even a little bit of
because everywhere I go on Earth,
all.
every place I would go in the world, they would know that I would be a female, a woman. They would recognize me as such. So that's what I'm asking you. You're saying that it's just like societal norms and societal expectations, pretty much. And I would say that would,
no, and I explained it like extremely like excruciating detail, but I'll differentiate it.
You didn't
again.
really though. Yeah,
okay,
you didn't really clarify it. I'm asking you like specifically in the United States, what would we deem a man and a woman to be? And you're saying
I'm not sure what the relevance is for what American society, because my definition isn't based off of what American society deems to be a man or what American society deems to be a woman.
Well, how do you define those words then? So when I hear
I've already
woman,
defined them, but I'll define
like,
them again for you for a second time. So
you're saying somebody that self-declares that they're a man or a woman, that's your definition.
So a man, my definition specifically, like my formal definition, a man is an adult human whose gender identity aligns with the gender societally associated with males. A woman is an adult human whose gender identity aligns with the gender societally associated with females.
Right, and then when I asked you to follow up with that, did you say masculinity?
Which word do you want like further clarification on, or like what set of words do you want further clarification on?
You're saying like societal norms, like societal norms. So I'm just asking you what's those conditions?
No.
Can I give an example that might deviate from the whole sexist stereotype? So one example.
So wait, Dr. Blitz, can I just know your stance? Do you also think that anybody that's self-declaring can be?
Yeah, my stance is roughly the same as Ian's. I think that there may be some biological component to it, some brain chemistry, but I'm not sure about that. That's neither here nor there, though. So a good example of this kind of the word I like to use is trope. These are the kind of expectations that society puts on people. Would be the butch lesbian. Now, the butch lesbian is in some regards very masculine, and yet it is a trope that is strictly associated with women, right?
Correct.
So like you might wear flannel, you might have short hair, all of these things, but if you
Queen of all,
carry
thanks
yourself,
so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Sophie, thanks so much for the subscription. I'm sorry, Dr. Blitz, please continue.
No, you're fine. If you carry yourself or want to be viewed as a butch lesbian, that is specifically a thing that is associated with women. Being a butch lesbian is different from just being a man. And I think that you and I probably both agree on that, right?
Of course, but because she's a masculine woman, would it make her she's still a woman, right? Because you
Yes.
can present anyway as a woman, the same way you could present.
Right, because
via
the
feminine
butch
man.
lesbian stereotype trope.
T-Water, thanks so much for the subscription.
It
Weezy
is
Cubby, thanks so much for the
a,
subscription. Oh,
it is a
Athena.
masculine trope for women.
Okay.
Ian, I gotta go to work, but thanks for having me up. I'll keep listening.
I
so much,
actually
Lydia.
should
You're the
probably
best.
go too because I have to go dunk on flat earthers. So it is that
Huge
time.
W.
But thanks for having me in.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, my question too would be like, okay, so you're saying that's anybody that's self-declared. So let's go back to like when we put laws and protections in place for women and girls. How would we be able to protect women and girls if we're allowing people to self-declare that they're able to be those things?
So again, this is the pragmatics conversation. This conversation is strictly metaphysics. The pragmatics are beyond the scope of this conversation.
Okay, well, that's really where my stance is that because women and girls globally are oppressed, we would have to know exactly and specifically define what women and girls are in order to put protections in place to keep males out of spaces that are designated for women and girls.
Yeah, so if you want to have the pragmatics conversation, then just concede the metaphysics conversation. Just say that you think trans men are men and that trans women are women, and then we can have the pragmatics conversation. I swear to God, we can.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
Okay. Well, then we need to. Yeah, then we're not going to let you pivot. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, then it's fine. I'm just saying, do
Truly
you
Cosmic,
agree?
thanks so much for the subscription. Bonjour, Mark, thanks so much for the subscription. Spooky, thanks so much for the subscription. I'm sorry, please continue.
Would you agree that in societies, women should have spaces separate spaces from men?
This is a pivot. We're talking about metaphysics. This is a pragmatics You're trying to have
So
the pragmatics conversation.
we're just gonna sit. So I asked you specifically to name a couple of societal norms that you would said are what, aside from self-declaration, what would society deem and look at somebody and determine what they are? And you said just self-declaration. So if a male just woke up,
that's not what I said at all.
that's exactly what you just said.
No. So I can like clarify this. So I believe that the only coherent criteria for whether we consider someone a man or a woman is going to be the self-ID, that there's nothing else that's going to be that could possibly be a coherent account of the people that we consider to be men or the people that we consider to be women. That this encompasses all of the people that I want it to and excludes none of the people that I don't want it to.
But you're also including the opposite.
That's going to be very different. That's going to be very different from exactly who society at large would categorize as a man or categorize as a woman.
But that's my point. You're saying like self-declaration over and over again, and I'm saying, how do you put laws and protections in place if you can't?
But this is the pragmatics. We're having a metaphysics conversation.
Okay.
This is a secondary conversation. We need to understand who is a man before we can understand who should be like protected, or like we need to understand who is a woman before we.
So I already said a man is an adult human male, and if there's anomalies.
Wait, you actually already conceded that point though.
Why do you keep bringing this up? And this is one of the reasons why I was not going to debate you. You quite literally verbally conceded that
that somebody with Swire syndrome could have an active SRY?
Christy, first of all, I'm not even going to say anything right now. You have literally verbally conceded on that point and acknowledged that is incoherent.
What's incoherent?
That
somebody with Swire syndrome.
You verbally conceded, and it's going to get clipped and shipped.
Yes.
Like you will hear your words many more times. I promise.
That's totally fine with me.
Yeah, but Chrissy, within a debate, if you conceded on a particular point, you can no longer bring up that point. You have forfeited that argument.
If you're using an abnormality to prove what men and women are, I'm saying typically, that's why I said typically 15 times.
Abnormalities are not exceptions, Christy.
Of course they're exceptions.
Okay.
This is just this is like the fourth failure to track logic. If there's an exception, then something isn't a rule.
You're using anomalies to prove a point that we can't define men and women. Your definition.
I don't know why you're calling them anomalies.
Self-declaration.
They're literally not. They're defeaters. You're simply calling them anomalies because you don't have a rebuttal against their existence.
I don't have a rebuttal. Why would I have a rebuttal
are.
against an existence of somebody that has a DSD?
Well, this would be like identical to like if you put forward the claim that that no number is 7, that 7 isn't a number, and then I was like, well, what about the number 7? And you were like, well, that's just an anomaly.
Well, no, because we know that there's issues that can happen during development when it comes to humans. Numbers typically stay the same, so we wouldn't use that. We
But
wouldn't
that's
use
irrelevant
numbers.
because if we try to ground it in like a solid factor for what determines a man versus what determines a woman, and that there are in fact exceptions to that solid attempted to be universal factor, then it can't actually be universal because it's just not. If there are exceptions, then it's not universal. It's as
Well,
simple as that.
you're saying that men can be women by self-declaration, like I said. So
No, I'm saying
you're
that trans women are women by
and I'm saying that they're
self-declaration.
right, and I would just argue against that we wouldn't use just somebody self-declaring that's what they are.
Mhm.
Like, how would you even use that in society? Like, that's I am this. Like, what if I say I am like disabled?
Yeah,
How
so
would we how
the
would we go
difference
by that?
is because who is disabled and who is not disabled is going to be determined by externally verifiable factors. That
Okay,
if you're
just like
disabled,
men and women are.
then you meet like a specific criteria. It's going to be like a fundamentally different thing.
It's just
Oh,
like
it's
what men
Dean.
and women
I
are.
love Dean.
Yeah, just like what men and
No, no,
women
no,
are.
no. But the difference is, under my view, it's specifically going to be that who's a man and who's a woman is determined by internal factors. It's the difference between internal versus external, that who's a man and who's a woman is determined by an internal gender identity, whereas who's disabled is determined by external disabilities.
That's not true, because you could be mentally disabled and there's things that you cannot say. So I would argue
Yeah,
against
yeah.
that
So
point.
when I say internal, I'm talking specifically about like a subjective experience, whereas I still think it's external, the fact of like someone's brain being like having like a certain neurodivergent disability. It's still going to be something that is like verified via external means.
Right. So you think men and women are a subjective experience as well?
I think that who is a man and who is a woman is going to be determined by the external experience of desiring to be gendered in a specific way. That a man desires to be gendered as one and a woman desires to be gendered as one.
Okay, so let's go into let's go into somebody that, like, let's say a woman that is in a coma, right? That has like no external experience. Would we classify her as something else if she had like no gendered identity and she didn't self-declare and she didn't request? She was just born female. Would we recategorize her as something else, or just like
Yeah.
genderless?
So it's gonna be a like past present conjunction in regards to gender identity, that we believe gender identity stops developing, I think, around maybe like 6 months. I forget what the study is. It's been so long, but I could easily find it if you wanted
Wait,
to.
gender identity stops developing in
Yeah, yeah.
6 months?
The people have like solid gender identities at like a specific point in life, and then at this point, after they have like a solid gender identity, then I would say that that's their gender. And then if they go into a coma in the future, then that's totally cool because their gender identity and their preferences and their desires have already been established.
Okay, and let's go into, if you want to go into rare conditions. What about people that were just born completely disabled with not with let's say like a brain stem injury, or just like an underdeveloped or an issue with their brain where they wouldn't have a self-declared identity. They would just be what they are.
Oh yeah, so I just want to be clear. My criteria is specifically a desire. So insofar as they feel a desire to be gendered in a specific way, then I'd say that they have a gender. If they lack all desire to be gendered in any sort of way, then I would
Then
just
we
say
just
that
go
they
by
don't
biology.
have. Yeah, I would just say that they don't have they don't have a gender because they don't have a gender
So
identity.
so you would say somebody that doesn't self-declare would not have a gender identity?
No, it's desire. Wait, Dean, were you raising your hand to say something?
Yes. I've been watching. I just wanted to bring a point up because I feel like you've been trying to, and Christy's kind of been ignoring it, if that makes any sense. So I wanted to bring a point up about your classification of what a male is. You're talking about the fact, well, here's the first thing that you said. At the beginning, you said every male has an activated SRY gene. You introduced.
Oh, wait, Dean, did
Well,
you?
I said typically from the beginning was my first
Christy, like
definition.
verbally conceded to this point already. Like she
Yeah.
verbally conceded that
I
her
did.
definition is incoherent, like for everyone in front of
well,
like
I-
1,500 people.
Yeah, when I came up here originally, I said the male's body is typically organized around the production of small gametes. And then of course, he brought up Swyer syndrome, and then brought up that I said typically he has an SRY gene, and I said I wasn't aware of people that were born with an inactive SRY gene that was still considered and classified as male. He provided a study, and I conceded. Simple as that.
Yeah. Are you Christian by chance, Christy?
No.
Okay, no worries. Well, I mean, if you can't, give me a coherent definition of what a man is, if you can't tell me what a man is, how do you know trans men?
But because they're female. Like, can I be a trans woman?
You conceded.
I didn't concede that
Kelly,
trans
thanks so
men
much for the
are men.
subscription.
I didn't concede that point.
The point that I'm trying to make here, you can't tell me what a male is. You can't tell me what a female is.
I said it twice.
Trans men are not males and trans women are not females.
Dean, let me ask you a question. Dean, what's your sexuality, Dean?
Unintuitive point that I'm making here, but I think it's abundantly clear what is being said.
So, Dean, you think that trans women are women?
Of course.
What's your sexuality, Dean?
I'm straight.
Would you date a trans woman?
It would depend upon, various attributes, the same as it would with a cis woman.
So you would date a trans woman?
Well, I can't say that I would. I wouldn't make a.
Well, if you're not saying no, then the answer is yes, correct? So you'd be bisexual.
Christy, I'll say this, right? It's like I can't make a blanket statement that I would date a trans woman. It's like I can't make a blanket statement that I would date a cis woman because my criteria for who I would and wouldn't date is not on the basis of their gender identity, neither is that like relevant to like attributes in which I would find, like relevant. But just to like put it out there, I think you're trying to introduce a point that you're saying like I want to be straight if I date a trans woman. Ma'am, I listen. Would I be straight if I were to date a trans man?
Well, technically, if you're going by sexuality, because that's what sexuality is, it's pretty much by biological reality. So yeah, you would be.
What? Oh, she got kicked for. God damn it! I hope someone's recording this, but she got dropped for hate speech.
Oh, well.
I pray, I beg, please, if someone's recorded this, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the recording from TikTok, but if someone is recording this, please send it to me.
She'll get it back soon, hopefully. Yeah,
bro, she got, like, listen, I'm not one to toot my own horn. Yeah, she got demolished. That was brutal. That was rough.
Ian, I might be obsessed with you now. I think you might be my new AJ. I think it clicked.
No, this is like the best decision I've ever made in my entire life is going live and turning it to sub only in terms of like the chat.
Yeah.
Like the sub only chat is like genuinely the best decision I've ever made in my life. Wait, what? Oh, Goose, yeah.
Oh my god.
Wait, no, it's Manimal. Wait, who
letting me
Manimal?
up, y'all?
Oh,
wait,
hell no.
who on my mod team
you
let
wouldn't
him
let me up earlier.
Wait,
so
why would
let's
they?
clarify the definition of male and female, okay?
Yeah. So what's what's going to be the necessary and sufficient?
We're doing
for
this,
male?
I guess.
Or denoting the sex that can either develop large gametes or small gametes. Yes. So when we're talking about sex, hold on. When we're talking about sex, we're talking about reproductive anatomy, right?
Yeah.
Of or denoting
can't hear you.
a reproductive anatomy.
Hey, I'm gonna go grab some food. I'll be back.
Large gametes or small. Yeah. See you later, Dean.
Yeah. So what about individuals who do not fit this criteria?
Back up.
So do you know what denoting means?
So can you explain that to me? I guess I'm confused on the sense that you're using it specifically.
Right. So the words male and female are going to be used like whenever we're looking out at plants or animals, we're going to determine what sex they are, right? So it's going to be denoting the reproductive anatomy that does one of two things. It either produces a reproductive anatomy that produces small gametes or large gametes.
So what about people who don't produce small gametes or large gametes? What
then
about
they're
them?
still going to be either indicating the reproductive anatomy.
Why would we assume that these people are indicated as being this thing if they don't do the thing?
Yeah, because do you know what indicating means? It doesn't mean that they have to be able to do it. It means that they are of the reproductive anatomy that can.
So what's the necessary and sufficient?
Hold on.
Because it sounds like keep talking over me if you want.
Just listen.
I'm specifically going to ask you.
Just listen, bro.
Okay, that's fine.
Listen. Okay, because I'm answering the question. You keep asking a question that I've already answered. So of or denoting the sex, which is a reproductive anatomy, right? So it's indicating a reproductive anatomy that can do one of two things, right? That does not mean that it can do one of two things.
So
it's indicating an anatomy that can.
So
right?
What is the necessary and sufficient condition such that I know whether or not I'm like indicated to be like producing large gametes
Manimal,
or small
back
gametes.
up.
So it's a
Yeah, you can hear him like exhale. It's crazy.
Like his
it's
heart
it's like
beating
the
hard
it's like
as
the
shit
like
right now.
transphobia ASMR. It's awful.
Oh my god.
Really?
It's like trembling too, bro. Take a couple
nothing-
deep breaths.
bruh,
I know it was
there's
hard
nothing
seeing
trembling
Christy
about it.
absolutely get cooked. And your heart
Hello?
is beating out of your chest
What
right now.
Hold on. Did you not comprehend
back
what I
up.
said?
Just back.
Did you not comprehend?
Yeah,
what I
wait.
said?
It seems
Just back
like
up.
you're dodging the question. So the question
I'm not
was
dodging. Ask it again.
for the second time. Yeah. What's the necessary and sufficient condition for determining whether someone is a part of the indication, or is like indicated to produce small gametes or large gametes?
Well, when we're looking at different species, we understand like most of them aren't going to be human beings, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we're gonna there's going to be different indicators depending on what species you're looking at.
So you
know what I'm saying?
also don't have a
No,
universal criteria.
no, I'm giving it to you
also
right
don't have
now.
a Okay, go
You're
for
not
it. Yeah.
listening.
What's the universal
So
criteria? Let's
when you
hear
look
it.
at a plant, right? There's going to be different. It's going to have a different anatomy than an animal, right? Do you
Yeah.
understand?
Yes.
Right. We can still tell if the plant is male or female,
Yeah.
right?
So I'm
And
just
how do we do that?
wondering like
Because
what's the universal
No, we can't.
criteria?
Yes, we can actually.
Plants are not male and female.
Well, so some are because they but it's just like
Very
assigned that
small,
way.
but
They're not
very small.
male and female in the way that we're male and female.
Right. Yeah, because when we're talking about mammals, right? We still reproduce anisogamously. Do you know what that means? It's the
Via,
fusion
like,
of two
sperm
different
and
sized
eggs?
gametes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Okay, good. So when you're looking at the animal kingdom, then you're going to see, okay, this is a male because it's of the sex, it has that reproductive anatomy that can produce small gametes. That does
So
not
can you-
mean that the small gametes have to be made.
So can you tell me
Do you
what question I asked? It's like crazy because this didn't answer my question at all. So can you
It
even tell me what
absolutely
question?
did.
So what was if it answered
You're
my
saying
question?
what's the necessary and sufficient conditions for something to be male, right?
Yeah, and
I
what
just literally have answered
what's
it 7
so you
times.
specifically said that it's like indicating that you produce like large gametes or small gametes. So I'm just asking you, like, what's the necessary and sufficient condition for knowing if something is like indicated to produce large gametes or small gametes?
What's the necessary and sufficient conditions for knowing it?
Yeah.
You have to make an observation.
Yeah, so what's
be
the
an
necessary and
intelligent
sufficient
person.
conditions for doing that? Like, what would we be observing that tells us that if this trait is present, if we observe this trait, then they're male, and if we observe this trait, that they're female? And it's like kind of crazy. It sounds like
Yeah.
you can't answer this question.
So no,
'cause
no,
I've
I've
been
literally
asking
answered it.
this.
I've
been asking
answered
this
it.
for like 5 minutes, and you still haven't answered it. Like you've given no direct
Answered
answer
it.
to
Okay,
it.
so it depends on what species you're looking at.
Yeah,
First
so
you
in,
have to
so
know
in
how that
humans,
species.
what's going to
Okay,
be the
yes.
necessary
Okay,
and
good.
sufficient condition for determining if someone is male
Good.
or female?
Good. So in humans, we know how humans reproduce, right? So first you have to have a model of each reproductive anatomy, right, within the species, right? This is how we're going to determine the sex of any species. We're going to say, okay, how does this species reproduce? We're going to become familiar with that reproductive anatomy because it's going to differ in different species. Okay. Are you following me here?
You're not answering questions.
Yes,
Like,
I am.
What is
Yes,
the
I am.
necessary? What's
I'm
the
telling you
necessary
right
and
now.
sufficient
Are you
condition
not?
for
Why are you
determining
incapable of
if
hearing
someone
it,
is
bro?
male or female in the
Okay,
human
so-
species?
yeah,
What
in the
trait
human
would we
species.
observe? What trait would
Good,
we observe
good, good.
in order to conclude that someone is male or female in the human species? Saying good after not
I'm gonna
asking the
explain
question
again.
doesn't like you're not
I'm gonna
tricking anyone. You
explain
can
it
say good
again.
as many times as you want after you failed to answer the
I'm gonna
question, and I
explain it
ask you it
again.
again. Just
You can
saying
keep
good
saying I
over and
failed
over
to
again
answer
isn't
over
going to
and
make
over.
anyone
No.
forget the fact that you're
Bro.
not answering the question. But go for
You
it.
can say I'm not explaining it, even though I am explaining it. You can say I'm not explaining it a million times, but I've said it a million times. I'm gonna
You're
say it
just
again.
not.
Okay.
You haven't given a single necessary and sufficient condition.
Yes,
you haven't not a
I
single
have.
one. Not a single
Yes,
one.
I
So what was it? In one
Yes, I
sentence?
have,
in one
brother.
sentence, what was
Listen.
it?
Listen, okay, so we've honed it down to the human species, right? We've honed it down because we understand that the male and female, we're going to have a definition. Like the definition of these words is going to extend to all the different species that reproduce anisogamously, right?
Sounds good. Yeah. So
Good,
so what
good.
is it?
Now we've honed it down to the male and female. So we
let's hear
understand
it.
how we understand, right, that a human male reproduces how? With testes and a penis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a human female reproduces with a uterus, right? and ovaries, right?
Mhm.
They have that's
So-
that's the reproductive anatomy that they have to reproduce.
Don't make me ask you the question.
Do you
a third
understand?
Time. Don't make me ask you the question a third time, please.
Did you not understand
What's
it?
the
Are you, like,
necessary and
stupid?
sufficient condition?
I just told you, dude.
Is it wait? So you're saying the necessary and sufficient is having testicles?
No, having the reproductive anatomy that no, I mean being of the sex, being of the reproductive anatomy that
And
has
how
the
do you know if you're of the sex?
So you can have
Christy's
you can
back in
be
the
a
press, by the
male.
way.
So look, you can be a male that has like some sort of accident has happened to, right? Or maybe you have an underdeveloped anatomy. You have an underdeveloped male anatomy, right? Guess what? You're still male.
Yeah, but what's the necessary and sufficient condition for determining if you have the male anatomy?
Well, are you familiar with the human male anatomy?
Yeah, parts of it. Yeah.
It's like it'd be like, what's the necessary and sufficient criteria to be conditions to be a human? What's the necessary and sufficient to be human?
Yeah, wait, so it sounds like you have no answer because it seems like I
No,
still
bro,
can't
I'm
get,
letting
it
you
seems
understand
like,
that your
it sounds like I
answer.
still can't
No.
get a necessary and sufficient
I just
condition.
gave it to
it's
you.
crazy.
It's
No,
crazy
you, wait,
how I
no,
just
you
answered
didn't.
you 7
So
times.
what's the?
So
it sounds
the
like you
answer-
said like
maybe the
having
reason
the
why you're
male
not understanding-
reproductive.
I think the reason why you're not understanding the
sounds like
answer
you're
is
saying
because
the
you
male
sounds like you don't
reproductive.
understand how
Keep
words are
interrupting me
defined.
if you molest children. So it sounds like the reason, like why you. No, it's a good one. What's the necessary and sufficient condition for determining whether or not specifically someone has the male reproductive anatomy?
Well, I've already told you. First, they're a human being, right? How did you determine that they're a human being?
Wait, huge pivot. Bro,
No,
I'm
it's
just
not a
asking,
pivot at
what's
all.
the necessary and sufficient
No,
condition for
bro.
determining what the male
What's
anatomy is?
necessary-
He's trying to pivot
Exactly.
to what's
No,
a
it's
human?
not.
What's a human? Tell me what a human
I'm
is. I
helping
just
you
want to know.
understand that
I just
all
want
of
to
my
know what the
answers have been
necessary.
sufficient.
I just want to know
All
what
of
the
my answers
necessary
have
and
been-
sufficient
and yes,
conditions
I've
are
told you.
for having the
told
male
you.
anatomy. It seems like you just can't answer.
you.
It seems
I
like you
just
just
did.
can't answer. You didn't.
Bro,
you can say you did as much
I
as you want.
just
I don't think a
did.
single person could tell us what the necessary and sufficient conditions for having the male anatomy is. Like you've just been fundamentally incapable of
You have to
explaining
know what species you're talking about first.
it. So we're talking about humans.
What is that?
I don't have to answer. I don't know. I have
Yes,
no
you
idea.
do. Yes,
I
you
have
do.
no idea what the necessary and sufficient
Then you
conditions for
concede the
being a
argument.
human are. No,
There
wait.
you
You
go.
can say I concede
Hold on.
the
No, no, no.
argument.
There you
that
go.
doesn't mean that I
There
concede the
you go.
argument.
Yeah,
bro
no,
is
I'm pointing out the
just
flaw
bro
in
is
your
just
question.
saying words.
I'm pointing out the flaw in your
You are
question.
just saying words. I'm
That are
agnostic.
defeating your argument.
I am
So you
agnostic
don't know
to
what
what
a
a
human
human
is.
is. It's an internal critique, my guy.
Wow, you
It is
don't
an
know what a
internal.
human is.
It is an
And
internal
that's what I'm doing to
critique.
you. I'm
It's an
pointing out the
internal
error
critique,
in
my
your
guy.
question.
I'm just trying to understand your definitions, and it seems like you're just not
it
tracking.
seems like you don't have one. So if you can't specify
No,
the
I do have
if you
definitions,
can't
but
tell
it's
me
an
what
it's an
species
internal.
we're talking
Wait, so
about,
it's an
then
internal
you have
critique.
no argument.
We can use your definition of it. That's totally fine. In terms of human, I just
Okay,
like,
good. I'm
this
gonna
is
give
a-
you my
you're-
definition
You're
of human.
trying to stonewall
Are you ready for
by
a definition
shifting
of
it.
human? Yeah.
You're trying to shift it towards
No,
like,
I'm not.
well, what's a
I'm
human?
demonstrating the
Because you're
error
getting
in
blown
your
out because you
argument.
can't explain what the
I'm
necessary and
demonstrating the error
sufficient
in your
condition
argument.
for having male anatomy is. How do you know if someone has male anatomy in the
have to
human
be able to
species? What's the
define the
determining
species.
factor of that?
What species are
It's
you
the
talking
human
about?
species. We can use
What
your
is the human
definition of
species?
human.
Now we're going to demonstrate.
We can
what
use
is a
your
human.
definition of human.
Yes. How do we define a human? You want to use my
We can
definition
use
of
your
human?
definition. Go for it. But
Good.
this is again a
Do you want me
huge
to use
pivot.
it?
You're
Are
just
you ready
saying
for
things
it?
that are
Are
completely
you ready for my
irrelevant.
definition of human?
Yeah.
Are you ready for it?
Yeah. Let's hear it.
Of the species that has created, that's invented, satellites and put satellites out in space. How about that?
Of the species that's invented satellites and put satellites out in space.
Yep. Of the species.
So
that
if I found you an alien who put satellites out in space a million light years away, would you say that that's a human?
Where's the alien?
Yeah, they're in outer space and they put up satellites. Would you say that that's a human?
Did you?
Do you think the
Where is it? Where is it?
In like the
No,
Star Wars
bro.
extended universe, there's like tons
Where
of
is
aliens.
it?
They're in outer
is
space.
it?
They're outer space,
Where?
far away, far in a land
Where?
far, far away.
Did they put satellites around Earth?
Wait, did you say specifically?
specifying
You said satellites
I'm using
in
that as an
space.
The
example.
goalpost change is
No,
Yeah,
it didn't. It
huge
hasn't changed at
goalpost
all, bro.
change.
You're trying to use words like human and you can't define it. I just gave you a definition that would be totally sufficient for what we're talking about. Because on Earth, right? What species put satellites around Earth?
Wait, so let's say that humans go
I just made that up,
extinct and
by the
that
way.
there's
I just
another
made up my definition on the
species.
spot, and you still can't
Let's say that humans go extinct and there's another species that comes along later, and that this species is very advanced and they put satellites in space. Would you call these people humans?
No, I wouldn't be alive, bro.
Oh, cool. Yeah,
Oh my
so it
God.
sounds like your definition is
Yeah.
well. First of all, like
No,
you can give the meme answer
Look,
if you want, but
all
you're just
I
not engaging with
did-
the hypothetical.
No, you're
Anyway,
not. You're the one
Ian,
who's running.
Also,
You're
yeah, it's like
running,
a huge.
bro.
It's like this entire thing. I get so sidetracked
can't
by these
define what a
massive
human is.
pivots.
Manimal,
I get
one
so
second,
That's
one
wild,
second.
bro.
Everyone, 1 second. Yeah.
I
Manimal,
could give another
think-
definition of human. How about
Whatever, Manimal. I
Of
think
the
chat-
species. It's going to start with of
I
the
don't know why
species,
you're speaking over me. I'm just gonna, Anyway, so yeah, I think the chat is finished getting spit on. Christy is back in the guest request if you want to put a pin in this particular conversation.
No, bring
Can I-
Christy back up.
Can I bring something up real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Manimal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you
so-
define what a human is, Dean?
Hey, Manimal, I'm speaking. Thank you. So, I think like the big issue here is Ian has obviously like shown the 2.1 thousand people watching how you have no fucking clue what a man or a woman is, and I understand like the point of your pivot because what you're trying to say.
Pivot, bro.
Hey,
Everyone
the
sees it.
pivot,
You're not.
bro?
You're not. You're not
I
fooling
need-
anyone. Everyone sees it. Literally,
No,
everyone
I've
sees
already
it.
explained.
I need to be
dude,
able. I need
you
to be able.
cannot.
I need to be able to speak here. I have the mic right now, Mr. Manimal. So I think like everyone understands what you're trying to do with your pivot. Like you're trying to show that while you don't have a
pivot,
single fucking clue. Yeah,
There's
you
no
autom-
pivoting. Can
so
you guys
automatic-
define what a human
Dude,
is?
so the pivot was from you.
Guess what the
telling us-
definition of a
Dude,
human is
I
gonna
need to
be.
be able to speak. Okay.
Wait,
yeah,
Dean,
try
you're a
it.
mod on this account if you want.
So like the issue here, Manimal, is that you're obviously losing in this conversation, and you want to try to save face by interrupting. But with all due respect, it only makes you look worse. So you absolutely pivoted away from Ian asking you what a man and a woman was to you asking Ian what a human is. And obviously, the point of this pivot was to show that while you cannot define what a man or a woman
That's not
is,
what he asked me, Dean.
Ian cannot define what a human is. Right? And yeah, like I don't think Ian can give you the necessary and sufficient conditions of
No
being a
fucking
human.
clue.
But the thing is, here's my thing.
Isn't that
I would be laughing at Ian for not being able to name the necessary and sufficient conditions for what a human was if the topic of Alive was debating what is and isn't a human, and if Ian spent every day of his life on random debate panels across TikTok debating with people on what is and isn't a human. Like, but we understand Ian doesn't do that, but you do when it comes to being a man or a woman. I have seen you on this platform, on this app, every single day for like a year and a half, debating what a man is, debating what a woman is, forever. This is almost your full-time job, sir. So I think the fact that you can't tell us what a man or a woman is really goes to show how transphobia absolutely crumbles under very minute amount of pressure from someone that knows what they're fucking talking about. And that's the point here, right?
Go ahead and look up
Her name, Christy's name
You guys,
in
like,
the
you
guest
guys are literally
request is
arguing with
Marlboro.
dictionary
Is it
definitions.
Marlboro Mary?
Go ahead and
Something
look
like
up a
that. It's Marlboro
definition of
something.
human, Dean. It's really sad that there's.
Bro, he's still on the pivot.
Go ahead and
He's
look it
still
up.
on the
Yes,
pivot.
look it up. It's not a pivot. I'm demonstrating
He's
to you
still
guys
on the pivot.
how words work.
No, you're not. You're pivoting.
Yes,
you're
I am.
pivoting to
So
the
go ahead and
definition,
look up a
of
definition.
human because you can't tell us
Yes.
what a man is. You can't give us the
I
necessary and
just
sufficient condition. Like the
did.
fun. No, you can say
I
you
just
did.
did 8
Everyone saw you
times.
not give it.
Everyone heard me give it 8 times. If you're not comprehending it, that's your fault, bro.
Bro.
So when you
It's okay, guys. Hey,
you know what a human is.
Bro, the only people, and you know what the worst part is?
Give me a
The worst
definition
part
for
is
any
the only
any
group of
species,
people,
bro.
the only group of people this rhetoric would ever look good in front of, where just like the gaslighting of like, well, I totally did, bro, after you totally didn't, is transphobes. Transphobes are the only people who are dumb enough and lack critical thinking to such a degree, or even just like basic listening skills, to actually fall for this rhetoric. It's like actually
So you
laughable.
don't think biologists have a definition of male and female? Is that it?
That's why I stopped.
You don't
debating
think
this
the
topic
definition
a
of male
lot,
and female
because,
exists?
The
Is that what it
transphobes are
is?
insufferable, man.
Yeah,
Really?
they're like
You guys
literally
don't think
so
that we have a definition of
unintelligent.
male and
It's
female. Is that what
profound.
it is?
It's
You don't think we know
profound.
how to define what a human is either.
Bro, it's
Hey,
still
look it
on the
up.
pivot. Bro, it's
Google it
still
for
on
me,
the pivot.
Dean. Google the definition, Dean. We know you're good at it. Go ahead and find your Google.
This is such a worthless
Google a
conversation.
definition of human, and look how it's defined.
Anyway,
bro.
Christy's back
It's
in the,
so
in the
easy.
request.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, while an
Marlboro.
animal is like coping and crying and seething and whatever, like Discord
Let's
server
see if I can
or
find her.
yeah, bro, I don't know, like debating transphobes. I swear to God, this is like what we were talking about earlier, that like people should put in the time to actually like build up their worldviews. If you build up the pro-trans worldview, if you like do the reading, do the research.
That is not who I wanted to bring up.
Yeah,
hello.
Yeah, sorry, Drake.
That is not who I clicked on.
Do you know what the worst part of all of it is? He probably thinks that he looks really good in that debate.
No, he definitely thought he ate there, and I can assure you that the transphobes who are unable and unwilling to subscribe and give you money thought that he ate. But I promise you, they will never be able to come up and say exactly what his argument or even your argument was.
I mean,
Minimal.
It's hard.
That's so funny.
It's just hard to have a conversation with you guys because you guys don't want to like specifically state, clearly what men and women are. So
I've stated my definitions probably like 3 or 4 times. I can give them again if you want.
Chrissy,
Yeah, no,
you simply
I
don't
heard that.
agree with them because it like literally the justification that you typically give us is that the fact that it doesn't fit our narrative as to why we don't accept certain definitions or viewpoints is exactly why you're doing it right now. It's
Well, the whole world-
textbook projection. It's
No,
simply
it's
because
not.
we give a definition that you cannot use in an argument. You want a definition that you can easily use in an argument, and we're giving you one that you're unable to do so with.
No, the argument that you're giving me is just like anybody that says that they are is what they are.
Okay, then tell us what is wrong with that.
Hey,
Go ahead.
I saw a comment that said that you were a Muslim. Are you Muslim?
I'm not answering anything about my religion.
So I think you are. I'm not here to debate you on your religion. Don't worry.
Yes, I am.
Okay, awesome. So God's a he, right?
I don't want to talk about religion. I came up here to talk about this topic. If
He's
you
not
guys
talking
are
about
okay with
religion.
that.
It's not a religious.
I know, but I don't.
Yeah, wait.
I don't wanna
Like
talk
Dean's
about
not
God.
giving like a defeater to your God. Like he's not about to like dunk on your God or whatever.
If anything, he's granting that he exists.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't debate religion or God.
He's
at all.
not. He's granting that your God exists.
Yeah, we're not debating it. I'll make that clear, right? I'll respect that boundary. So
Okay, go ahead.
you think
Can
God's
you guys
a he,
also
right?
bring Manimal up so it's like a little bit more on the fair side? So
No. I'm not gonna speak.
I have to. Okay.
I'm not gonna
just saying,
speak.
because Dean and you and the host are all talking.
I'm not gonna speak.
Yeah, wait, that's okay. I can just like sit back and let Dean cook for a little bit.
That's fine. Go ahead.
You think God's a he, right?
I'm not answering those questions. I want to go back to the topic.
We're on the topic. You got to follow me here.
So let me ask you guys a question. When we speak
I
about
asked you a
women's
question.
rights, I don't want to talk about God. Like, with all due respect, I don't like to talk about that because I just don't want to.
I'm not going to challenge your views on your religion.
I understand you're not going to, but I don't want to answer any questions about religion. I don't want to talk about religion.
But okay, I'll just give you my question, and you could choose if you want to respond or not respond. So you debate every day, saying that in order to be a man, in order to be a he/him, you got to have this activated SRY gene. Then you turn around and you call God a he/him.
That's not what. That's actually not. That's not what. I didn't say that in order to be he/him, you have to have an activated SRY gene. My original definition and the one that I use every day is the same definition. It's of or denoting the sex that can produce small gametes and impregnate somebody. That's what.
Yeah. So
when you use
the sex that can produce large gametes.
When you use
Sorry,
medical
small.
anomalies. When you use medical anomalies to try to prove a point, I wouldn't use that because it
Is God of or denoting the sex that can produce small gametes?
I already told you I'm not answering any questions.
No,
about
he's
God.
not. Why the fuck
Okay.
is he a he/him?
Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Like, I don't know.
Do you
what
do you see the issue there though?
I don't see an issue. No.
Well, you say that God's a he/him, but God
I
is
didn't
not
say.
of or
I didn't say
denoting the
God.
sex that
I didn't say
produces
God
small
is a he
gametes.
him. You said God was. You said that I said that. I didn't say that. I just want to go back to what we were talking about. So like when you were
said you're
using
Muslim.
numbers,
Under
yeah,
under
I don't
Islam,
want
God's a
to.
he/him.
I don't want to speak about God. So I just want to go back to what the host
Well,
said.
if you could
He
say
kept
God's
using
a he/him,
numbers.
why can't I say trans men are he/hims?
So the host was kept referencing numbers as examples, right?
Well, I gave one example, just that like exceptions, in terms of like exceptions, like if you put forward the rule that 7 isn't a number, and then I said, well, what about the number 7? And then you said, well, that's just an exception. That's like roughly the same logic of you saying that, well, like a man or a woman is someone who has this characteristic, and then I say, well, what about these people who fall into the category but don't have that characteristic? And then you say, well, that's just an exception.
So would you agree that numbers don't have like complex individual parts the way that humans have, and there would be more of a chance of a human to be born with something? Obviously, numbers can't really change as what they are. Number 7 is just going to be a number 7 unless you do something to the number, correct?
Yeah, sure.
So, but that's my argument. So, like, we know that there's complex parts to human beings, and we know that there's human beings that can be born with anomalies, but we wouldn't change definitions based on anomalies, right? Especially when we have to clearly have coherent language, laws, statistics. We would need those words to have validity, so we would understand what we're talking about. So when I say like there's a missing woman,
oh my God, Michael, thank you so much for the $25 for dog walking the mass morons. I appreciate it. Very kind words.
That's interesting.
Not her supporters starting to subscribe to you just so they can comment. You can.
Yeah, I like blocked them immediately, but thanks for the money, I guess.
So would you agree that like
Goose, thank you for the golden party. Love you, man. Thank you.
Huge
would you
W
agree
Goose
that we would
and
need...
huge W.
Okay.
Huge W Michael in the
not gonna be able
comments.
to go anywhere.
Yeah, no, it will. Yeah, but go
They
for it. I'm
just
sorry.
have
I
to
do
thank
have to.
people.
And I apologize because I try to make my thank yous like quick. Like I'm not gonna turn
It's
into like a
okay.
big show or whatever. But yeah, I do try to thank people who gift.
So in language, in law, in statistics, we would need words. We would need like clearly coherent language. We would be able to implement things. Would you agree with that? So we could define things, we could treat things, we could keep statistics of things, like missing girls, for example, like girls that are missing globally. Would we when we hear the word girl, we know that that's an adolescent female, right? So if somebody says, "Hey, there's a girl missing,"
Bro tried to
saying
sneak it
no?
in there. What? No,
Try to sneak
this
what in
is
there?
like I don't grant that. I don't grant that.
If somebody says you're in a neighborhood and somebody says, "Hey, there's a girl that was just kidnapped," a girl was kidnapped. You could already take 3 things out of the word girl. The person's a human being, it's an adolescent, and it's a female.
Why
correct?
are you trying to do, I don't grant this. Like what? We
I'm
just
asking you.
debated like twice about
Well, I'm asking you.
I
If
don't
somebody
grant
came up
this,
to you and they
no.
said there's a missing girl, what would you do? If they said, "Hey, there's a girl missing," they were just taken down the block from you. You wouldn't agree that those 3 conditions of human, adolescent, and female, that's who you would be looking for, or would you say that it might be a boy?
Well, no, so if it's a girl, then I'd be looking for a girl. It's just that girl isn't
Or you might
necessarily
be a
going to be
male.
determined. Oh, yeah, I mean, it could be a male. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to depend.
So but that's my thing. My definitions are clear. Like I know a missing girl.
No, but
is
and
not a
mine are as
male.
well. But wait, your definitions are so unclear that you had to concede them earlier. You conceded them verbally in front of everyone.
I
Also, your
conceded that you
definitions aren't
showed
clear.
me. You showed me a case of somebody that had a positive SRY gene that was a female.
Well, this
I
is
already
about like
conceded to
20%
that.
of
I mean, that's-
people. This is about like 20% of people
we
who have
wouldn't use
XX
that.
male syndrome.
We wouldn't use that in law and in language and statistics, right? So if I say
No.
there's a missing girl, you're saying that it could be a male.
Are we pointing out the fact that like you don't even think that that a man is a man? You think God's a man?
That's
You
why
don't
I didn't
think
want to
God's a male?
engage with you with the God topic, because I know you're just going to
It's because
continuously
it's a
bring it up
defeater, Christy. It's a defeater.
a thousand times. It's not
It's
a
a
defeater. I'm
defeater.
refusing to answer, so it can't be a defeater.
Because
I'm not answering about God when we're talking about men and
No,
women.
I can't lose the debate. I refuse to answer the question that's going to cause me to lose the debate.
It's not about losing debates. I'm up here having a good faith
The
conversation. I'm
Quran
not
says
being
God's a
disrespectful.
man.
I'm not being disrespectful. I'm not calling you guys names. I'm having a conversation. So again, in law and in language and statistics, we would need words to clearly distinguish what we're talking about. So you're taking a word and you're using the opposite also. You're saying, well, a girl could be a female or it could be a male.
Yes, but
Right?
because in
Like, we have gender
in my
terms,
worldview,
like
it's
mom,
not the
aunt.
opposite though. That's the problem.
Well, then you have no definitions for any words. Like what can
No,
an
but
aunt
I
be?
do have
Somebody's aunt or
I
somebody's
do have
uncle.
definitions for words, and just saying like over and over again that you don't have any definitions isn't true. There's like between the two of us, only one of us has verbally conceded our definition, and it's
you keep
not
saying
me.
that over and over again, but I'm asking
Yes,
you a
because
question.
it literally happened in front of everyone. Everyone saw it.
Okay. So I okay, again, I already said it 4 different times, but like you keep repeating it over and over isn't going to change the fact that I conceded to a stat that I wasn't unaware of.
Yeah,
Like, I
but
already
that
conceded
like
to the stat.
the
So like, can we move
implication-
past that?
The implication is that your definition is incoherent, that you actually don't have a definition.
I do have a definition.
Yeah, so then what's the
denoting
necessary and
sex act.
sufficient
I
condition
already
that makes
told
someone
you.
a female?
I already told you what it was.
That
15.
makes someone a female.
Preferably
What's the
that you didn't
condition?
concede on.
Of or denoting the sex that can produce large gametes and give birth.
And how do you know if you're of or denoting the sex that can do that?
Because you can be. What are you talking about? You don't think that people can check if you're male or female? You don't think you can tell?
Do you know what denoting means?
Bro.
I'm asking you a question. You guys don't think that like a doctor can look and tell? You don't think a sperm determines what somebody's sex is?
No, I don't.
No,
I think
it
that sex is going to be a cluster of characteristics not fit for excluding any people.
What's the cluster?
And also, I just want to I just want to put it out there. When you say like of or denoting the sex that can produce large gametes, when I hear that, let's just simplify it, right? You're saying someone that is supposed to have a vagina with functioning ovaries, right? That's all that you're saying there, right?
Right.
So
right. The female reproductive pathway.
How do we determine if someone is supposed to have a vagina and functioning ovaries?
Doctors can look and observe.
And what trait are they observing?
And then if there's an issue, right, we could test and check and go further to confirm that they are in fact male or female.
So like what particular attributes? Because like when we're talking about language, we're like using words and we're trying to define them. We'll be looking for either like necessary or sufficient conditions, right?
Right. So when you're
if we say that something is a chair, well, you could give like necessary conditions for what a chair is. You could give some sufficient conditions for what a chair is, right? Because obviously I'm not a chair, right? And that's why there definitely is necessary.
Well, you could, but you guys, by your logic,
here's my thing. Here's my thing, though, right? If you are making the statement that trans men are so obviously not men, then you will have to have
a description. I just said that they're not because they're female. It's simple.
So yeah, if you're saying that trans men are not men, well, then you're going to have necessary and sufficient conditions for what a man is. And when we ask for further, like explanation,
Archie, thanks so much for the description. I appreciate it.
On your definition of what a man is by asking what is a male, and you can't give it to us. That just kind of compounds back to you being unable to give us any necessary or sufficient conditions for what a man is.
The doctor can observe your genitalia and make a determining factor, right? They could go, okay, I'm observing this. This is what I see, a penis and testes, so I'm going to assume that this is a man, a boy, right? A boy. Let me use that because an adolescent male. And if there's an issue later on, there's always testing we could do to see. We could do, we could check for an SRY gene. They could check your chromosomes. So, do you disagree that there's always ways to figure out if somebody's a male and female? Like you can get karyotypes and figure out.
I don't think we disagree that there's ways, because if we didn't think there was ways, we wouldn't be asking you what the ways are, right? We're just simply asking you what the ways are. How do we determine if someone is a male or female?
You could do looking at genitalia, we could do observation, right? If we need to go further because we were confused if something may be off, then we could do karyotype, right? We could check in the womb. The mother's womb, we could actually check to find out what the baby's sex is in the womb. If you do IVF like I did and you send your embryos out for genetic testing, you can get the results after 5 days of fertilization. So there's multiple ways to find out if you're a male or female.
So
very easily.
Your chromosomes, your genitalia.
No, your gametes is the way that biologists use, but we could use observations and then go further if needed.
Okay,
right.
So. And then once again, just for clarification, how do we determine what kind of gamete someone is supposed to have?
By observing genitalia.
Based upon the genitalia. So if someone has a penis, they're supposed to have small gametes. If someone has a vagina, they're supposed to have large gametes. So if someone doesn't have a penis, how do we determine, what kind of gametes they're supposed to have?
You could just
I feel like
you could do further testing.
Cases of this.
Yeah, you could do further testing. It doesn't matter. You could still figure out. If you do a karyotype, you could still figure out what somebody is. Are you guys just saying that there's no absolute way to figure out what somebody's sex is at all under any circumstances?
Well, I'm agnostic to it. I've never heard like an account that's completely consistent.
Well, I mean, if you do your karyotype and you check for an SRY, then you could figure out what you are.
Oh, but this is just you saying the SRY gene thing again. So you
Rachel.
So just to be clear,
you could check your karyotype as well. They show
if someone has an SRY gene, are you saying that? So if they have the SRY gene, then they're male, and if they don't, then they're female?
Wait, I'm sorry. Did somebody?
They could do further. They could do further testing.
I think someone sent you something.
Yeah, somebody sent you a dinosaur thing.
Oh shit!
Thank you. Who said that? Thank you so much.
Rachel did.
But not
Rachel!
one,
Thank you.
but not one male will exhibit all biological factors of a female. Not one. There's going to be something that's going to determine that they're male.
Yeah, and what's that thing?
Whatever they have to do for testing. If there's the SRY gene, they have to check for chromosomes. They have to cross-reference. They have to check external genitalia, internal genitalia. They have to do checks. However they can check, they could figure out.
Okay, wait. So are you just saying
nobody
that if
on
you
this
have,
planet that is
if you have
nobody
one,
knows what they are.
Are you saying that if you have one characteristic, then that means that you're like a man or a woman? That if you have like one characteristic of a male, then you're a male, or like if you have one characteristic
Rachel,
of a
thank you for
female,
the
then you're a female?
fireworks.
Thank
you so
didn't
much,
say
Rachel.
that. I said if the doctors observe at birth, you could check in utero, right? You could check by blood tests.
And what
There's
are they
1,000 different
checking? What
ways.
specific trait are they checking for?
Genitalia.
Okay, so what
reproductive
about people who
pathway.
are born with like aphalia, who are they're considered to be male, but they don't have like a dick. They're not born with one. Or like, what about people
What are they
who are
born with?
who
Nothing?
like even further than that? Like, what about
Wait,
people?
can you just go back to that point? What are they born with?
They're born with nothing. It's like a smooth surface. You should look it up.
Like a Barbie doll,
Okay,
unironically.
so I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
they wouldn't be able to check to see if they're male in any other way, shape, or form. Like
No,
by
there are
genetic
other
testing?
ways, but that just means that genitals aren't the determining factor.
Okay, so then they would go further on and they would go, okay, this baby has no genitalia. Let's test and find out what the sex of this baby is.
Athena, check Discord,
Disagree?
by the way.
Wait. So this is going to be problematic, specifically in the
Why
case
would it be problematic?
of yeah. So if your like attempt is just to verify what someone's sex is by like going down the list of characteristics, this is specifically going to be
I just said
like
it's observation, and then
it's
we can
going to
go
be
from
it's
there
going
if
to be
something looks
really
wrong.
unfortunate for you with the existence of people who have complete androgen insensitivity. These are people who are literally born like with vaginas who are considered male.
Okay, but are you saying that there's no way to check that they're male?
No, but the fact of the matter is that if your methodology for determining male and female is just like we're gonna look at their genitals, and if
That's
it's
not what I said.
like, if it's this
I said
thing-
it 3 different times. I'm gonna try
well,
to
yeah,
tell
you're
you
not
again.
you're not giving just give a clear criteria, and we won't have a problem.
I just told you, if you do an observation, you can
Observe what?
You can observe genitalia, and if the doctor's unsure, you can go further down the line and do further testing, and every single solitary human being will be determined male or female on planet Earth. Everyone. There's not one case, not one that I've read anywhere. Maybe you have a study, right? That somebody didn't know if they were male or female.
Yes,
Not one.
yeah, but this I've just explained to you why this methodology isn't going to work, but I can explain it
I just
again
explained
one
to you
more
why
time.
it would work, because we'd be able to determine if they're male or female.
but I've given you like a defeater because your methodology is like just check their genitalia, and if it's
That's not my
like-
methodology. You're
yeah, but then
misrepresenting
so
what I said
after
multiple times.
if it's ambiguous, then you move on to the next characteristic.
Guavadoches that somebody put in the comments are males that have genitalia that comes down later on in life. They're still male though. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So specifically, like let's say that we have a baby and we see that this baby has a vagina. Is this baby going to be male or female?
We would assume that would be female.
Oh, but like, how do you know for sure? What's the trait that you're looking at that tells you for sure?
I just told
one way
you
or the
5 different
other?
times it's the genitalia. 5 times.
Oh, so just to
and
be
if
clear.
there's something wrong, you could test and figure out if they're not.
Wait. I just want to be
literally
very
keep
clear. So
repeating
your necessary and sufficient condition are going to be being born with the genitalia.
We could observe, yes, because typically, right? The word typically, the majority of the time, the genitalia
I don't want typically. I
indicates
want
what the sex of the
universally. I want
person.
always. I don't want typically.
Well, we can't because human beings are complex people. We're complex
Oh, cool.
individuals.
So then it sounds like your definition is going to be inconsistent and is going to
It's not
misclassify
inconsistent.
people.
No, it would be inconsistent if there was no way to determine their sex. There's always a way to determine that.
Wait, yeah. So what's going to be like how do you know, what's the process here?
I told you 15 times. Let's try it
But
again.
it's not because, so the reason why it's not is because you say, well, you do this thing, then you do this thing, then you do this
Well,
thing. And I'm
you
asking you like,
observe the
okay, so
genitalia,
let's say that we
right?
get these. Yeah. So if you
Go ahead.
observe the genitalia and you observe that it's like a vagina, for example, do you continue down the list to determine sex?
No, I said unless you come across an issue, you
Oh,
wouldn't need
cool.
further testing. Correct.
Yeah. So cool. So you would say that if someone is born with a vagina, then they would be female.
Typically, yes.
Oh, so
Unless
typically, I'm not
something
looking for
happens
typically.
later on. I told you people are complex individual beings, and there's not going to be a one size fits all answer for every single person on planet Earth. Not one.
So then it
But
sounds like
there's
you actually
always a
don't have a
way.
necessary and sufficient
I
condition
already
at
gave
all.
it to you, but there's
No,
always
you
a way
don't.
to
You don't,
determine.
because you literally said that it's not going to hold in every case, which means it's not
But
necessary and sufficient.
no, I said if we observe genitalia and it looks female, for example, we would observe them female, we would put them as female. If later on down the line something happens, like, hey, I can't get pregnant, hey, something is wrong, hey, I'm not getting my menstrual cycle, right? We could figure out something's maybe
That's
wrong.
not
We
what
can go
he's
for
asking, though.
testing.
Yeah, that's not what I'm asking.
You're saying what's the ways to determine somebody's sex? And I just said to you, you can observe genitalia because
No,
typically what you
they're
observe.
not asking what we do to determine these things to be most likely true. They're asking for the necessary components that would determine that. It's not just about what we would
told
determine.
you.
It's
Well,
about
I just told you.
Well, no, you didn't, because you said that this is
You're
like
given the
typically the
processes.
case. That it can't be typically the case. It has to be always the case in
And
order
I
for it to be a
answered
necessary and
okay.
sufficient condition.
Yeah.
So what is
I answered
always
that
going
already.
what is always going to be the case for people who are females?
Kirsty, if the
already
word
answered that.
typically keeps coming out of your mouth, then you're explicitly not answering the question, is what we're
It's
saying.
not that I'm exclusively not answering the question. I already answered this and I'm going to say it again and I'm going to keep repeating the same answer over and over again because human beings are complex individuals. We're complicated and complex and there could be issues that arise. We could test every single one of the abnormalities or every one of and any doctor that's unsure, we could test to figure out if this person is male or female. It's very simple. So there's no 100% because if somebody's born with ambiguous genitalia, right, we wouldn't be able to determine based on looking at them that they're male or female, right? But we could do further testing to determine what they are.
So
Do you
you
disagree with
acknowledge that there's no.
Wait, do you disagree with that?
So you acknowledge that there's no 100% necessary and sufficient condition for determining if someone is male or female. Is that? I just want to be very clear. So there's no.
If you're observing it and if there's ambiguous genitalia, that would be the necessary thing to go forward for testing.
You're trying so hard not to.
It's a yes or no question. So there is no 100% mechanism for determining whether someone is male or female. Is that correct?
I said yes, there is testing. That's my answer.
What tests?
Testing what?
Testing what?
Karyotyping.
And what we observe in the karyotype.
Karyotype can give you a full breakdown of, well, you have to look at a multitude of things, right? You have to do the karyotype. You could look at a reproductive pathway. You could see if they're of or denoting the sex that can produce small or large gametes. Is there reproductive pathway
what would they
organized
see?
around
What would they see in the karyotype that tells them that?
The chromosomes can assist, right? And then you can look at a reproductive pathway. Yes, because you're going to go back to Swyer syndrome and go, well, it's an XY male. I know what you're going to do.
Just because you know it's a defeater to your argument, just because you give the defeater to your argument doesn't make it any less of a defeater.
It's not a defeater. I just said, wait. So my question for you, okay, let's go by that. Let's go by Swyer syndrome, right?
Yeah.
Are you telling me that there's no way to determine if somebody's male or female if they have Swyer syndrome and XY chromosomes?
Well,
what
I'm
would be the
agnostic
next
to the
step that we
issue,
would do?
so.
Okay, but you're just saying that you're nothing. You don't have an opinion.
Well, yeah,
I'm
I'm saying that I'm saying that I've never heard a logically consistent, like 100% works every single time way of determining whether someone is male or female.
It's really simple. There's methods to determine every single person's sex on planet Earth.
Wait, so you just like using different words. Like your claim is essentially like it's really simple. I mean, you totally can. What are the methods? What are they observing?
Okay, so let's do it. Well, we could do 3 different ways.
Just give me like the thing that they are observing. Like if they have,
a doctor can observe it in
very
utero.
simple. Let's make this very simple. If they have this trait, then they're female. If they have this trait, then they're male.
I already told
what
you
are the
human
traits?
beings are complex and
So
individuals.
then you would affirm that there is no 100%. You would affirm that there's no 100% trait that can tell you whether someone is a male. There's no trait that is shared by every male, and there's no trait that's shared by every female. You would agree to that?
You could cross-reference factors. Yes, you could cross-reference.
But you would agree that there's no trait that's shared by everybody.
You could, yes, because not one male will exhibit all biological factors of females. Not one male. They could have maybe ambiguous genitalia, but they're not going to have ambiguous genitalia, female reproductive pathway, X chromosomes, and inactive SRY. They're not. Something is going to show what they are. Every single human being can be determined what they are, male or female. There's not going to be one person that's going to go, well, we just don't know who this person is. We'll just say that they're nothing, right? Because every person can be determined their sex. If it has to be one test, a multitude of testing and observation, we could find out every single human being on Earth what they are. Do you disagree with that?
Well, I mean, I do appreciate your concession that there is, in fact, no
I'm asking
necessary
you,
that there's
do
no
you- no, but I'm
necessary
telling-
Third concession
that
today?
there's
It's not a-
that
no,
there's
it's not a
no
concession.
necessary and sufficient condition because you said that there's no trait shared by every male and there's no trait shared by every female. It's a concession. That means there's
not
no
a concession.
that
You
means
could say
there's
that it's
no
concession. It
that
doesn't mean
means
I'm
that means
conceding.
there's no necessary and sufficient condition because a necessary and sufficient condition would be shared by 100% of everybody.
That's not true. We're not numbers, and we're
So wait, can you give me a
already
different
already
like a
answered your
completely
question.
different thing? Can you give me a completely different thing where the necessary and sufficient condition isn't met by 100% of the members? Like,
what?
can you find
like an
me
item?
can you find me a
I'm sticking
bachelor?
with human being. I'm sticking with
Can you
human beings, and I
can you
already
find
told
me can you
that
find me a
every single
bachelor
human
who
being-
isn't like unmarried? Like, can you find me?
I already told you there's
Wait,
a way to
but
determine
can
the
you
sex
can you
of
find
every
me
human being on Earth.
can you find
so
me
I don't know
the
what you're
married
making
bachelor?
me concede to. Yeah,
Could you-
I already told you there's always a way. There's not one person on Earth that we can't determine their sex. Period. End of discussion.
Yeah,
you don't like
but it
that
sounds
answer, that's
it's
fine.
not the end of discussion. And I'm
It is.
sorry, but this like posturing, this like, well, if you don't like the answer, that's fine. This posturing just isn't going to
Because
get
you're
you
making
anywhere.
a claim that
Everyone
you're making a
sees
claim.
through it.
You're making a claim.
It sounds like there's no necessary and sufficient condition because a necessary and sufficient condition is going to be present in all members of the thing. If it's not
Okay.
present in all members of the thing, then it's not a necessary and sufficient
And again,
condition.
I said multiple times, every single person we can determine what their sex is. Do you disagree? You don't answer my question. Do you disagree that in every
I
person
think
on Earth
there
we can
probably are
determine
people. I
sex?
think there probably are people whose sex you cannot determine.
Really?
Yes,
Show me
if
somebody.
they
Show me.
have like multiple like overriding like disorders, then I think that would probably complicate things substantially.
There's not one person that you cannot determine sex on. That's a lie. It's not true. It's a complete lie. You're saying a lie, and you're trying to make me
Oh,
concede
okay.
to
Wait,
say,
I thought
well,
you were
that
going to make an
we wouldn't
argument,
be
but you just
able-
called it
Not
a lie
her
3
fans
times.
coping with the gifts. Oh, y'all.
I'm just
Yeah.
I'm just
Y'all are
saying. I'm
coping.
just making. I'm
Yeah,
just
wait.
making
I
a-
think it's really funny that people like gift so much because they don't know this, but I actually get like a portion of the gifts that Christy
don't
gets.
care,
The
though.
bigger you,
We're-
the
it doesn't
bigger
matter.
gifts you
Yeah,
send her, the more money he makes.
Yeah.
Wait.
The more money
How do
you
you-
send Christy, the more money I get.
So
to be
what?
clear.
They don't care.
How?
They don't care. We're
Yeah,
literally
that's good.
just
That's
having a-
I hope they don't care
Yeah,
because I want more money.
So I want to ask Baby Bop and Dean. Let me
it's
ask Baby
TikTok
Bop
getting
and
an
Dean.
incentive for
All right,
people
thanks
sending
for
your
the gifts,
panelists
guys.
money.
Thanks for giving the host
When
a
did they
portion
start?
of my gifts.
When did they start doing this? I don't get.
It's a pretty
portions of the gifts.
recent. You do. You just got to
So
check.
Dean and Baby
It's
Bop.
very
My
small,
question is, Dean
kinda,
and Baby Bop,
depends.
do you also agree with the host that there's no way to determine somebody's sex? There's no test. There's not there. People just go out and go, hey, we don't know who you are.
We can determine things that are most likely to be true.
I mean, I'm agnostic on whether or not there's
And
a
what-
test. I've never been given a 100%
Wait,
consistent test.
I just want to hear what Dean and Dean.
Y'all
and
do
Baby
not
Bop
let her
say.
have more points than us.
So what I'm hearing right now is that it seems to be the case that even you can't tell us what that is. So I feel like
I already made it clear multiple times.
We
I
never
don't
made
know
this
what-
argument,
I
Christy,
feel
by
like
the way.
there's going to be an equivocation between there being necessary and sufficient conditions and there apparently always being a way to determine someone's sex.
Correct.
So
There's
here,
always gonna be a way.
I have a list of issues here. First of all, just saying that there's always a way to determine someone's sex doesn't really detail the methodology. It doesn't tell us exactly how this
I already
is done.
gave
It
you
doesn't-
methodology. I already told you they could do karyotyping. You could observe. You could do blood work. Further blood
Okay,
work.
so
you could
so,
do check for SRY. You could
karyotyping.
check.
Explain
wait,
to me
hold
what that
on.
is.
Wait, hold on. It's more than what you're just saying. It's more than that. You could do an ultrasound internally to see the internal reproductive pathway. You could look at the external
Okay,
genitalia.
let's talk about one at a time. Let's start with karyotyping.
So
what is
Go
karyotyping?
ahead. So karyotyping is a blood test to check somebody's chromosomes, right? But we know that
But we know those
chromosomes
we know those
don't
aren't universally
determine
true.
somebody's sex, right? Because
Okay,
we know that
so throw it out the window.
Swyer syndrome. No, but we could start as a basis there. So if somebody has like ambiguous, let's say ambiguous genitalia, for example, right? We can go further. We can look at somebody's karyotype and we can go, okay, this person either XX or XY. But even though it says that they're XX, we can do further testing, right? We can do further testing. We could see if they have an internal or external genitalia, internal reproductive pathways. Are they of denoting the sex that can produce large or small gametes? There's ways and methods to determine those factors. And that's what I keep trying to repeat you guys, but over and over again, you're like, well, there's no way. And I'm telling you, there's a multitude of ways. So if you want me to concede and go, there's not one specific thing that's going to determine somebody's sex.
I mean,
there's
could you
going to be
just
a
make-
multitude of tests to determine somebody's sex.
Yeah,
in
could you just
every
like clear
single
this up?
case.
Could you just like clear
Sure.
this up for us?
Sure.
Just kind of formalize it a little bit.
Sure.
by listing the necessary and sufficient conditions to be a male or to be a female? Because it sounds like you're saying that there's no necessary conditions, right? You're saying
No,
that there's
you guys
only
are saying that there's
sufficient
no.
conditions.
No, you guys are saying self-declaration, and I'm saying that is not a necessary condition.
Okay,
for somebody.
That's crazy. That's not what Dean said at all.
So Christy, are you saying? But just follow me here, all right? We'll go one step at a time. Is there or is there not necessary conditions to be a male or a female?
Correct. Yes. Absolutely.
There is necessary conditions. So
Thanks so much for the
something
glowing
is a necessary condition if it is true always.
And I
right?
already explained to you, it wouldn't
So-
apply in humans because we're complex systems.
So
okay?
there's no necessary conditions to be a male or a female.
There
so
are
there's
necessary conditions, but there's not one necessary condition. That's what I keep explaining. There's not just one thing, right? Because we could see somebody that has external genitalia that looks
Okay.
like masculine,
So
like a man,
there's
that has a penis.
there's a conglomerate of Christy, follow me here. So you're saying there is necessary conditions, but it's a group of conditions that in summation are necessary. So what are the group of conditions?
Thanks, Ezra,
that
so
in
much for the
summation-
galaxy. W. Ezra.
That in summation are necessary.
Say that. Repeat. I'm sorry. The host was. He said
No
something. again.
worries.
The
No
turfs
worries.
are going at it.
So you're
I don't know
saying
why you
that
keep saying turf. That's so funny. Go ahead.
So you're saying that there is necessary conditions, but it's just not like one thing. It's kind of like a group of things, and this group of things is necessary to be a male or a female. So just list them off, right, using as little words as possible, so we could have a clear and concise dialogue here. What are the list of the attributes that, when grouped together, are necessary to determine if someone is a female or if someone is a male?
Okay. The thing that biologists and biologists use in plants, humans, and animals would be gametes, right?
Okay.
That's the number one thing, but that's not the only thing.
So
continue the argument, knowing that's not the only thing. Go ahead.
So the only issue with this is I think that you may just not be familiar with what a necessary condition is.
I know
So
what a necessary condition is, and I already said.
well then
humans
explain
are
to me how
complicated.
gametes can be necessary to determine if someone is a male or a female if you've already granted and conceded to the idea that gametes do not always hold to be the case in someone that is a male or in someone that is a female. I
Because we
understand
know
that
that
you're
there's
saying that there's a
genetic
I understand that you're saying that there's a cohort of traits here, but if gametes is even one of those cohort of traits, and it doesn't always hold to be the case, and it is not necessary by definition. And you're saying there's genetic anomalies. Well, you're just explaining that it is not necessary because there are genetic anomalies. So now that we have determined that gametes are not necessary in the determination of a male or a female, but yet you still say there is something that is necessary in the determiner of a male or a female, what is necessary?
Again, it would be gametes, but because we're complicated human beings, and if somebody comes out with ambiguous genitalia and we have to do further testing, there's always a way to determine somebody's sex.
Well, is
So
it
if you want-
necessary
and
that
again,
it... Okay,
if you want-
let me
hold on,
let me
let
explain it to
just
this
finish.
way.
Wait. I know what you guys are asking me, and I don't have I don't. The answer's not as simple as just give you one thing, right? Because we know
I'm not
that-
asking for one thing. I'm asking for them all.
You're
We're
asking
just
for the
going through it point
necessary
by
and-
point.
Right, you're asking for the
Is it necessary that a square has four sides?
Yes.
And if something doesn't have four sides, it's definitely not a square, right?
Well, it could be a rectangle, right? It could be a trapezoid, right?
Well,
But it's
rectangles
definitely not a
also have four
square.
sides.
But we can't use a square or numbers because that's not a complex
Let's
thing
say
like
four
human
equal
being.
sides.
So you could agree
Okay,
to that,
four equal
right?
sides.
So you could agree
Yeah,
to
it
that.
could be a parallelogram, so
if
no.
you say that
Go
a
ahead.
square necessarily has four sides and something doesn't have four sides, then it's necessarily not a square, right? And I'm basically asking you the same question, but in the context of males and females. I understand that you're saying humans are complicated, which I agree with, but I think the reduction of that is just the idea that, well, there is no necessary traits, but you're so adamant about the idea that there is, right?
Of course
So
there
if you're
is.
saying gametes are necessary, like large gametes are necessary for someone to be classified as a female, well, then just like the square, we'd say if someone doesn't have large gametes, they're definitely not a female.
Well,
But
no.
you've already granted the idea that no, that's not right because someone can lack large gametes and still be a female because of these other reasons, X, Y, and Z. Okay, but all that means is that gametes are not a necessary condition in the determination of a male or a female.
Well, let's
but
look
yet
at it
you
this way.
still say there is necessary conditions. So what are the
course there
necessary
is.
conditions in the determination of being a male or a female?
I already answered your question.
No, Christy, no, you didn't. I'm going to be honest.
If
No,
a
you
female,
didn't.
listen, if a female gets a complete and full hysterectomy and gets all her female reproductive pathway, her uterus, her ovaries, her fallopian tubes, she gets all of that removed, what is she? Right? She would still be a woman, and we still would be able to determine that she's a woman by what other method, Dean?
What other method? You'll have to inform me, right?
What other method, Dean? If the woman has no ovaries, no cervix, no uterus, no fallopian tubes, nothing. What other mean? Are you telling me there's no other mean to determine?
No,
if this
that's
is
not
female?
what I'm telling you at all. That's not what I'm telling you.
Okay,
at
so
all.
then we could go
Thanks
into
so much for raw
karyotype.
real for the subscription.
Right?
into the genome, into the chromosomes. That's fine, but that's a sufficient condition.
There's a multitude. Observation. Right?
You could
And
say
if
there's a
if we're
multitude of
confused-
sufficient conditions. There's no
Yes.
issue with that.
Well, okay, so you're asking me to concede that there's not one sufficient.
No,
is
not
that
one
what you want me to
necessary.
concede?
You told me that there was necessary conditions in the
Yes,
determination of a male and in the determination of a male and a female. But
Right.
what you're telling me right now is that there isn't any necessary conditions.
That's not what I just said. I said there's a multitude of things you could determine if somebody's a man or woman. There's a multitude of conditions.
But
right? So
all
if
those
somebody doesn't
conditions will
have
just
one,
be sufficient. All those
if
conditions
somebody
will just
doesn't
be
have
sufficient.
one, Dean, if somebody doesn't have one of those, if the woman is born without a reproductive pathway, right? We could still figure out how she's a woman by doing her karyotype, by doing blood work, by
Sure.
checking there's other means. So
Yeah,
I'm not
but-
sure. Like, are you
but
saying that
the
we don't
thing
know
i-
how to
the thing
determine what
is
men
here,
and women are?
But the thing is here is that, say, the karyotype and the blood work, those aren't going to be necessary conditions because and
Right.
you've already granted that in the context of genetic abnormalities. They'll only be sufficient.
Okay, so you're asking me about necessary?
Yes.
And I already told you okay, so let me rephrase. My definition would be sufficient. Is that what,
Okay.
is that,
No
is that gonna
necessary
make it better?
conditions. Yes, that does make it much better.
Okay, so there's sufficient.
Thanks so much for the subscription. I appreciate it.
Sufficient evidence to determine every single human being's. There's not just one necessary thing that we could look at, right? But we could determine.
Yeah, I'll let
on
Ian take
observation.
it away again because I just wanted to hop in there and reduce you down to this idea that there is no necessary conditions for determining a male or female. And I appreciate you for being honest, and I appreciate you for being in good faith. And
But does that mean? Well, it's not true. So let's look up the word necessary, right? Required to be done, achieved, or present, needed, essential.
Yeah.
Right. So something of the, let's say there's 4 different ways that we could determine somebody's sex, right? Those would be necessary. Like one of those would have to be necessary.
No,
So I
no,
would
no, but
still-
that's not what necessary means. Because if you
Well, it
describe
is.
one of them as if you describe-
essential, achieved, required
So
to be done,
which-
or present.
are you saying that each of them is necessary?
Well, we can break down necessary and go to the word present, right?
Jesse,
so
thanks
we
so
could
much
look
for
at.
the subscription. So what
So
are we?
we could still say that it's necessary, right? Because one word of the definition of necessary would be present. So yes, we would say it's necessary and sufficient because gametes would have to be present, a reproductive pathway would have to be present, chromosomes would have to be present.
This is just like not really the way that we use the word necessary, right?
Yeah.
Like this is
I'm
like
going by the
a completely
Oxford
different
Language
sense.
Dictionary.
Yeah. But it's going to be like a sense difference that when we talk about necessary in like a philosophical sense, in terms of characteristics specifically, we're referring to a characteristic that must be present, and if it's not present, then the criteria is not met. That's all we mean when we say necessary.
Like, for instance,
Okay.
if you say it's in order to be a woman, it's necessary you have XX chromosomes, this would mean that if you don't have XX
Yes, that means if you don't have XX
you're
chromosomes,
not a woman.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
understand that. But some of these have to be necessary, right? So there will be something
So
that's
what are they?
necessary there.
Oh, also, this is just like the present distinction. Regardless, is just like a misreading of the definition. So the actual word is required, and
Required
then
to-
it says
required to be done,
to
achieved,
be
or present,
done,
needed,
achieved, or
essential.
present. That's what it said.
Semi-
It's in
needed,
order to like
semicolon,
achieve a specific end that it's required in order to have X, Y, and Z. It's not like present is not one of the definitions, to be
All
clear.
right, and I wanted to ask you, since you guys think sex and gender are separate, right?
Well,
Obviously,
this
I'm
is
assuming.
this is just a pivot, though.
No. I think we've beaten a dead horse with this argument. I said every single human being we can determine somebody's sex by.
Yeah, if you want to concede that there's no
Oh,
necessary
sorry.
conditions,
By
take it away.
observation, by karyotyping, right?
Yeah,
By looking at
say there's no necessary conditions, take it away.
Are you saying that like we don't know what men and women are? Like we don't know what
No,
male and
it's
female
saying
is?
you're
there's no
just not
necessary
tracking what Dean's
conditions.
saying.
I am tracking. I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying, but we know what men and women are. We can
Okay,
determine what men
so
and women
yeah,
are.
but there's no necessary conditions, right?
Okay, okay, great. There's no necessary condition. There's
Awesome.
multiple.
Take it away.
They would
Yeah,
have to be
so-
multiple conditions.
Would you say that these are sufficient conditions? That if you have any one of these conditions, then that means you are the thing?
Yeah. So now, what are you going to do? Plug into men that men could have those necessary and so.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
knew you were gonna do
yeah,
that.
yeah. So just
But
you
but
knowing
can't.
you knowing the defeater to your argument doesn't mean that
It's
it's
not a defeater to my argument. We
It
could tell what
is,
men and males and
unfortunately.
females are. It's not though.
So wait, would you say that like having XX chromosomes is a sufficient condition for being female, or like having
be.
like the I'm not asking like could be, I'm asking if it is.
It could be if you have a reproductive pathway and the correct karyotype and external genitalia. So that by that, yes, it could be.
Oh wait, so it's let's just like list the criteria. So we have
It goes by gametes.
pathway, and we have gametes, and we have genitalia, and we have chromosomes. So of these, which of these are necessary? Which of these are sufficient?
Well, it could be a mix of them. So I know what you're saying. You want me to tell you one thing, and I keep telling you.
No. I
it's
just want you
not
to.
one
You can like
thing.
give me like a conjunction. You can say like you need to have like the pathway or the gametes, and you also need like the chromosomes. You could give me like any like you can connect these with whatever logical operators you want. But ultimately,
so if you have
I would like to
XX
know how you're connecting these.
Okay, so if you have XX chromosomes, you have female external and internal genitalia, right? Or internal and external female genitalia, a female reproductive system. You're able of or denoting, or you have the ability to give birth, or organized around the ability to give birth, right?
Oh wait, so are you connecting these with or?
Well, yeah, because
Okay.
if you don't have you don't have a uterus, again, it's not a one size fits all.
Yeah, sure. So
Conversation.
that's totally fine. Wait. So and I'm sorry, I was like plugging my phone in, but could you start from the top of the list? I apologize for that.
Sure. So we could look, we could start at observation, right? We could observe. So if we could observe and it looks like female genitalia, we can go by that. If the doctor's confused, we can go further. So the next thing we could do is we could do blood work, check somebody's karyotype, or we could do we could do an internal scan, we could do an external scan to see if they have internal reproductive parts of a female. We could check like a reproductive pathway. We could check their chromosomes with karyotype. So something will hit there, maybe one of the four, two of the four, three, whatever it is, that we could determine each individual's sex. There's not going to be an individual that's sex undetermining. Like there's not going to be any person that we're not going to be able to determine their sex. So if you want me to say what's the necessary condition, there would be a multitude of them because we're complex individuals. We're not like a square.
So
or
would
the
you
number
say
seven.
that all of these are necessary conditions?
I would say again, I didn't cite all of them. No.
Well, I'm just
because if
asking,
you're
like,
Swire,
would you
no.
mind labeling specifically which one of these conditions is a necessary condition?
No, I can't.
Oh, so it sounds like you don't have necessary and sufficient conditions. Like you can't get the condition.
I have sufficient conditions.
Oh, so do you
right?
think that any of these conditions are sufficient?
Well, yeah,
Oh, do you think that all of these conditions are sufficient?
a multitude of them. We could do two of them.
Could you
we could
identify for
determine
me
sex.
which ones are sufficient or which ones aren't
Depends on
sufficient?
how far the doctor decides to test. The doctor might do two tests and go, okay, I know that this is a male.
But so we're just talking and if you think that your definition holds universally, this should be no problem. You should just be able to say like these ones are sufficient, these ones are necessary, et cetera, et cetera.
I said every single one of those chromosomes, we could have female chromosomes and male. So we can't go just on chromosomes, right?
Yep, correct.
You could
yeah.
have ambiguous genitalia. You could have a penis and have XX chromosomes, right? So
The fuck was that?
Did you get raptured?
What the fuck?
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Oh no, sorry. Hold. I think I have a lag. 1 second.
So anyway, yeah. How you feeling?
Okay.
Ian?
Sorry, I'm back. But
Yeah,
my thing
okay.
is like you guys, yeah, like I'm just gonna keep rambling down. It's gonna be gametes.
No, no,
It's
no.
gonna
Yeah,
be
but we're getting somewhere because I listed these all out. So
yeah,
you said
because you want to
that
plug them into like a male could have XX
yeah,
chromosomes, a male
I'm
could
trying to
have
plug them into
a
like a
vagina,
logical. I'm
right?
trying to plug them into a logical criteria. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yes,
So
and I understand.
but you said that like having the chromosomes isn't sufficient, and you said none of these traits are necessary. So we can just cross out blood work completely. That's like it's
And
or
again,
like
now
chromosomes are going to be completely irrelevant. Sounds good.
it's
Genital like
no,
female
it's not.
genitalia, we
No,
can
you're
cross that out. Going
misinterpreting
to
what I'm
be
saying. I
that's
said not
great. So
one
it's
male
neither
will exhibit
necessary nor
all.
sufficient, so it has no place in our definition. Sounds
Not
good.
one male will have all. Not one male will exhibit all biological factors,
I
including
think some
rare
probably
abnormal,
will.
including rare. There's not going to be a male that's going to exhibit all the biological factors that, in your words, are necessary and sufficient to not being able to determine who they are. That's the point. And we're complicated beings. So if you're trying to get me on a gotcha where like there's not one specific thing, you're right. There is not one specific thing. But
Oh,
it
is
doesn't
Danny
mean
in the guest request?
we're not going to be able to determine somebody's sex. It's plain
No,
and
he's
simple.
not.
Okay, Parker just texted me. Oh, there he is.
Oh, look at that.
Wait, so I think the heart of this is, it's the show number one. It's hard to, I don't think it's really, I think it's a failed project to find the joint necessary and sufficient conditions. I'm fine with saying they're necessary conditions for womanhood. You have to be human to be a woman, right? Like that's a necessary condition. I'm fine that there are a set of sufficient conditions, but to say that there's joint necessary and sufficient conditions for ordinary objects of perception, like chairs, tables, women, insects, right? Like these, it gets a little sticky. But I think what we should focus on is when a trans person says, "I'm a woman," what do they mean? And
No, I already asked her this.
Oh, okay.
Well, he already told me that they mean that they I think this is what he said. He just said in his opinion, not in the words of a trans person, but he said in his
Well,
own
but
opinion.
I am a trans person, but pop off.
Okay. Why are you non-binary?
Yeah, I'm non-binary. Yeah, correct.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't say that you're trans then. If you're non-binary, you would be
Oh,
withdrawing from the binary, right?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not cis, so if I'm not cis, I'm trans.
Well, if you're withdrawing from the binary, then I wouldn't consider you trans, right? Because trans people are actively want to be on the binary.
No, that's not true. No, non-binary,
That's
and
not
this
what
is like okay, and I don't think that you're doing this.
So
like,
what are you? You
maliciously.
said you're non. No, I'm not doing this maliciously.
No, I know you're not. Which is
So
like,
if you're saying that you're non-binary, like tell me what you are.
yeah, I'm just like not a man nor a woman. That's what I
So
am.
what are you?
I'm non-binary. I'm a third thing.
What is the third thing though? What you're telling me what you're not. Can you tell me what you are?
I don't want to be gendered as a man or a woman. That's what I
So
am.
what do you? So you just want to be nothing?
The cheese is
No.
under the sauce, Christy.
Oh my god, that's not. No.
I'm just asking you. You're saying
Yeah.
like you're neither,
Mm,
right? Like you're just nothing.
no. There's there's things
So what's
other
the necessary condition? What's the necessary and sufficient conditions to be non-binary?
not
Talk
one.
to me
So
like- like- yeah,
yes,
talk to me like I don't know what I'm
So
talking
the
about at
necessary and sufficient conditions to be non-binary is a desire to be gendered as neither a man nor a woman.
Okay, and how do you ungender somebody? You just call them they, and that makes it sufficient. Is that it? I just say they.
Yeah, like that would be cool. Although different non-binary people want different things.
Oh, but so there's not a necessary and sufficient.
No.
condition?
But no non-binary person wants to be gendered as a man or a woman.
Okay. So well, that's not true because I've spoken to non-binary people that use she/they pronouns.
Yeah,
Or he,
but that's
they.
not them. That's not them asking to be. That like these people don't want to be called a woman.
Well, if they say that they're non-binary and they use she/they pronouns, then they technically would be okay with being called she or they, and they still are non-binary.
Correct. Yes,
So then
correct.
the necessary condition would not be to not be looked at as she or he, right?
Wait. It's not
you
being
just
looked at
conceded.
as. It's not being. Wait,
You
buddy.
just conceded. I'm just asking you a question.
Wait, you're posturing now, and it's because I think you know what the answer is, and you don't
I'm
want
not
me to give
posturing,
it.
I'm
But that's
asking you a
fine.
question.
I can give it. So they're not identifying with she her or like he him when they're like a she they or like a he they. They're basically identifying as non-binary, and they're fine with like these specific pronouns. However, they do not identify as a man or a woman. They don't want to be gendered as a man or a woman. They just think that like he him pronouns or she her pronouns for them specifically is not misgendering. That it's
Okay.
in line with their gender to be gendered according to these pronouns.
Yeah, a good example would be like God, right? God is a he, but he's not man or woman.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't want this.
Yeah, she does. I try to bring it up, Danny. She didn't want to talk about it.
I'm not doing the God chat. Sorry, I'm not doing it.
But come on, can we just real quick? Give me.
Yeah, it is like direct. It's like directly relevant.
Give me like 30. Give me 30 seconds here.
No, Dean.
We don't need to talk about it.
I said no, Dean.
This isn't to start a discussion.
It's like direct. It's like directly relevant to the conversation.
Let me just get.
It's
wait,
just
hold
the
on.
defeater of this all. Because
All right,
let
you
me
can
just
be the defeater. Okay.
Give me
I just
my
wanted
30.
to make a final point, and I appreciate it. I kind of get back to work on, and I'm not running, but I have been up here for quite a while, and I do have to get back to
You're
work.
not running. You're just leaving the debate. Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, I do have to make money and take care of my children and stuff. I have things to do. But I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys actually having this debate and not being like super disrespectful. I would also invite you and Dean and Baby Bop, if you guys are interested, to come to my panel and we could do a debate. And I would ask if you guys would like to do it and have all proceeds go to charity. Would you guys like to do that?
Wait, can we pick the charity?
Yeah, what charity? That's what I'm.
How about the people that
have my
lose?
30?
Wait, I'll give you a 30. Okay, hold on. I'll let you guys pick the charity, and the loser has to donate to the winner's charity. Deal? If you want me to donate,
Wait, I'll come if Danny could come too.
You guys can bring. We could do what 3v3.
You know what?
Let's bring Danny too. Let's do a 4v4.
Yeah,
I don't know how we can determine. I don't know how we can determine who wins because you people don't concede for shit, even when you do concede.
Well,
but either way, what do you, Baby Bob? I conceded earlier on where he provided a study.
I know, but then you
disproves
kept bringing up the points in which you've conceded on, right?
I did not. No, I didn't. I said there's a multitude.
Christy, are you cool with also debating Danny, having Danny on?
I don't really know Danny. I don't care.
It can be a
awesome.
3v3. It can be a 3v3. I think what we should do, it could be a
We
good
could do it on a
3v3.
neutral platform if you want.
Exactly. We can do that.
I think, I think for like right now I'm in this panel. I've been here for probably 40 minutes or so, and you had sub only on the entire time.
Yep.
So like not one person in my side is even making a comment unless they could unless they subscribe.
Can I have my 30 seconds? I'm going to take my 30. I've been asking. Go
ahead, Dean.
I've been a polite little lad.
Is it okay if I refrain from answering the question?
Thanks so much for the subscription.
Yeah,
Josh.
that's fine. That's fine. You don't.
Are you
I don't
say
expect.
God doesn't have
I don't
small
expect you.
gametes?
I don't expect you to respond to this, but
Go ahead.
So there's a couple things. There's a little bit of information that I know about you. I know that you're Muslim. You follow the Quran. You think that Allah is our God. I know that you don't like to talk about that on live, so I'm not going to ask you for a response. But all that's really relevant here
Shark,
is
thanks
that
so much for the
you think
subscription. I
there
appreciate
is
it.
a God that exists, and that God is a man, and you claim this is true information about the world. But you also recognize that God doesn't have a penis. God doesn't have small gametes. God isn't organized to be able to reproduce, yet God is still a man. So I feel like it's almost like a little disingenuous when you like host these lives and have these discussions on what a man or a woman is, and you're so adamant and proponing this idea that in order to be a man you have to have X, Y, and Z. But then you completely ignore that logic when it comes to God, and you just assign God to be a man very baselessly. And then on top of that, just to take it even one step further, I don't
thanks so much for the
understand.
subscription. I appreciate it.
I don't understand why, like, anyone alive can't just say trans men are men, in a very similar sense to how you say God is a man. And I don't think that you would have any legitimate critique to this. I don't think that you'd have any legitimate response to this. I don't think you'd actually be able to engage with that point, because if you were to, well, then you would just be refuting what you understand to be a fact of reality, that fact being Allah is a God and Allah is a man. While
I
not
could tell you
possessing
why.
any of these
I could tell you
attributes.
why I hold hard on language with this ideology, right? So let me just be clear: I do not dislike or hate trans people. Okay, like that. Let me just set that in the mud. Even though you guys disagree with me, I talk to trans people all day, and I have trans people on this app that I actually think that they're my friends. So I would like to think that they were. Anyway, the reason why I
for
hold
every community, Christy. That's not a flex.
I mean, Baby Beth, with all due respect, let me just finish and I'll see myself out. The reason why I hold this stance is simple, because nearly 2.4 billion women globally do not have the same economic rights as men. We know that I would say sorry, my low battery just went on. We know that there's women that are unalive just for being women. We know that 7 out of 10 women and girls that are trafficked are female. I'm sorry, 7 out of 10 people that are trafficked are female. That girls are not allowed to go to school. We know that girls are kidnapped. We need to have these words. These words are extremely important to have statistics, to have language, to have laws put in place. So when I sit here and I say a trans person raped me, for example, right? And I say it's a male, right? Say it's a trans-identified male, and I say that she raped me or she doesn't belong in my bathroom. It doesn't sound right. That's why I'm so stern and keen on the language. We wouldn't say she raped me. We would say he did because it's a male, right? And the other thing is too is you have to look. You really have to look globally of what's going on to women and girls. And by taking the words women and girl, you're obliterating an entire community of women and girls. And Baby Bop, I'm surprised at you, as a woman, advocating for what we actually are fighting absolutely against now that Title IX is passed. I'm sure you guys know how that harms young girls and women in academia right now, right, Dean? Baby Bop, host, you know what that's going to do, right? In academia, what that's going to do is that's going to allow boys and males to be changing in front of women, just by self-declaration, and young girls. So again, I don't think that any boys should be changing in front of any girls, and I don't think any men should be in any women's locker room.
I don't think girls should be changing in front of girls either.
I know, but that's what we have. So we're gonna have girls in the locker room, or we're gonna have boys and girls in the locker room. So what's your choice? My choice is to have
Everett,
girls
thanks so much
changing
for the
with girls.
subscription. I appreciate it.
And self-declaration would be irrelevant here, right? Because we know
Jordan,
that
thanks so much for the
with all due respect, Christy,
Yeah.
this is virtue signaling.
Yeah,
and it
no,
didn't
it's not.
respond to
This
my
is the
point.
reason why I
don't see why I
specifically
should
have
give
my
a shit.
platform.
If
I mean,
no
you should
harm
give a
befall-
shit.
Christy, listen, I don't want to see it. I don't want to when I'm changing in the locker room at a gym. I don't want to see a dick either. I don't want to see
I understand
that,
that,
shit,
but-
right?
but
so
do
what's
you
the
think
way
that-
to truly address this issue? Have you legitimately considered, proponing for single stall restrooms or like unisex yet single stalled changing rooms, etc.? Because I understand that you're trying to make this point. I understand that you're trying to make this point that proponing this idea that trans men are men, right? Under your worldview would violate the rights of would violate the rights of women. When in all due respect, what you are doing in turn, right, absolutely diminishes, marginalizes, and disenfranchises the trans women and the trans girls. If you cared about people, right, well then you'd care about the trans girls and the trans women in the same way you care about the cis girls and the cis women.
Wait, that's a wait. I will tell you.
How does my stance hurt them because they can't use a bathroom that they want to use? They still have a restroom to use.
I will tell you.
Just not
I will
mine.
tell you precisely how.
Go ahead.
So because of transphobia, trans people experience a wide range of negative effects.
I don't think women's rights are transphobic.
But misgendering trans people, saying that they're not the gender they identify as,
I would say that's
is
constantly gendering.
transphobia.
I'm never going to call a man she in my life.
Wait,
ever.
I'm sorry. I didn't interrupt you a single time, so I just need you to let me read off my statistics. You got to read off all of your statistics. I'd love to read off all of mine.
Yeah, we let you virtue signal, so now you gotta let
all
you.
right, so in terms of overall harassment and violence against trans people in the past year, 46% report being verbally harassed, 9% report being physically assaulted, and 10% report being essayed. At school, 77% of trans people report some form of mistreatment for being trans, with 54% being verbally harassed, 24% being physically assaulted, 13% being essayed, and 17% being mistreated so badly that they leave school. In terms of violence against trans people at home, 10% of trans people report being attacked by a family member for being trans, 8% report being kicked out of their house for being trans, and 54% report intimate partner violence, with 24% reporting severe intimate partner violence. In terms of trans people in healthcare, 25% experience problems with their insurance related to transitioning, 55% are denied coverage for surgery, 33% are mistreated by healthcare professionals, 23% don't see a doctor because they're afraid of being mistreated, and 33% don't see a doctor because they can't afford it. In terms of income, 29% are living in poverty, likely because of their 15% unemployment rate. In terms of trans people in work in the past year, 27% report being fired or denied a promotion for being trans, 15% report being harassed or assaulted, and 77% report taking steps to avoid mistreatment, like hiding their gender identity. In jail, trans people are five times more likely to be essayed by the staff and 9 times more likely to be essayed by other inmates. In terms of IDs, only 11% of trans people have their name and gender identity on all of their IDs, with the largest barrier being cost. This led to nearly 32% getting verbally harassed, denied service, asked to leave, or assaulted for showing an ID that didn't match their name or gender. In terms of housing, only 16% of trans people report home ownership, 23% experiencing housing discriminations, 30% experiencing homelessness, of which 26% reported that they avoided staying at a shelter because they were afraid of mistreatment, which makes sense because 70% of those who do stay at a shelter report harassment, assault, or being kicked out for being trans. In terms of police interactions, 58% of trans people report some form of mistreatment with the police, including harassment or assault. In terms of public accommodations, 31% report being mistreated in the past year at a place that provides services to the public, with 20% saying they didn't use at least one type of public accommodation because they feared being mistreated. In terms of mental health among trans people, 39% experienced serious psychological distress within a single month, 40% attempted to self-unalive, and finally, in terms of trans people in restrooms in the past year, 9% report being denied access, 12% report verbal harassment, and 1% reports assault, leading to 59% of trans people avoiding using public restrooms and 8% having a medical problem as a result of avoiding public restrooms. And it is because of transphobia. It is because people refuse to accept them as they are.
Okay, you want me to read off the
Someone
stats about women and
cooked
girls?
in here. No one gives a shit.
yeah,
Anyway,
not on-
yo,
not only
fire
do-
emojis in the chat right now.
Do you want me to read the stats on women and girls globally?
So not
Because I have
only
those
do you not
available
have,
too.
so not only do you
It's
not
not a
possess an
competition.
argument for
Okay,
what a
but you're-
male
I
is
have- I
or
can-
for
I
what
can-
a
I can
female
read the
is,
same
It's
not
not
only
a
do you not
competition.
possess a critique for the idea that a trans man is a man or a trans woman is a woman because you apply worse logic to your own God, you don't possess adequate statistics to justify your virtue signaling that trans
Nosy.
individuals shouldn't be allowed into these spaces. When we look
Yeah,
at the
no.
facts, when we look at the logic, when we look at the